Hey there, heroes and heroines. Welcome back to the channel. I'm Chronos, and today we're diving into a mind-blowing scenario that's gonna shake the very foundation of the My Hero Academia universe. What if Deku had a perfect copy Quirk? I'm talking about a movie-level plot twist, so buckle up for the ride of your hero-loving life. But before we jump in, a massive shout-out and heartfelt appreciation to each and every one of you legends who've been rocking with us. Your support means the world, and it's what keeps this channel soaring to new heights. Now, let's make 2024 the year of epic theories and jaw-dropping discussions. Prologue, till we meet again. Looks like danger sense has calmed down. A person with a mop of unruly green hair and particular freckles is dressed in a green jumpsuit that closely resembles a rabbit, though he says otherwise, leaped off the ground as numerous colors of electricity wrapped around his body. He sighed heavily as he landed on the roof of a building and pulled out a phone to dial his mentor. "I'll be right there, All Might." He then started to run across the top of the buildings towards All Might at the meet-up point they agreed to after he recaptured Muscular and turned him into Diana Police Precinct. Although he could not help but ask his inner shadowy counterpart as he sailed through the air, "That went better than the last time we encountered him in the summer camp, a shadow," he quipped. "Hee, yeah," a dark yet familiar voice inside him exclaimed joyfully, "you didn't even need my help this time. You've come a long way from when we first met Izuku." Midoriya couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as he thought about his Quirk's statement about his growth. They have been together for a while now, since at least the USJ incident when his shadow friend first manifested near the beginning of the school year. Several incidents have only strengthened their connection, such as the sports festival, the rescue mission of Eri, and especially the summer camp where they got ambushed by the League of Villains. "Come on, we don't want to keep All Might waiting for too long," he said as he made his way to an alley. In a secluded alley, Midoriya landed on the ground a safe distance away from his mentor to make sure he wasn't being followed before making his way towards the meet-up spot. "Young Midoriya, how are you? Any injuries?" he asked as Midoriya checked his arms and legs for any signs of damage. Midoriya looked up to All Might with a smile as he stated, "None at all. The support you gave me helped me reduce the stress on my arms, really helped." All Might smiled as he sighed in relief of the outcome. "I'm glad." Before turning his expression to grime and serious, "It should be fruitful in your endeavors as you make your way towards All for One and Shigaraki." Midoriya couldn't help but turn a bit nervous as he turned to look at his teacher. "Do you think I will be ready by the time that I get there, All Might?" All Might couldn't help the chuckle and smile that escaped his lips as he stated, "I don't think so, my boy. I know you will be. You have proven yourself numerous times that are more than worthy, and to perfectly honest, I always kinda had a feeling it would be you that would obtain my powers, even if you were the 10th and not the 9th inheritor." Midoriya couldn't help the shock expression that spread across his face, and he could tell Shadow felt the same way. "Huh! But how?" He didn't think he did anything special. Hard to do that when he once stood next to the 9th inheritor of One for All and saw firsthand how much 60% of One for All be used successfully. Now it was All Might's turn to take on a look of surprise and a bit of amusement as he stated, "My boy, you forget that I have been watching you as much as the other students throughout the school year. I heard how you handle yourself at the USJ, witnessed your fierce determination during the sports festival, and heard and saw your tenacity of the summer camp and the Kamino incident. And this was even before you received One for All to begin with. I could say without a doubt that you are more than worthy of receiving One for All, and your upperclassman has stated the same to me numerous times before it made it onto you," he stated with absolute pride and certainty. All Might. Midoriya couldn't help but let tears stream out as he reached out to hug his mentor, teacher, and dare he says father figure in his life. While the two embraced for what may be for a long while, a dark being made of shadows emerged from Midoriya's back and gently poked both of them on the shoulders, looking shy. Midoriya couldn't help himself and let out a wet chuckle as he said, "Yes, Shadow, you can hug as well." As darkness added another layer to the embrace, All Might also chuckled as he reminded his student, "You know, I sometimes forget that you have a shadow friend like young Tokoemi." The three shared the embrace for a couple of minutes before they reluctantly separated as final preparations were made. "All right, Midoriya," All Might said as he wiped a few tears of his own, then pulled out a wad of cash, a debit card, and an emergency phone. "This phone is for you to contact us when you finally locate All for One. Call me the top 3 heroes and I will meet you there to help. The card is for you to use when the cash runs out." He cut Midoriya off as he knew the question he was going to ask. And before you ask, no, the card can't be traced. Being the number one hero required me to make long undercover missions back in the day, so sometimes my card might kept anonymous. Midoriya put the phone in his backpack while putting a few bills in his pocket along with the card as All Might continued to speak. There is no telling where All for One will be hiding now that most villains have escaped their cells, and civilians are in a panic. You don't have to worry though, you have one for Alls and your classmates' quirks. In a way, we are all supporting you on your journey. I don't have any doubt that you will succeed in finding him. Midoriya nodded dutifully, and with a final hug and goodbye he charged up and leaped away from All Might. As he watched his successor fade away from him in the background, he couldn't help but wonder how this will all play out in the end. Good luck, young Midoriya. Chapter 1: A Quirky Origin. 2 years earlier. Midoriya sighed as he took his seat for his last class of the day, which happened to be his favorite class, science. This was due to being the class he uses the most when it comes to quirk analysis. He often got weird looks when he was mumbling about the usage of a particular quirk and how it can be applied to heroics, but he was used to it by now. He spotted his childhood friend? Enemy? Frenemy? It was unclear what he and Kaken were to each other. He didn't get a clear answer today either when they made eye contact, and Kaken just scowled at him today, grumbling. Damn copycat. It was never the same after they got their quirks when they were 5. The green-haired teen's mind started to drift off, recalling that fateful day when he got his own quirk. Flashback. Wow, Kaken, your quirk is so amazing! You are going to be an amazing hero! It was a Saturday afternoon, and the two children were currently at a playground while their mothers were chatting away at a nearby bench. It has been a week since Katsuki Bakugo got explosion, which made him very popular at the school they attended at. Of course, I'm going to be the number one hero with it. So you better hurry up and get your own quirk to catch up Izuku. Many people often told him that it was the perfect quirk for someone who wanted to be a hero. This happened often enough that Bakugo saw no other reason than to accept his self-proclaimed destiny of being the number one hero when he grew up. It started to get to the point of looking down on others, but everyone seems to think that he will grow out of it sooner or later. You got it, then we can be heroes together. They were so into their conversations that Midoriya almost missed the odd sensation spreading around his body that started with his hands. It felt like his whole body was slowly heating up or sending small pulses of electricity throughout his body. Kaken! I think I'm getting my quirk! Exclaimed the green-freckled kid. His friend looked up from his own hands in amazement, just as excited, started cheering his friend. However, it will be this day when these two friends start to drift apart from one another. The explosive toddler was so excited he couldn't help grabbing his friend to looking at wherever part Midoriya was looking at. Unfortunately, the contact was what was needed to start the activation of the newly discovered quirk. The moment contact was made, a deep burning sensation was spread throughout his body while sweat started to build heavily on his hands and forehead. The little boy gasped sharply and pushed his friend away while fell to the floor. He stayed panting harshly and furiously wiping his face as sweat continued to build up. Kaken! Go get my mom! His friend wasted no time in getting the mothers who were sitting nearby. After a frantic description of what occurred on the playground, a trip to the doctor's was made for Midoriya while the explosive family went home with worried hearts. 2 days later. It was a frantic 2 days for Inko Midoriya, who stayed next to her son whenever was possible. The moment they arrived at the hospital, they were led to an emergency room where doctors quickly started cooling off the boy in any way they can. They put wet rags whenever they can, gave him plenty of water to drink, and gave him ice cubes to chew on. After this was repeated throughout the day, they were able to get his temperature back to normal, and were able to perform a few tests. The lead doctor was finally able to get back to them and explain what was happening to the troubled mother and son. With a clipboard in hand, he called them into the room to explain the situation was between the boy and his quirk. Well, Mrs. Midoriya, I hear to say that I have both seen and never seen this happen in a patient before. Rightfully confused by this statement, the mother was shocked beyond belief over the medical professional in front of her. She could tell by the look on her son's face that he was in the same boat as her. We think we know what type of quirk your son has, but we first need to confirm it with him. Turning to the nervous little boy, he crouched in front of him and asked him to gently extend his hands outward. Do you remember the quirk of the person who touched you? Getting a shaky nod from the frightened boy, he continued. Try to use that person's quirk. Getting a shocked look from both green-haired family members, the freckled little toddler thought about how to activate the explosions from his hands. He thought about how easy Kaken made it look whenever he used it in class or outside. With a determined grimace, he was able to make the same small explosions pop out of his hands. He displayed joy for finally having a quirk of his own, but was also confused. Wasn't this supposed to be only Kaken's quirk? Thankfully, the doctor was able to explain, seeing his confusion. It looks like our hypothesis is correct. Your quirk seems to be a form of copy quirk. While not common nowadays, they are often very versatile when it comes to copying other types of quirks. Some can copy emitter types and transformation types, while some of the rarer ones on record can copy mutation-type quirks. Izuku had stars in his eyes as he continued to look down at his sparkling hands, while Inko looked at him in surprise, then changed to a worried frown. What did you mean that you also never seen this before? He is not in any danger, is he? She hoped it wasn't anything fatal. She wanted to be there for him as he grew older. The strange findings were then explained. The whole time we were cooling him down, we noticed that his sweat glands were changing as time went on. For one thing, they dramatically increased in size, especially on the glands found on his hands. They were also changing the composition of the sweat to that similar to nitroglycerin. That being said, we never had a copy quirk that had this intense of a reaction before. For the time being, I don't recommend copying any type of strong quirks for a while. At least until he gets older and can tolerate the drastic changes. Usually, copy quirks have a time limit. After he copies a quirk, he should be able to use it again without any harm done to him. All the while, Izuku was in awe of what he was able to do with his quirk. Perhaps he and Kaken can be an explosive hero team by the time they become real heroes. He couldn't wait to show the other kids at the school. However, whenever he went to show the other kids at his school, the only one who didn't share the same excitement was his childhood friend. You couldn't get your own power, so you had to copy mine? The idea of some other extra copying him, the future #1 hero. The very idea just fills him up with rage and anger. You couldn't be your own hero, so you had to copy the future #1? He scoffed and looked at Izuku with a harsh glare. What a useless quirk, can't make his own, so he has to steal from others. End flashback. After that, things weren't the same between Izuku and his once best friend. At first, others started to call him many different names after that day. Some ranged from cheater and copycat to the harsher ones like Deku, which came after Bakugo's comment about his ability after it had manifested and learned the drawback it had on his body. That name didn't always stick, seeing that Midoriya sometimes protected others from Bakugo's ideas of putting others in their place. Some were wary based on the claims of Bakugo and his lackeys, while others either didn't mind or didn't care. Nonetheless, it still made the teachers somewhat biased towards Bakugo as they see him as a potential hero. It was a very mixed bag whenever he made it into junior high, but Midoriya didn't mind. He wouldn't say that he was particularly close with any of his classmates, as he once was with Kaken, but he still talked to a few others here and there. He was also troubled about the other major factor in his life, his own quirk. As he recalled from the doctor visit, there was usually a time limit to how long a quirk can be copied with. The only problem with that is that Midoriya didn't really seem to have one. There would be times where he thought there was one, but he later found out that it was mostly from overusing explosion and had to stop to give his hands a rest. He could also feel his original quirk along with explosion, where his whole body gave off a tingling sensation if he concentrated hard enough. Despite having this quirk for nearly a decade, he knew less about his quirk than others who were more familiar with their own. He hadn't tried to copy any other quirks due to the warnings of the doctor and his mother. Maybe by the summer my body will be able to handle the stress, he asked himself. He snapped to attention once his teacher made a final announcement before she dismissed them for the day. Had he really spent the whole time in class thinking about his past and his quirk? Luckily, all the materials seemed to be review, seeing as it was just their first week back at school, he guessed. Remember class, there is a special documentary airing tonight on the topic we were just reviewing on, which is the definition of adaptation and the use of it in nature/society. It would benefit you to watch since there will be a review on the topic when you return. With the announcement made, the students got up to make their way back to their home for the weekend. Maybe the documentary will provide me with some answers, he mused to himself as he made his way to his household for the weekend. Chapter 2, Adaptive Reflection. After the school was finally let out, he made his way out of the building and wished some people to have a nice weekend. Thankfully, Kaken didn't pull anything after school today with anyone and just stalked out with his usual scowl. Must have been exhausted as I am with all this review stuff, Midoriya said to himself. He was about to continue on his way home, but then decided to make a short stop at the store, seeing that he needed more notebooks and pencils for his hero notebooks. After all, it shouldn't take long to just pick up a couple of supplies, right? Mom! I'm home! The walk back to his apartment was a nice and calming one. The slight breeze made the sunny afternoon a pleasure to take a relaxing stroll, but he still made it back home. Okay, he might have distracted on the way back with a few villain attacks and might have gotten distracted with questioning some heroes about their quirks. Either way, he didn't get an answer from his mother as he called for her in the house. He did find some food on the stove with a note on the counter. Food on the stove for you to eat. Sorry about not being there for you, but I was called in for a late meeting, so I may not be able to return until later tonight. Call me if you need anything. Mom. Smiling at the note that his dear mother left before leaving off to work, he started to get a plate to prepare his dinner. He slightly laughed at the idea of his mother not being there for him when, for as long as he could remember, she has been nothing but supportive of this dream. Admittedly, she was extremely apprehensive whenever he brought it up, but the fact that his quirk was only harmful since he was so young calmed her worries somewhat. Where was his father, you may ask? Right now he is across the ocean working for an American company, making money for his wife and kids. Don't get him wrong, he loves his father and respects what he does for them. They still keep in touch with him through letters, phone calls, and on rare occasions webcam meetings. Yet sometimes he wishes he was here with them at the apartment. He shook away the thoughts that lingered in his head as the food finished heating up. He then went to set up that documentary his science teacher was talking about, seeing that it will start in the next few minutes. Switching to the channel, he debated setting it to record before ultimately deciding to sit and watch with his food. As he sat down, the program started with a narrator describing the different kinds of biomes displayed on the screen. The Earth is filled to the brim of ecosystems. Some as grand as the Pacific Ocean, or as dense as a rainforest, and some as tiny as a petri dish in a lab. No matter where you look, there will most likely be organisms living in a given area. How, you may ask, can anyone live in such dire environments? The answer, my friends, are adaptations. Over time, an organism's genetic makeup and anatomy may change due to a variety of factors. Some include internal factors such as an animal's diet, and some include external factors such as weather and atmosphere. Let us look at some examples, shall we? The screen changes to images and clips of various insects and reptiles, for example. These guys have changed little since they emerged millions of years ago, even with the emergence of quirks. Outlasting even the great dinosaurs, these guys' genetic makeup was deemed as successful and passed on their traits, making it till the modern age. Adaptation can be summed up with the American expression, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now, these changes don't just happen overnight. They usually take thousands if not millions of years to take place. This would be classified as evolution. A great example would be the modern dog and the predecessor, the wolf. Through a process of selective breeding, humans have managed to essentially change the wolf to be a calmer and manageable species. By only breeding the tamest wolves, humans have managed to shape and evolve the wolf into the dogs we know today. Now it is usually very difficult for an organism to evolve or adapt to an environment. Most cases usually result in the organism's death or, on a massive scale, extinction. Now all of this is nice and dandy, but how does this apply to the modern age? Specifically, where do humans and quirks fit into all of this? Midoriya perks up at this. For that answer, we turn to Alexander, who studies the natural world and was involved in numerous documentaries. The man on the screen is a blond man with a thin pair of glasses that display bright blue eyes filled with excitement. Well, I like to think that quirks and people are different factors in the adaptive and evolution process. If you look at pre-quirked humans, their genetic makeup has been relatively stable. With people being able to make a home in seemingly every environment, there was no need for humans to evolve and adapt. I like to think of quirks as a reboot button in the human race. Now we have a way for rapid changes in people while keeping the base human genetic makeup. The question, will quirks ever exceed the limits of man, shows up on screen and makes the man form a grim expression. That is a heavily loaded question since quirk experimentation is heavily frowned upon in the scientific community. The most that have been allowed to be experimented on have been related to the medical and technological fields. But if I had to make my hypothesis on it, I would say that there may be a day where humanity will not be able to control the quirks that they have let mixed and expanded. Unlike the natural world, which has set limits for its organisms and evolution based on the environment, humanity has no set limits when it comes to the mixing and expanding of quirks. This has led to many scientists making the quirk singularity theory. Asterisk. Another question pops up on the screen. In your opinion, what quirk would be the most adaptive? Asterisk. The most adaptive quirk I think would be those with copy quirks or any quirks that deal with quirk changing abilities. These quirks have the most potential when it comes to changing the user into various forms and powers. The only thing that is missing is genetic flexibility. Why, with that, a person can essentially evolve whenever it wants to. The narrator comes back on. Amazing! The world is full of amazing scientific discoveries just waiting to explore. Stay tuned as continue to see what amazing adaptations animals have been able to occur in various environments. The screen then changed into a commercial of a new All Might documentary that will be airing the following week. However, Midoriya barely paid any attention to it as he stared at his hands in deep thought. The meal in front of him was long forgotten as he questioned what the future will hold for him. Chapter 3: A Mighty Beginning. It's been a month since that documentary aired and he's still no closer to figuring out his own quirk than he was before. He understood the basic concept of the science being applied, but that still left him with questions stewing around in his head. Already kind of knew that copy quirks can change abilities, but different forms? Isn't there a limit to how much a body can change? Would my body still be in pain when I copy a power? He was so into his internal debate that he missed that a crowd was forming around Tatooine Station and bumped into a man with 3 distinct spikes coming out of his head, causing both of them to stumble in their place. Bowing rapidly, he blushed in embarrassment and stammered out an apology. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I should have been paying attention." The man just waved brushed him off. "No harm done. Besides, it's not like I'm going anywhere." Confused by his statement, he looked over the man's shoulder and saw that there was a giant villain on top of the station roaring and screaming about heroes staying away. With joyful glee in his eyes, he asked the man if any heroes had shown up. "Only Backdraft and Death Arms are here at the moment, but they are keeping the citizens away from the villain." Midoriya nodded to the man's answer when they heard someone swinging into the fray with a wooden limb. The person turned out to be Cavalry Woods, a new rising star making his debut as a hero. Midoriya never had the chance to see him work in person, so this was the perfect opportunity to take some notes. The man noticed this action and chuckled in amusement. "You are some sort of hero fanboy, aren't you?" The excited teenager could only smile sheepishly as he answered. "Yeah. I would like to become a hero when the time comes." Barking out a laugh, he slapped him on the back, causing him to stumble a little. Then, giving him a mirthful grin, gave him support. "Then I hope to see you when you make your debut." After thanking him, they turned their attention back to Cavalry Woods as he unleashed his final move. Preemptive. Binding lacquered chain prison. The man with tree limbs then used his arm and unraveled to reveal several branches that made his way towards the villain. Suddenly, a loud feminine voice ranged out from the side of the station as she barreled her way onto the scene. "Canyon Cannon!" Which turned out to be Empty Lady, another new hero debut. The man and Midoriya both deadpanned at the scene that unfolded in front of them, and judging by the expression on Cavalry Woods, he didn't plan for this either. After apprehending the villain, she started to poses for the cameras and fans that quickly flocked to her. He also noticed the amount of damage that was caused after the whole scuffle. Gigantification, while useful, can be extremely damaging to others if not used carefully. After shaking out of his daze, Midoriya quickly checked his phone for the time and realized that he was going to be late if he didn't leave right now. "Sorry, but I got to go or I will be late." He then made his way out of the crowd and started to sprint towards his school, with the man wishing him luck in his future endeavors. Meanwhile, in a different area, a villain made of dark green slime just robbed a bank. All while a blonde lanky bystander watched before giving chase. Alder at junior high. After apologizing to his homeroom teacher for almost being late, he went to his desk for the announcement he was going to make. Seeing that it was their final year at their school, they had to submit where they wanted to school after this one. All the students shouted with glee and showed off their quirks in the process. Even Midoriya couldn't resist to let out a few small pops with a sheepish smile. Of course, there was one student who couldn't understand their enthusiasm and made sure to remind them that. Don't lump me with all these other rejects, I'm aiming straight for the top at UA. Then with a feral grin, he jumped onto his desk and started boasting about himself. I will go there and surpass All Might as the #1 hero. For some reason, the teacher thought that this was a good time to remind Midoriya of his option as well. Oh, Midoriya wanted to go to UA as well? The class fell silent at that remark, then started to dissolve into uneasy whispers around him. After all, no one can deny his heroic attitude towards others, but he does it with Bakugo's explosions. Bakugo especially despised this idea and laid an explosion on his desks, making him flinch, but not fall out of his seat. Having explosion for so long, Midoriya sort of built a resistance to them. You had to go and copy my quirk and now you are following my path to UA? Can't you have an original idea for once, you damn copycat? He would have continued with his rant, but the teacher put a stop to it by half-heartedly scolding him for making such a ruckus. Apparently, word spreads fast around the school because ever since that morning announcement, everyone at school kept giving him mixed looks. Some were giving him pity seeing that he technically didn't have a quirk of his own, while some gave him looks of envy. In his opinion, the ones that surprised him were the small number of people who looked at him with pride. These would be the people that he stood up for over the years. However, throughout the day Bakugo was giving Midoriya the stink eye. This is why they are here outside after the school was let out. What the hell do you think you are doing applying to UA? With a bit of fear and determination, Midoriya looked at his once childhood friend in the eye. I just want to be a hero, Kaken. There's no harm in trying, right? The answer just seemed to tick him off. You are going to pass with my power, not your own. It would just be like there were two of me taking the damn exam. He went to put an explosion on Midoriya's shoulder but was met with an explosion on his own hand. He stumbled backward but didn't do anything else to him but scoffed. He already said whatever he wanted to say, so he stalked off of school grounds, leaving the green-haired boy questioning his powers once more. Man, this is so frustrating. Just what the heck is my power? Now, normally he wouldn't give Bakugo usual threats and complaints. Yet he had to admit he had a point. He only made it so far by using his explosion quirk. He tried to reason when he should try to copy another power to try it. Maybe on a Friday in case my body rejects it? Where would I find someone who can give me help in case the drawback is too much? At first, he thought he could just do it on a weekend and maybe get help from a quirk specialist, but then realized it would probably take too much time and money. He didn't want to load his mother with more burdens than she already has. He settled for getting help at UA since he figured that the #1 hero school in the country has to have a high-tech medical staff for him to use. He stopped in an underpass when he heard a sewer gate pop open and turned to a frightening sight. It was a massive villain made of a dark green sludge and seems to have no eyelids or lips for its mouth. Hey kid, you seem like a good flesh suit. You won't mind if I use you to hide, will you? He then started to enter in his mouth, suffocating him. Midoriya staggered backward and started to release explosions that scorched the walls around him. Wow! I hit the jackpot with you, what an awesome quirk you got for me! Tears started to fill his eyes as he continued to struggle to breathe. Scolding at himself for getting cut off guard and saddened by the thought of his mother being all left alone without him. With his vision slowly fading, he started apologizing to his mother for failing to stay safe. He then heard a phrase that he ingrained in his head ever since he was a child. It's fine now. Why? Because I am here. The #1 hero then cocked back his fist, and then launched it forward. Take this villain, Texas. Smash! The last thing Midoriya saw is All Might before he finally fell unconscious. He woke up feeling someone rapidly tapping his cheek with a large hand. He woke up to see All Might looming over him. Hello, young man! Now the only natural response to this is to yell and scramble backward as he looked around in confusion. After realizing what was happening, he turned back to Savior and started to thank him by bowing at a fast pace. Thank you for saving me! Can you sign my... He trailed off seeing his notebook already signed on in front of him. Thank you so much, I will treasure this forever! All Might let out a booming chuckle over the young man's enthusiasm. Think nothing of it, young man. You held him off as long as you could with that outstanding quirk of yours. He didn't notice the way the freckled teen's smile faltered when he praised him and quickly gathered the remains of the slime in a plastic bottle. After hastily putting the container loosely in his pocket, he started to head off. Now I must go deliver him to the police station. Remember to go beyond. Plus Ultrea. As Midoriya watched his favorite hero fade in the distance, he went back to thinking what others have said about his quirk. How Bakugo complained about using his quirk all the time, how some others seem uneasy about him even if he did defend others. Now All Might was praising him for a power that he wasn't even born with. He frowned as he started to head downtown to pick up some things for his mother. Unknown to both of them, the bottle that All Might was carrying had slipped from his pocket onto an unsuspecting group of teens. As Midoriya neared his destination, he saw another crowd forming similar to one from this morning. He also heard some explosions from it, and decided to check it out. He paled upon seeing the sight in front of him. It was the same villain from earlier, and this time he had Bakugo. He covered his mouth as he remembered the sensation of slime entering his mouth, and that the same thing was happening to his once best friend. He wondered where were the heroes and why they wouldn't help. Luckily others around him had already voiced their concerns. Why isn't anyone stepping in? They can't get close enough to not get attacked by the slime or the blasts. What are they going to do? I think they are waiting for someone with the right quirk for the job. All the while a lanky blonde man was gripping at his side in frustration. I can't believe I let him get away again. Plus, I already used up all of my time for muscle form. Another explosion was then erupted from the scene, causing the man to wonder. Isn't that the same quirk as that young man? Midoriya knew then and there that help wasn't going to arrive anytime soon, so without thinking of a plan he charged straight into the fray. He barely heard the calling of the heroes and civilians that yelled at him to come back. His mind was rushing thoughts at high speeds as he tried to think of a plan to rescue Bakugo. I can't use any explosions or else I risk hitting Kaken. The slime almost must have a weak spot for me to hit. Wait a minute, his eyes. Throwing all caution to the wind, he chucked his backpack at the eyes of the fiend, causing him to stumble. Hey, it's you again. My eye. With him distracted, Midoriya started to claw his classmate out of the slime, letting him breathe. With a loud gasp of fresh air, Bakugo then looked to Midoriya and started to yell. What the hell are you doing here, you nerd? I couldn't just let you die, Kaken. All the while All Might looked on in fascination and surprise. He went in there even without using his quirk to save another in need. Yet here I am standing on the side letting others suffer. Without hesitation, he quickly buffed up and joined Midoriya, quickly blocking an attack directed at him. Thank you, young man. I was a hypocrite saying to go beyond, yet I stood by and let others suffer. Midoriya had no idea what he was saying. He was too stunned at the fact that All Might showed up to save him again. He was suddenly brought behind the number one hero as he launched an attack that blew the slime and changed the weather at the same time. Well, all's well that ends well, right? Mused Midoriya. Well, okay. It ended in a lesser pleasant manner than he would have liked, getting chewed out by some of the heroes for acting so rashly on the scene. He went to thank All Might again but saw he was nowhere to be seen, so he headed home. Hopefully, his mother won't be too angry at his recklessness. He turned around hearing someone run up to him, and seeing Bakugo surprised him. Was he going to thank him for saving him? Deku! I didn't need help from you. Even if you didn't use my quirk. Don't think you are better than me just because you saved me. Apparently not. With his message said, he turned around and started to make his way home as Midoriya turned for his. However, he was stopped when he heard a voice that he was hearing a lot today for some reason. I am here. Looking for you, young man. All Might. How did you escape the press? I always have my ways. Because I am Fudusi. The once towering man deflated in a cloud of smoke to reveal a lanky, skinny man with piercing black eyes with the smallest speck of blue. He also started to cough up blood after he transformed, sending Midoriya into a confused fit. Huh! Wait, where did All Might go? Are you a shapeshifter? After All Might got his coughing fit under control, he went on to explain his current situation and state to the frightened little Fanba how he was injured by a villain that reduced his time as a hero. No, this is just an aspect of my quirk. It allows me to power up in strength. The muscle is just a certain aspect of using it. But then again, that is only half of my quirk. The other half is what I wanted to discuss with you. Midoriya was in awe of his favorite hero but was still confused about what was happening. Why discuss his power and quirk with him? You showed great bravery and courage back there with the villain, where everyone, myself included, was staying back even with their quirks. It was you who, despite being powerless, showed the world what the meaning of a hero truly means, where their legs moved without thinking. In my eyes, you already are a hero. Midoriya had tears of joy streaming down his face. He quickly went to try to stop them. He was finally acknowledged for something he had done. Yet All Might wasn't done talking. I deem you worthy of my quirk. I would like to make you my successor. All the tears in his eyes stopped as he looked at the man and the offer he made. I told you there was the second half of my quirk of quirk, wasn't there? It is the power to pass along quirks to others. The name for it is One for All. Midoriya didn't think he would stop being in awe of the hero in front of him, yet he couldn't believe the words that he was hearing. Him? All Might's successor? It was everything he ever wanted. And yet, he looked at his hands with a frown. He still didn't know the limits to his own power. Was he just going to reject the power he was born with? Even if it is All Might's who is making the offer? He had made a decision, hoping that his idol wouldn't be mad. I am honored, All Might. But I am going to have to decline. All Might was shocked, and if he was being honest, a bit disappointed to have the opportunity he offered shot down. He wondered what would cause a future hero in training to reject such an honor. I bet you think my quirk is letting out explosions out of my hands, right? When he got a nod, he continued. Well, to be honest, this isn't my real quirk. This one is just what I got from someone else. All Might paled as he thought of a certain individual who had given his wound and the ability he possessed. He had to ask this carefully. Young man, you didn't steal this quirk from anyone, did you? Frantically, the nervous teen corrected him. No. I just copied this quirk from someone. He then frowned and looked towards his hands. Despite having this quirk all my life, I don't know almost anything about it. I was always told that this was just a copy quirk and had limits, but so far it seems that whatever I copy is permanent. Then looked back at All Might with a determined expression in his vibrant green eyes. Before I decide to inherit your quirk, I want to find out what I could do with my power. All Might couldn't help but stand in awe of the person in front of him. Of course, he understood the feelings of someone who felt lost whenever he was starting to be a hero. It reminded him of the time he was before he received One for All. To have a goal that he was so determined to fill, yet had no way of achieving it. He couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. He buffed up his muscular form once more. With a booming laugh, he announced, That's what I like to hear. I have decided, successor or no, I will help you understand your own power. You want to go to the hero course at UA, am I right? After receiving an excited nod, he continued. Then I think the first step is to build up some muscle, then we could go from there. He then looked back at the green-haired teen who was also beaming with excitement. Maybe by then, you will have decided whether to receive my power or not. Chapter 4, An Explosive Entrance. Oh my! Goodness! All Midoriya could do was release a goofy grin on his face as he laid on the sandy beach and tried to get his breathing under control. It was a harsh 10 months, but he finally completed the training that All Might had planned for him all those months ago. The goal of cleaning the entire Dagoba beach without the use of quirks to build muscles. Granted, he already had some muscle before from protecting others from explosion, but that was nothing compared to what he had gained on now. Still, he couldn't believe some of the stuff that he had to pick up from the beach. Seriously, who throws away a perfectly intact piano? Along with cleaning up the beach, he had to also train Bakugo's quirk by sending explosions out towards the water to increase the size and rate of explosions. While he only did this every couple of days, it still left his hands sore and cramped for the rest of the night. He couldn't argue with the results, though. His explosions have gotten much larger than when he was in junior high. All Might had buffed up and ran up to the young hero in training and picked him up so he was standing back on his feet. I'm proud of you, Midoriya. Look what you have accomplished. They both shifted their gaze to see the crystal-clear ocean that was highlighted by the rising morning sun. The sandy beach, now void of all trash, also seemed to glow a stunning white as the seagulls flew around the newly cleaned habitat. Remember what I said all those months ago. A hero's job is not only helping others by defeating villains, but by helping the communities that they live in. The sword teen couldn't do more than slightly blush and chuckle at the praise of his idol. The two have gotten as time went on during training. Midoriya explaining how he was going to use U8 to find out more of his quirk, while All Might shared some of the more lesser-known tales of his hero days that were not known to the public. As far as One for All was concerned, Midoriya had promised that he would answer obtaining it by the sports festival ends. For now, the first step would be to get into the hero program exam. Are you ready for the exam in a few hours? As ready as I will ever be. Still kind of nervous though. Haha. I'm sure you will do wonderful, young Midoriya. However, I should warn you that I may not be able to get into contact with you until school starts. With a promise to once again to meet again, they both went their separate ways for the day that was ahead. UA High. After returning home for a quick breakfast and his mother wishing him luck, he made his way to UA for the entrance exam. He was standing outside the front gate about to make his way forward when he heard a familiar voice from behind him. Out of my way, Deku! Turning his head, he saw the familiar ash-blonde classmate heading towards him with that ever-present scowl on his face. Naturally, he went to move out of the way and could only sigh in exasperation as he plowed through the crowd ahead of him. Guess some things are just a constant in life. Shaking out of his stupor, he then went ahead to make his own way forward, only to trip on his foot. He closed his eyes to brace himself from the impact before realizing that it never came. Instead, finding himself surrounded in a pink aura as he floated in the air. There was no wind or air movements, so it wasn't an air-based quirk. Maybe some sort of telekinesis like his mom? No, he didn't feel any sort of pressure on his body when it activated. Excuse me. Are you okay? Looking over to his right, he saw a girl with brown hair looking at him with concern and probably a bit of hesitation. She also had a permanent blush on her cheeks and brown eyes. She was looking at him strangely, and with a bit of fear. She probably heard him muttering all those things about the quirk that she used on him. She then cancelled whatever force was holding him in the air. Oh, sorry about that. I was just really interested in what quirk he used on me. He was blushing lightly at the conversation that he was having at the moment. Not because it was a girl he was talking to. He was used to talking to others at Aldera whenever someone needed help with something. It was the embarrassing first impression he made with a potential classmate. Oh, okay. Well, I saw you falling and thought it would be bad luck if you fell before you took the exam. Anyways, don't want to be late, so gotta go. Good luck. Okay. Thank you. And good luck as well. He waved back while giving her a bright smile. I hope she makes it into UA. With that awkward yet joyful encounter out of the way, he made his way into the building to take the exam. Some time later, with the written part of the exam done, he made his way towards the auditorium to hear what the practical part of the exam would be. He went his way to his seat, which happens to be right next to Bakugo. He didn't say anything but growl in his direction as the announcement was about to start. Midoriya supposed that was an improvement to their relationship. The announcement was then started by the appearance of a spotlight on a stage, with the landing on the hero known as Present Mike. Welcome, little listeners, to the practical portion of the UA entrance exam. Can I get a loud yeah? The audience doesn't respond except for a green-haired freckled boy who gushes about the hero's appearance on stage. Wow, tough crowd. Anyways, for this exam, you will be battling 3 different kinds of robots that are each worth a certain number of points. Excuse me. Suddenly a voice cut through the audience, which came from a young man with blue-colored hair and a pair of dignified glasses. There are 4 types of robots listed on the pamphlet that UA has provided. Is there some type of error? Also, he then turned to face Midoriya and sent him a disapproving glare. You have been mumbling the entire time. If you think this is a game, then you should just leave. This brought Midoriya out of his thoughts as people began to snicker at his misfortune. Even Bakugo had thrown a mocking smirk towards his way. The only thing that he could do was stammer out an apology in embarrassment. Thank you for the question, listener number 721. For your information, the last robot is worth no points at all. It's more of a hazard for you guys. Now, if there are no more questions, head out to your testing areas. Plus Ultra. Later, Midoriya found himself in a mock city with several other people waiting for the test to begin. Everyone was preparing in their own way. Some were taking deep breaths, others were stretching their arms and legs. Meanwhile, Midoriya was doing jumping jacks under a calm and relaxed demeanor. Okay, you got this, Izuku. Just it's only the most prestigious entrance exam school with an extremely low success rate, no pressure. Okay, so maybe he was a little freaked out about how this day will turn out. But who can blame him? With a success rate of 1 in 300, anyone would be nervous about passing this test. So, he was currently building up a good sweat to release explosions as fast and painless as possible. He received some odd looks, but he tried to not let it get to him. He then noticed a girl who was trying to calm her nerves and realized it was the same one who helped him earlier in front of the school. He went over to talk to her but was stopped by the guy who called him out during the announcement. Why are you trying to bother that girl? Can't you see that she is preparing for her test? Is this a game to you? Start! Before anyone could say anything else, the test was begun by a loud shout over to the right. Everyone looked to their right to see President Mike on a pedestal with a cheeky grin on his face. There are no countdowns in real life. Begin! With that announcement made, everyone rushed to the entrance to take as many points as possible, with Midoriya stumbling after them. In the teacher's watchtower. Meanwhile, a small rodent-like creature in a neat uniform sat in an office chair with various pro-heroes watching the exam take place through various monitors. My, what wonderful candidates we have this year! Demonstrating their quirks in such unique ways! The screen flips through various candidates such as a tall teen in a mask using multiple arms with eyes and ears to scout the nearest robot, along with a person with a blackbird head and a shadow being emerging from his stomach attacking a robot. The monitors keep switching until it lands on Bakugo and Midoriya. With a panting Bakugo having a feral grin surrounded by scorched and shattered robots, while Midoriya is in a similar position, but is panting with a tired smile on his face. This catches the eyes of the intelligent rodent. Oh? Similar damage done to the robots and physical state of exhaustion? Do they have the same quirks? He didn't have a chance to look at any of the candidates' entries but skimmed through them whenever he got the chance. He quickly went through the files that were sent there, and until he found the same green-haired boy he was looking for. What he found made him chuckle lowly, then slowly grew into full-blown maniacal laughter that made some of the heroes there nervous. Oh my, ha ha ha, what an extraordinary quirk Izuku Midoriya! Truly marvelous! The other teachers were confused with the statement, while All Might grew quite nervous about what the rodent might be thinking. The rodent then continued reading. Izuku Midoriya, quirk mimicry. Able to copy a quirk after a serious drawback is first initiated before using it again. He then turned to his co-workers. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in UA history, we may have 2 copy quirks in UA's program. He then switched the monitor to another candidate named Nito Minoma, who he saw earlier in the files while looking for Midoriya. While Minoma was using a minimum of 3 quirks to battle robots, Midoriya only used 1. Why do you limit yourself to 1 quirk, young man? I bet you have a bit more to your story. Then with a sinister grin that sent shivers to the rest of his colleagues, he made his way over to a red button located on his desk. Either way, let's hope the contestants can handle this small obstacle. Back at the testing site, Midoriya thrusts his hands forward to blow away another robot with explosions as he starts to wind down. He could keep going, but his hands are starting to cramp and fewer robots were appearing now. He lost track of the number of points he gained but figured he was around the 40 range. He suddenly stumbled as the ground and building around him started to shake, revealing a giant green robot that was taller than any of the mock buildings in the area, with it moving towards the examiners at a slow but terrifying pace. What kind of test is this? The others were quick to run away from the danger that was heading towards them, including Midoriya, until he heard a yelp from behind him. Turning around, he saw the same person who helped him at the entrance of the school trapped under a large piece of rubble. So without hesitation, he turned his body around and charged straight towards the gigantic robot. Oh man! Oh man! What can I do to save her? What would All Might do? What would Kaken do? He looked upwards and saw the 6 glowing eyes of the robot look down at him, and an uneasy smile grew on his face. Finally building up the courage to put this dangerous plan into action, he faced both palms towards the ground behind him and launched himself towards the face of the robot. Once he reached the robot's face, he then thrust both his hands towards the front of his body so the palms faced the robot's beady eyes and released everything he got. Boom! The robot's face being blown right off with scorched marks on the areas of the head not obliterated by a massive explosion. making the mechanical monster halt in its tracks since its computing system was damaged. Midoriya then started to plummet to the ground as he no longer can move his arms. I overdid it with explosions. My arms are now cramped to the point that can't even move. They are already facing downwards. Maybe I can slow myself down at the cost of torn muscles. I have to aim it perfectly. I only get one shot. He gritted his teeth to bear the pain that was about to shoot up his arms. Yet before any of that can happen, he felt someone slap him in the face, making him float in the air. He looked over the right to see the person put all 5 of her fingers together and say, "Release," making him fall face first onto the ground. She then started to vomit rainbows over to the side, startling Midoriya and rushing over to her aid. "Are you okay? Do you need any help?" The brunette just chuckled weakly and looked at him with a tired smile. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? You were the one who was almost planted on the ground." All while the two caught up with each other, the crowd watching from afar. With a blue-haired teen with engines in his legs being stumped on what he just witnessed. He rushed in even when there were no points to be gained, to save someone in need. After a nurse, which turned out to be the hero known as Recovery Girl, checked them both out, they both made their way to their stations to return home. By then they learned each other's names and their quirks. "Whoa! So that quirk is not even yours to begin with?" All Midoriya can do is rub the back of his head and chuckle sheepishly as he answered. "Yeah, it was from a person who I knew for a long time. I can copy quirks, but I kind of have to feel their drawbacks before I can use them." He went on to describe how he was able to copy this quirk, how it affected his body as a kid and was now able to do it since he was older. Meanwhile the girl, who he now knows as Ochiko Uraraka with a quirk named Zero Gravity, looked at him with surprise and a bit of concern. Since she can't imagine someone being a hero with such a limited and painful effect on their body. She wanted to help since he saved her from being crushed by a giant robot. Which led her to make the offer she was about to make. "Would you like to copy my quirk?" This led Midoriya to put a halt in their walk as he turns to her with a wide-eyed expression. To be honest, he didn't have a plan when it came to copying a person's quirk. If they were permanent, it would be like stealing their quirks from them. Even if he didn't permanently gain their quirk, he would be given access to a person's ability that they were born with. He didn't want to just use people in order to gain new abilities. It felt so violating. Luckily, she seems to pick up on his discomfort, waving her hands frantically in front of her face. "I'm not going to force you or anything. I just thought it was something that I can help you with. Plus, I got a feeling that we both made it into the course and you could use it." Her face then turned into a warm smile. "Besides, even if we don't make it into the course, I would be honored to offer my quirk to someone who saved me." The green-haired copier could only look towards her in shock, as they neared their stop before they made their separate ways. Are you sure? I don't want to just use you for quirk." She just waved off his worries. "It's fine if you want, we can trade phone numbers so we can talk if we don't pass the exams. I enjoyed talking with you." Blushing lightly at that admission from her, he assumed there was no harm in trying it. He already explained how it works, so all that was needed was the contact. Admittedly, he was kind of nervous about this part, but both settled it by wrapping their pinkies of hands with each other. A promise to not lose touch with each other no matter where they ended up. With that out of the way, they both went their separate ways, hoping to meet each other again. On the way home, he started to see pads grow on the tips of his fingers, and his stomach started to feel a bit sick as he made his way home. With that in mind, he rushed the rest of the way home to reduce any symptoms he may cause to others. So it shouldn't be any surprise was the first thing he did home was rush to the bathroom and vomit rainbows. A bit later, after his stomach settled down and he had dinner with his mother, he went to his room to find out if it had any effect. He activated Bakugo's quirk and he still had the small pops that displayed on his hands. Then he tried activating Uraraka's quirk and felt pads form on the tips of his fingers once more. He cancelled the gravity of some of his notebooks and figures in his room and then cancelled it the way he saw her did it in the exam. Some experimenting led him to find out that he can switch between the two interchangeably. Then, with some stress and a bit of effort involved, he used one hand to cancel gravity, and one hand to make small pops. This led him to remember the words of the documentary that he watched so long ago. "These quirks have the most potential when it comes to changing the user into various forms and powers." Chapter 5, Uplifting First Day. Multiple quirk possession, quirk usage, quirk accumulation. Nothing to be found. Initially, when he discovered he could hold Uraraka's and Bakugo's quirk, he was startled but excited. He still felt his original quirk along with two of them, so he didn't know if there was a limit to the number of quirks that can be gained. Additionally, in all his years as a quirk and hero nerd, he never heard of anyone with this type of power before. Most articles, forums, and group chats all stated what the doctor said all those years ago: that there is a time limit of the number of quirks one can hold. The closest to an answer he got was whispers and snippets of a mysterious boogeyman who had it long ago. Most seem to say it's too outlandish and are quickly denounced. Yet Midoriya wasn't so sure. After all, his quirk exists, right? And quirks are too outlandish and variable that they might have occurred at some point. If it did exist, why is it not talked about more? Why is it only in whispers and hushed immediately? These questions can't be answered by myself. He needed help from Nizu, who he heard was the principal of UA. These questions had been swarming in his head, was swarming with these types of questions after he obtained his new friend's quirk. He let out a small smile as he thought of Uraraka. Despite the rocky and awkward start, they quickly became fast friends after they traded numbers. They continued to talk and did the occasional meetups whenever time allowed it in the time before UA. He learned many things about her, such as her reason to be a hero, her favorite food, mochi, and the limits and functionality of her quirk. Despite having talked to others in Aldera, he never felt a connection towards them. It was always helping others with their notes, or homework, or protecting them from Bakugo. That is usually where the connection ends. He also found out what place be made in the exam. It was first place. Apparently, there was a thing called rescue points in the exam that was added for those who helped others. He already had 45 points from the robots, and helping Uraraka added another 60 points to his for a total of 105. Bakugo was upset at that, with him having 77 points. Uraraka managed to pass too, which now leads him to now standing in front of a giant door with a big red 1A on it, ready to start his journey as a hero student with 19 unknown allies and hopefully new friends. He opened the door with a joyful smile, ready to take on the day. Get your feet off the desks. Have you no respect for school? What you say, Four Eyes? Are you looking down on me? That immediately fell into an exasperated sigh. He already knew there was no appeasing Bakugo, but he was hoping that he could build his way up to the person that called on the exam. He was already off to a bad start, but hopefully he can turn this around somehow. Unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to think about it any longer, as the dark blue-haired teen with glasses noticed his appearance in the doorway and started to make his way towards him. You there? You realized there was a true motive in the exam, didn't you? And no, I didn't. She just needed help. I see. What an exemplary hero you already are. He just chuckled nervously at the whole encounter. Based on the conversation he heard and the stiff movements of his arms, he could tell the person in front of him was very earnest if not strict on rules. Hey Midoriya! We finally made it, huh? He turned around to see his new gravity friend with a big grin as she ran up to him. They both shared a big high four. High fives caused awkward floating situations, and made their way into the classroom. He introduced her to the kid he now learned was Tenya Ida. She chuckled a little due to his mannerisms and speech pattern, but was overall pleased to meet him. The conversations around the class were all brought to a stop by a drowsy yet stern voice. If you are here to make friends, you should just leave now. Turning to his right, Midoriya saw a man with bloodshot eyes buried inside a yellow sleeping bag as he gazed out towards the class. Midoriya flinched as his eyes met with the man, and he slowly brought a juice pack to his mouth without getting out of the bag. It took you 12 seconds to quiet down, that's irrational. The man then rose to get out of his sleepwear to gaze at the rest of the class. His long messy hair was also revealed with a gray scarf wrapped around his neck and upper body, all with a black jumpsuit that matched his hair. Honestly, he looked like he belongs in a homeless shelter and not in the most pretentious school for heroes. My name is Shota Aizawa, welcome to the hero course. He then tossed gym clothes out towards the floor. Put those on and meet me in the field in 10 minutes. With his message said, he just casually strolled away from a group of stumped teens. For a few seconds, no one moved from where they were sitting or standing, just looking from the door to the sleeping bag a couple of times, before grabbing the uniforms from the floor before booking it to the locker room. Whoa, so many different quirks! He didn't get to take a good look at his classmates before the whole teacher out of a bag took place. But now he couldn't keep the sparkles out of his eyes as he gazed at the 19 students in front of him. Some were obvious, such as a quirk who seems to grant ability as a frog, a person with tape arms, and was that a floating uniform? While others were a bit of a mystery, like a girl with short purple hair had jacks on the tips of her earlobes, a student with a blackbird head, a boy with his hair that is half red and half white. Honestly, he was bursting with questions and theories. How far can the girl frog jump? What do those jacks do? What do the tentacles of that student do? Ria! Midoriya! He blinked as he felt Uraraka poke his cheek and realized the whole class was watching his mumble spree. Some wary looks were thrown his way as he blushed a deep red. Uraraka didn't help with her snickering at his misfortune, as she was used to his mutter storms on hero topics. The teacher didn't look amused either if the stern glare he gave him was any indication. Midoriya, you earned first place on the practical exam. What was your best throw in junior high? 47 meters? The hen tossed an orange ball towards him. Now enter the ring and try throwing it with your quirk. Uraraka just slapped him in the back, wishing him luck with a cheeky grin on her face. He made his way towards the circle as he made a plan to launch the ball. The extra time before UA allowed him to practice switching between quirks, so he was able to reduce the time it takes to switch between a quirk. He felt a shy grin appear on his face as he figured out how he was going to launch the ball. First, he grew pads on the tips of his fingers to touch the ball, covering it in a weightless pink aura. Then he threw the ball, launching it with a powerful explosion. The ball was propelled at intense speed, nearly making it impossible to track with the naked eye. When the smoke cleared, the ball was nowhere to be found, confusing all but two people. Uraraka, since she already knew that her friend was going to use her quirk in some function at least once, and the teacher Shachua Azawa, who narrowed his eyes at the green-haired boy since he already knew all the students' quirks beforehand. So, you decide to branch out Midoriya? A nice change since the entrance exam, but what caused this change? Meanwhile, All Might in his muscular form was watching the whole ordeal around the corner. Since he was in a better position, he was able to follow the ball as it gradually disappeared in the bright blue sky. Amazement was shown all over his face as he witnessed the whole spectacle. I thought you were going to struggle with that quirk of yours, young Midoriya. You didn't tell me you were so cool. You must first know the limits of yourself and your quirks. That is the first rational step to being a hero. He then turned the tablet he was holding to show the rest of the students Midoriya's score, which happens to display the symbol for infinity. Infinity! The class cried out in shock, thinking there was no way anyone else can even come close to that score. Well, everyone except two people. The first being Uraraka, who puffed out her cheeks and pouted at Midoriya. No fair! I was going to do that trick, Midoriya! The other was Bakugo, who was just trembling with rage. First he gets first place in the entrance exam and now this? Without a second thought, he rushed towards him with an arm out to blow him with an explosion. What the hell was that, Deku? You think you can use my quirk better than me? Midoriya extended his arms towards the sides, getting ready to defend himself, when a gray fabric wrapped all around Bakugo, holding him in place. Midoriya's eyes followed the fabric, leading it to his homeroom, whose hair was now floating in the air and eyes glowing a bright red. Stop fooling around! My quirk erasers others, but it gives me serious dry eye! It was here that Midoriya finally figured out what hero this man was. The gray capture scarf, the yellow goggles, the red ice-canceling quirk, it was the erasure hero, Eraserhead. Such a shame that it has a serious drawback though. A student with bright pink skin and hair tried to lift everyone's spirits. Well, at least we can use our quirks. This should be fun. Fun, you say? Everyone faltered at the tired yet stern voice the teacher produced as he narrowed his eyes towards the heroes in training. You think it is all fun and games here? No. For the next 3 years, you will be tested to the limit on the definition of a hero. The student who comes in last will be expelled from the hero course. But that's not fair. We just got into the hero course. You think the world is fair? As heroes, your job is to combat the injustice and unfairness of this world with everything that you got. That's what it means to go beyond. He then gave a huge sinister grin towards the 20 heroes in training. Plus Ultra. After that speech, everyone was determined to give it their all in the trials set in front of them. He also got to see how some of his classmates' quirks work. Such as a boy with sparkling blonde hair shooting a laser from his stomach, a shadow monster coming out of the black bird-headed student, and someone plucking off purple orbs from his head to bounce on in the sidestep. Bakugo didn't say anything to him the rest of the time, even when Midoriya barely beat him in the dash tests by making his clothes lighter. Probably to not risk getting on the teacher's nerves for the second time. After the test was completed, all the students were ranked based on the trials they took. Midoriya reached 13th place overall. While he was good at anything that involved quirks, other things such as flexibility and stamina slowed him down. The last place was held by a Minoru Mineta, who he guessed was the short guy with purple orbs on his head if kneeling on the ground and crying meant anything. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. The class turned to their tormentor, as he gave off a smile that belongs more in a horror film than a homeroom teacher. It was a logical ruse to get you to perform your best. What? Everyone cried in shock, while the Mineta was now crying tears of relief. Of course it was a lie, I thought you all knew. A person with a regal disposition and onyx eyes looked towards the others in slight disbelief. You could have said something, was the voice of the rest of the class as they deadpanned towards the person in question. If that's all for today, you can return to the classroom to get your syllabus about your curriculum for the school year. Welcome to the hero course. He groaned as he slinked away towards the other side of the building planning to get some sleep. Man, talk about a first day, huh, Midoriya? Uraraka groaned at her friend as she shook her hands and fingers trying to get some feeling to return in her hands. All Midoriya could do is chuckle sheepishly as he watched their homeroom teacher disappear around the corner before remembering the things that he had to tell the principal. Uraraka, I might not be able to walk with you to the station today. I have some things that I need to take care of. Huh! Getting a head start in UA, are you? Haha! Yeah. I will tell you about it tomorrow depending on how it goes. Okay. See you tomorrow. With that farewell, he made his way towards the side where Eraser had left, and was surprised to see him talking to All Might. Come on, Aizawa, you usually expel at least a couple of students every year, what changed this time? Everyone here had at least some potential in their skills, only time will tell if they changed my mind or not. Guess that expulsion wasn't just a lie then. Midoriya just sweat dropped at the conversation in front of him before he made himself known. Excuse me, Mr. Eraserhead? I have a request. The man in question just turned around with a raised eyebrow as he encouraged the young man to speak with a nod. I want to explain my quirk in detail, but I want to do with the principal and the head nurse present, and since All Might is here, I guess he can come to the meeting as well. Eraserhead just narrowed his eyes at All Might, no doubt wondering how this awkward teen was being so nonchalant with the number one hero, yet he couldn't deny the curiosity he had based on the test he saw beforehand. So with a heavy sigh that was just filled with exhaustion, he agreed. All right, meet us at the principal's office after you change and get your schedule. I hope you can explain why you only used one quirk at the entrance exam before now. With that said, he went back inside the building with All Might sneaking a thumbs up towards Midoriya before heading inside as well. Principal's office. After he got his schedule and saying a final goodbye to Uraraka, he made his way towards the office until he reached the door. With a hand raised about to make his presence known, the door suddenly opened to a conference table with All Might, Eraserhead, Recovery Girl, and a mouse-like creature at the head of the table all dressed up in a uniform. Am I a bear? A mouse? A dog? Maybe. But I'm also Nizu, the principal of UA. Welcome, Izuku Midoriya. I heard you wanted to speak to us about your quirk. I must say I am also curious about what you have to say if your entrance exam. He looked anxiously around the room to see Eraserhead seemingly fall asleep, yet he had one eye opened. Recovery Girl had a clipboard in hand which he assumed was his medical records and maybe some notes. Nizu was looking at him with a slight glee in his eyes as he waited for him to start. Then he saw All Might give him an encouraging nod towards him, and that was all he needed for him to begin. My quirk is known as quirk mimicry, where it allows me to completely utilize a person's quirk after feeling their drawback. I had this quirk since I was 5, but I couldn't copy another quirk until my body could take the drawback. The second quirk I got was from Uraraka on the day of the entrance exam. What I also discovered is that my quirk copies quirks permanently, and I also keep them for an indefinite amount of time. To demonstrate, he picked up some pieces of paper that were on the table and made them weightless with the zero-gravity quick. Then he quickly changed his hands so they no longer had the pads and turned the paper to ash with some light explosions. He dusted his shirt and pants to get rid of any remaining ash that landed on him. The reactions he got were mixed. Recovery Girl and Eraserhead were looking at him with wide eyes. He guessed the show must have erased any attempt at sleep he could have gotten. All Might was also looking at him with wide eyes, but he also looked a little bit pale. The most surprising reaction was Nizu, who was just cackling up a storm, spilling tea everywhere. Ha ha ha, oh my! I knew you would be a very interesting case, Midoriya. Haha, you are going to make this the most interesting school year. Once he calmed down from his laughing fit, his expression then turned serious towards the new hero in training. However, I am afraid this brings us a few problems that we must address. He nodded fearfully towards the rodent in charge, hoping there wasn't anything life-threatening at play here. With a heavy sigh, the animal in charge continued. For one thing, no one, besides perhaps your mother, must ever know that you possess the ability to hold multiple quirks. It causes too many problems with not only villains trying to capture you, but also with the government and their excitable nature, he said as he ran a paw down the scar over his eye. The freckled teen shuddered thinking of the things others might do to him and his loved ones. Second, I will make conditions that will help disguise your true quirk. I will give them to you first thing tomorrow morning. If that's all, is there anything else that you have questions or concerns about? Midoriya thought about it for a moment before deciding that hopefully doesn't offend Nizu. With his eyes shut tight, he made his choice. Yes, if it's not too much to ask, I would like for Recovery to perform some tests as undergo the drawbacks. The drawbacks are probably the most confusing part about the whole process, since I don't know what the reasoning of the drawback if I can use the quirk normally after. He slowly opened his eyes as he looked at Nizu, and he wouldn't believe a grin could look more excited as well as terrifying. It didn't help that he also looked on the verge of releasing another bout of cackling. Thankfully, he reined himself by coughing in his paw before agreeing to his term. I don't see why not. Recovery Girl will lead you towards her office to discuss what she needs from you. Will that be all? With a shake of his head and a deep exhale, he followed his way with Recovery Girl, who was talking about getting some blood, skin, and hair samples from him. Well, Eraserhead, it seems you brought me a delightful new student into these halls. If that is all, I got a few words with All Might here to discuss. All Might let out a small shiver under the gaze that Nizu was giving him, and Eraserhead wasted no time in leaving to resume his afternoon nap. All Might. Is he your successor for one for all? Sweating slightly, he answered his boss without trembling as best he could. Yes, but I didn't know about this ability until today. He also wished to learn more about his quirk before deciding to inherit mine. Either way, I still think he is a noble candidate. It was true that he was a bit unnerved about the multiple quirks part of the equation, but who was he to judge? After all, he was chosen not because of a quirk, but because of his character. Young Midoriya has more than proven his worth if the sludge incident and the entrance exam were anything to go by. I agree. I only ask because I want to know if he is aware of him. Both had grim expressions on their faces at the thought of that vile foe in the shadows. No, I am sure I put an end to him the last time we met. I hope you are right, All Might, for you and Midoriya's sake. Chapter 6. Battling the Battle Trials. Midoriya was glad that the meeting went as well as it did. He was honestly expecting a request like that to be rejected automatically. I guess being the head of the #1 hero school in the country has some perks to the job, he mused to no one in particular. Recovery Girl didn't ask for much after that meeting, just some samples of hair, skin, and blood to start looking at during her spare time. He also got the list from Nizu courtesy of Eraserhead, which demonstrated what characteristics of his quirk that he must demonstrate to others. Must have physical contact with the person in question before using their quirk. Quirk lasts 1 hour after contact. Limit of 4 quirks being used at a time. Well, the third rule he shouldn't have any problems with maintaining, it's the other 2 that are more problematic. For the second rule, he must keep track of time between touches of a particular person. Just making the initial contact is tough, some might not want to be touched, such as Bakugo, or the shy kid who can talk to animals. Uraraka so far can be done with high fives, high fours, and fist bumps. This line of thought brought him back to his initial fears with his quirk. He doesn't just want to use people for their quirks. He wants to know the person just as much as their quirks. Like how Uraraka likes Machi any time of day as well as her limit in making an object weightless. How Bakugo loves nothing more than to win in any type of combat, as well as how large can his explosions get. He rather see his classmates as people, not tools for his benefit. He shook those thoughts as his homeroom teacher dragged himself out of the classroom, and President Mike strolled in with a huge grin on his face. He knew, if anything, his first day learning from pro heroes would have interesting moments at least. He let out a deep sigh as the last class of the day was starting to begin. His teachers ranged from extravagant to calm, but otherwise, all of them cared about their way. Whenever people are starting to fall asleep, President Mike would use his quirk to startle anyone who would fall asleep in class. He made sure everyone is paying attention. Even if the girl with jacks on her ears looks like she wants to strangle him. Midnight was definitely engaging to say the least. Don't think anyone would fall asleep with all innuendos she made during class. Mineta was having the time of his life if the amount of drool was any indication. Cementos, meanwhile, was a kind-hearted man, who was always there to help those with a smile on his face. Then there was the cafeteria, which had lunch rush serving the students at UA with special dishes. Ectoplasm was kind of hard to listen to in math. His facial expression rarely changed, but he went at a pace that made math easy to understand. Then it was time for the last class of the day, the reason all students apply to UA. Who is going to teach us this class? Maybe Eraserhead? Hopefully, by the end of this day he could put names to his classmates' faces. He could already guess who was going to be based on the loud stomps outside the doorway. I am coming through the door like a normal person. Whoa! It's All Might! We are being taught by the #1 hero. Is that his Silver Age costume? Everyone was in awe of the teacher who was going to teach them in their first hero class. Even though Midoriya kind of knew he was coming, he still couldn't help but stare at him with a shine in his eyes. Today we will start the year with battle training. But first, you can't be a hero without your hero suit. The wall of the class suddenly shifted until there were 20 shelves with a metallic briefcase that were each numbered, with everyone perking up at the sight of their number and Bakugo giving off a malicious grin. Put on your outfit and meet me at the training ground. With his statements made, All Might then hightailed it out of the classroom in a cloud of dust while the students made their way to the locker room. I made it, Mom, with the suit you made for me. Ever since he found out about holding multiple quirks, he considered what kind of route he would have to go if he went on to be a hero. He figured he may have to down as an underground hero. Their missions and quirks are usually hard to find in the general public's eye. Heck, the only reason that he was the only one who knew who Eraserhead was is due to him being a massive hero nerd. Now that he had a definite answer on how to handle his quirk with others, this is the most likely choice that he would have to choose. His mom also noticed, though she was confused on some of the terms, she still supported him as much as she could. He let out a small smile as he remembered the day she gave him the suit. Flashback. Izuku, I have a surprise for you. Midoriya turned around to see his mother holding up a tracksuit that was forest green, similar to his hair. His mother behind it with a sheepish smile on her face. I saw some of your drawings for a costume when you fell asleep studying that one night. And I know that I was always hesitant whenever it came to supporting your dream, but I want you to know that I will support you 100%. Midoriya was left speechless by the declaration of his mother, and wasted no time in embracing her in a giant hug, one that she returned just as strongly. End flashback. He glanced down at himself once he made the final adjustments, and smiled to himself at the mirror. His hero suit was deep forest green with some black lines on his torso and arms. A giant smile plastered on a mask that he would wear over his mouth and a hood that went over his head with long pointed tips that resembled All Might's hair. Some red punches to hold medical supplies and items were on a red belt that went around his waist. He also had some gloves as part of the original design, but left them in the case and rolled up his sleeves so they won't get ruined by any explosions. And of course his iconic red high tops. Making his way outside, he saw some of the other students already in their hero suits, and he couldn't help but be in awe. Everyone had cool themes and styles that went along with their style and quirks. He looked behind him and saw his two friends making their way towards him. He blushed slightly at Uraraka, who was wearing a skin-tight space-themed suit along with a pink visor that covered her entire face, but was still able to see her face. Meanwhile, Ida looked like a knight with the amount of armor that covered him, with holes on his calves to let his engines work properly. "You guys look fantastic!" Their teacher's voice boomed over the mock city. "You guys look like you are ready to take on the world. But looking the part is only half the job. A hero's job is to take words and make them a reality. That's why we are in this mock city doing battle trials and randomized teams." "But sir, is that really the best way to go about this?" exclaims with some dutiful arm chops. "It makes sense, Ida, since heroes rarely choose who they partner with whenever they are called onto the field." "I see. Sorry for interrupting, All Might." "Haha, no problem. Now then." Midoriya couldn't help but deadpan as he sees the number 1 pro pull out some flashcards from his back pocket. "This is the situation. Villains have taken over the building and placed a bomb somewhere. It's a hero's job to apprehend the villains and capture the bomb. One team will play the roles of villains and one team will be heroes. Heroes must either capture the bomb or capture the villains with this capture tape. For villains, they must either capture the hero or stall until time runs out. Now here are the teams. Team A: Izuka Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. Team B: Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C: Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta. Team D: Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E: Yuga Oyama and Mina Ishido. Team F: Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G: Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H: Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Ajiri. Team I: Mashireo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J: Ijiro Kurishima and Hanta Siro. And the first team is Team A versus Team D. Bakugo's and Midoriya's eyes both widen and locked onto each other, with Bakugo giving him a snarl and Midoriya giving off a nervous chuckle, as both teams head off to the building that they are stationed at while All Might and the rest of the class head to the viewing room. While Bakugo and Ida head inside to set up the bomb, Midoriya and Uraraka were outside planning their strategy. "Looks like it's fate that we paired up, don't you think, Midoriya? How hard do you tee? Hey, are you okay? You don't look so good." In reality, Midoriya was sweating from thinking how he should go about this. He grew up dealing with Bakugo for nearly his entire life, so he knows all of his moves and disposition, but the same thing goes for Bakugo. The only difference now is that they are finally allowed to go all out without any interference. Letting a stressed out sigh, he turned to his partner to explain this delicate situation. "I knew Bakugo ever since we were kids. I know the moment this thing starts he will be gunning for me. Despite being able to use the same quirk as him, he is better at combat than me. He also never knows when to quit, so I think the best chance to do about this is for us to break off whenever he comes towards us. I will keep him busy when you go off to find the bomb." His partner just nodded at his answer, but there was still concern in her eyes. "Are you sure you will be okay though? We could try to take him together?" He just sighed heavily, but still gave her a grateful look. "No, it would probably just turn out worse like that." And it was true. Whenever he had to step in for someone else, Bakugo's ferocity would double in size. For not getting a chance to put in extra in his place, and for Midoriya going against him once again. "Just tell me where the bomb is located and I will try to meet you as fast as I can." Meanwhile, with Bakugo. "All right, listen up, Hot Wheels, you stay here and guard the stupid bomb while go take care of stupid Deku and Round Face." The explosive teen growled before stalking his way towards the doorway of the room. "Deku? Hey, wait! Shouldn't we stay here to guard the bomb?" The blonde just ignored his partner's pleas as All Might called for the heroes to begin. His mind thinking about all the times Midoriya got in his way of becoming the number 1 hero. He was supposed to be the only one from Aldera to attend from UA. This was supposed to be his story to the top. A 6-year-old Midoriya was helping a young boy after defending him from Bakugo's rampage. After warding him off and helping the down child stand with a kind smile, the young man couldn't help but say, "You know, you might be using his quirk, but I think you will become a better hero than him, Midoriya," he said as his sniffles began to die down. Unknown to both of them, Bakugo was waiting around the corner and heard the whole exchange, filling him with anger. He scowled at the memory as he made his way towards the bottom, and perked up when heard footsteps around the corner. A feral grin grew on his face, as this would be the perfect opportunity to show Deku who really belongs in UA. Back with Midoriya. He made his way through the building with Uraraka at his side, listening for any signs of Bakugo and his quirk. He was pretty anxious to say the least, and by the looks of it looks like Uraraka feels the same way. He didn't get a warning as Bakugo suddenly leaped from around a corner and threw an explosion their way. Midoriya tackled Uraraka out of the way, but the explosion managed to hit part of his face, leaving half of his face exposed. There you are, Deku. Bakugo looks down at them with a look that promises pain. You don't know how long I've been waiting for this. Without a moment of hesitation, Midoriya looked over his shoulder to call out to his partner. Remember the plan! Before making his way head-on towards Bakugo. The explosive blonde let out an obvious right hook, thinking that Midoriya will go to his left to dodge as he always does. His eyes widen as Midoriya dodges the explosion by going to his right instead, and uses Bakugo's own momentum to swing his body up into the air before turning around and slamming him into the ground. The wind being knocked out of his lungs as he struggles to get back up. Alright, contact is made, so I can now use explosion, the freckled teen thought to himself as he steels his gaze to meet his once friend. You still are using that right hook, Kaken, even after using it on me for so many years. I will prove to you that I deserve to be here, because I made it with my quirk, not yours. A rage-filled Bakugo gets up to charge Midoriya and throw another right hook towards him, but Midoriya meets him halfway and threw a left hook. Both hands met and a massive explosion was made, launching both of them on opposite ends of the hall, landing on their backs before getting up and charging at each other again. In the viewing room. Man, they are really going all out, aren't they? A girl with bubblegum pink skin and hair with 2 yellow horns comments after seeing the intense battle taking place on the screen. She winces slightly at the sight of Bakugo grabbing Midoriya by the arm and throwing him across the room with an explosion. I know! It makes me super pumped up! A boy with spiky red hair and a sharp tooth grin exclaims. Kind of unmanly with that initial sneak attack though. Haha, young Kirishima, sometimes the best play is one that your enemy isn't expecting at all. As for those two, they know each other for quite a while, so they are testing each other as much as they are testing themselves. The student all nods, seeing the logic and actions of some of the moves both contestants are using on each other so far, yet a boy with eyes covering half of his pointed something out. Looks like something is about to happen. The whole class return their gaze towards the screen as Bakugo starts raising one of his gauntlets towards Midoriya and releasing the pin after a few words. At the battle area, Bakugo was starting to become frustrated with how this battle was going. So far, he hasn't been able to put Deku down as fast as he would like. Both were panting as they glared at one another from down the hall. Deciding to go all out, he raised one of his gauntlets towards the green-haired teen with a big smirk on his face. You've had my quirk for just as long as I had, so you already know that my sweat can be pretty dangerous. With these, my sweat will be able to be stored for an even bigger blast. Wait. If you do that, you will kill him, All Might shouted into their earpieces. It will be fine as long as he dodges, the adrenaline-filled blonde shouted as he released the pin. Midoriya yelped and dove around the corner as a fiery inferno engulfed the entire hallway, sending massive tremors throughout the building and viewing area. Once the ground stopped shaking, the instigator walked out of the smoke with a devilish grin on his face. You see, Deku? You might be able to use the same quirk as me, but you are way out of my league when it comes to using it, he shouted as he made his way towards Midoriya before stopping and getting chewed out by All Might. Meanwhile, Midoriya's mind was on overdrive figuring out his next plan of action while his enemy was distracted. We are getting nowhere with explosions against each other, and I don't think I'm fast enough to make him weightless. What I need is something to distract him with while I touch him. He glanced at the area around him and sweat dropped at the massive hole at the side of the building before shifting his gaze to the floor, where small chunks of concrete littered the floor. His expression lightened up as he looked up to see Bakugo still talking to All Might, and made his way to the floor as he shifted his hands to have pads on the tips of his fingers. Sliding his hands across the floor, all the loose chunks of rocks started to levitate as he stood straight up. After finally finishing his conversation with All Might with a snarl, Bakugo returned his attention to see the green-haired nerd with chunks of rock on each of his sides. He had a strained grin on his face as she shouted, "Special move, Meteor Shower!" and let loose an explosion so that the aftershock launched all the rocks to soar to Bakugo at an alarming rate. Bakugo's eyes widened, seeing the rocks coming towards him at a fast pace, and did the most sensible option of letting an explosion that destroyed the rocks before hitting him in the face. Unfortunately, the large explosion caused smoke to cover Midoriya's real attack, showing up directly in front of Bakugo and making him weightless. Panicked by the sudden appearance of his rival, he let loose an explosion that hit Midoriya in the chest, but also sent him crashing directly into the wall, knocking him unconscious, while Midoriya was sent backward with the center of his suit being torn apart. Midoriya sat up groaning as a stinging pain lingered in his chest as he took notice of the situation around him. He looked down at himself and frowned at the sight of his damaged costume, with scorch marks scattered around his body, and his mask completely falling off from his face. Bakugo was slumped against the wall midair due to Midoriya's anti-gravity quirk. He panicked and rushed over to check his condition, and sighed in relief as he felt a pulse on the downed blonde's neck. "I think I went too hard on him," Midoriya mumbled to no one in particular. "Right, young Midoriya? As a hero, you must know when to hold back on an opponent. Let young Bakugo down and the recovery bots will come and deliver him to Recovery Girl. 5 minutes are remaining." The green-haired boy sighed as he wrapped up his arms and legs with the capture tape before checking up with his teammate. "Uraraka, did you find Ida or the bomb? Midoriya, are you okay? I felt a large rumble in the building." "Yeah, I'm fine. Where are you?" he asks as he starts heading up the stairs. "I'm on the top floor, Ida," she trailed off. "Haha, heroes. I have taken over this tower at the cost of my teammate. Come at me if you dare," the robotic teen boasted loudly to no one in particular. Uraraka struggled to answer Midoriya, giggling as she tried to answer. "He is taking it very seriously," before letting out a squeak as Ida noticed her presence. Wasting no time in making it to the top floor, he touched his palms together to cancel his gravity and hopped along the walls to minimize the time it would take the stairs. He stumbled as he reached the top of the stairs and looked a little green in the face. He wasn't used to traveling at high speeds with no gravity for a period of time. He saw Ida in the room moving the bomb around the room as Uraraka desperately tried to get the bomb. She looked over her shoulder to see her teammate make it into the room. Throwing a grin towards Ida, she taunted her opponent. "It's 2 against 1 now, Ida, you should just give up." Ida put the bomb at the corner of the room and prepared to make a last stand. And he made a valiant effort in keeping them away using fast movements and engine-powered kicks. But between Midoriya's explosions and Uraraka's nimble movements, he was overwhelmed and was unable to stop Uraraka from touching the bomb. With 30 seconds remaining, the hero team wins. Midoriya just leaned against the wall in exhaustion. His arms ached from using explosions for most of the round. It also didn't help that he was feeling nauseous from the anti-gravity stair climb, something that he has to practice on his own time. Ida came over in a show of good sportsmanship and helped him stand. "That was a good match, Midoriya. I hope we can do it again sometime." "Yeah, but I probably have to get some sort of padding. You have quite a kick." And Midoriya looked over himself with a slight wince at his condition. Some bruises were on his arms from where he tried to block Ida's kick. Also, his hero costume was total wrecked, with singed marks all over and barely hanging onto his body. There was a big hole in the middle of his chest from where Bakugo blasted him earlier. "Probably going to have to talk with a support course about my costume," he thought to himself as the trio made their way back to the viewing room. Uraraka made him go to Recovery Girl with the promise of telling him what the others will say about their match. He crossed paths with Bakugo on his way to Recovery Girl, but the blonde just growled at him and continued on his way. The green-haired teen frowned at his rival's reaction, since he didn't know if it was because he beat him or if he used a new move on him. Once he made his way inside the office, he was met with a cane hitting him on the head. Thwack. "You reckless boy! You don't even have one for all yet, and you are already jumping into fights without hesitation." I am sorry. That was just the best plan at the time." The old pro was not impressed with his reasoning and hit him once more before using her quirk to heal him. Midoriya felt drowsy, but he was still able to move around. "Usually more drastic injuries cause a patient to sleep, but you only had bruises and burns on you. So a few gummies and you should be able to go right back to class." Then her gaze turned serious. "That doesn't mean you can break your body, some blonde buffoon that I know of." Yup, you got it, wouldn't dream of it." And the copier bolted out of the door as fast as he can. After all, You don't want to piss off the person that can potentially save your life. Back at the viewing room. When he made it back to the viewing room, they already went through 2 other rounds of heroes versus villains, with the guy with white and red hair freezing the entire building in one go. He was amazed at the amount of control and power that guy had, who he learned was Shoto Todoroki. The same couldn't be said for the explosive blonde, who had a look of utter despair written all over his face. Midoriya couldn't help but feel a little bad about him. He was told all his life that he was destined for great things since his quirk was the greatest, but the world is not as black and white as he thought it would be. He got to see how his other classmates used their quirks though. Like how the girl with ear jacks, aka Kyola Jiro, plugged into the wall to hear where other people were, or how Mina Ashido used her acid to slide around the field, or how a guy with literal tape dispensers in his arms set up a trap to protect the bomb. All in all, he was excited to see where this class would go in the next 3 years. Well done, young heroes! I can see the drive and passion you guys displayed from here. But this is only the first day. Your training days would only get harder from here on out. You, like I always say, go beyond. Plus ultra. The class watched as he disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving an empty space for them to look at. Once he was gone, the class went back to head to the classroom. Once he was there, however, the class was asking him tons of questions about him and his quirk. Which made sense, seeing as how he kind of ditched class yesterday to have the meeting with the principal. That was such a manly fight you showed back there. My name is Eijiro Kurishima. That was such a dazzling display of power! Exclaimed a blonde-haired boy who seemed to sparkle at all times. I know! It was honestly getting kind of intense, shouted a girl who he now knew as Mina Ashido. This was how he learned the names of his classmates. If he didn't learn it from the battle trials, they would introduce themselves after commenting on his fight with Bakugo. He was kind of disheartened when he heard that Bakugo went off on his own after they returned though. But man, what is your quirk? Being able to use your enemies and your partner's quirk at the same time? Kind of rad, but confusing. This was the chance to at least partially explain himself, but he still had to go to the support course to ask about his gear. Well, my quirk is kind of confusing as well. It allows me to copy quirks with whoever I want, but only after I go through their drawback. This raised a few eyebrows around the classroom. Guess he didn't explain it as well as he hoped. Well, for Bakugo, my body had to get used to sweating a lot to use his explosions. While for Uraraka, my stomach kind of had to go through some nauseous spins to get used to the anti-gravity. The other student's eyes widened at that information, but Kirishima's grin just got bigger. And you still want to be a hero with that kind of quirk? He let out a single tear as he boasted out. Man, I already knew the hero course will be filled with strong people, but this takes the cake. Then expression lightened up as he got a great idea. Hey man, how about you copy my quirk? I always wanted a sparring partner. And I want to see how someone with my quirk can handle against me, he boasted as he clashed his 2 fists together. Midoriya couldn't believe his ears. This was the second time someone offered their quirk to him. But now he knew what would happen if he did. So he decided then and there, if he can't get to know the classmates through the school, then he would know them through their quirks. He still hated that he had to lie to all of them about the true nature of his quirk, but it couldn't be helped, he supposed. Alright, but maybe tomorrow, okay? I have to go to the support course about my costume. Alright. I will wait for you here to copy my quirk. Though I don't know how long it usually takes for you to get used to a quirk. Usually a day, but I still don't know all the ins and outs of it, to be honest. With the plans made for personal training with hardening with a potential new friend, he went off to the support course to get his costume fixed. Chapter 7: Hardening Your Resolve. Midoriya was on his way to school with a pep in his step, excited about the afternoon training session with Kirishima. He didn't get to try out hardening much after getting yesterday. The trip to the support studio ran longer than he intended. His mind started to drift as he recalled that encounter. Flashback. Yesterday. Midoriya stood outside the support studio door with a hand raised ready to knock, when the hinges were suddenly blown off and an explosion threw him away from the door. Damn it, Hatsum! It's only your first day here and you are already making a mess of stuff. It's time for you to go home already, an older voice called out from inside the room. When he came to, he saw a girl with pink dreadlocks and yellow crosshairs and her eyes laying directly on top of him. He noticed the position that he was in and blushed a furious shade of red. Especially when a certain pair of assets were right in front of him. BBOO. Unfortunately, she didn't seem to understand the awkward position that they found themselves in and went straight to business. Heya, what are you doing here? I'm H here about upgrading my costume since my quirk changes a lot. I thought I get a head start on it. Luckily the teacher, who happens to be the pro hero known as Power Loader, managed to pry off the girl who suddenly gained a gleam in her eyes upon hearing the word upgrade. You're Midoriya, aren't you? The teacher questioned the awkward teen who managed to pry himself off of the floor. Niza told me about you, and how your quirk would make it interesting to work with you. He then turned to his pink-haired student and handed her file that was labeled Izuku Midoriya Class 1A. Seeing how it's getting late, you can read the details of his quirk tomorrow. The most I'm letting you do today is getting his measurements. And with that said, the pro headed back to his desk to clean up and head home. The freckled teenager turned to see his potential costume designer heading his way with both of her hands sticking out towards him. This will only take a second to do, then I can work on giving you plenty of babies for you to work with. End flashback. He shuddered at the memory of her touching him all over his body to get the right measurements, even complimenting the muscles that he had on him. Despite all that though, he could tell that she was super passionate in her role as a support course student and had no ill intent towards him. Besides, it might take a little crazy to help with a crazy quirk. After that, he went back to the classroom to get the remaining of his stuff and copying Kirishima's quirk before heading home. His quirk took a lot longer to get used to than it did for Uraraka's. For Uraraka's quirk, the only changes that were needed were the finger pads on his fingers and some slight adjustments to his stomach. With Kirishima's, it felt like all the muscles in his body were going stiff and relaxing on and off again. Maybe it's because it affected the whole body while the other was just certain areas? He asked himself. It took a long while before he made it home and flopped on the couch without saying a word to his mom. She probably just chalked it up to him having a long first real day at school. He probably should tell her the true nature of his quirk sometime soon. Either way, he was now able to use hardening. Testing is by making his flesh turn into the same rock-like covering he saw his classmate use yesterday. As he approached the front gate of the school, he saw a massive swarm of media outlets asking students about how it was for All Might to teach at this school. He met up with Ida and Uraraka at the front and tried to get past the crowd. He just stammered his way through the crowd, not used to him being at the center of attention. He heard Uraraka comment something about All Might's muscles. And Ida took his time in giving a long-winded answer on the lesson they got yesterday. He may be there answering questions for a while. Once he finally made it into the classroom, he noticed people were still mingling around before their teacher showed up. He went over to Kirishima to finalize their sparring session. Hey Kirishima! Are we still on for this afternoon? The red-haired boy gave him a sharp-toothed grin. Totally! There is this place that I go to that lets you spar with your quirks. I will tell you the address at the end of the day. Once the teacher entered the classroom, all conversations died and the students bolted to their seats. They learned that their teacher was not one to mess around when it comes to being punctual and ready to learn. Not perfect, but getting better. The teacher's bloodshot eyes gazed at the students of the classroom. Now about the battle trials yesterday, Bakugo. He turned to the blonde at his desk who was scowling at his desk. You have good combat awareness, but keep your emotions in check. You are not a child anymore. The only response he got was a growl before he turned his head to his green-haired problem child. Midoriya. Turning to the boy in question who suddenly found his desk more interesting to look at. You need to understand how other people's quirks work to prevent any unnecessary injuries like yesterday. This trend went on until he went through all the students in the classroom, providing much-needed criticism on their weakness while also complimenting on their strengths. When it was all said and done, he looked around the classroom to make another announcement. Now in other news. Is this another sort of test? The class asked themselves. You need to choose a class president. A normal school activity! The class exclaimed in joy before all shouting about how they wanted to the job. I don't care how it's done, just get it done before homeroom ends, the pro hero said as he slid into his yellow sleeping bag. The classroom dissolved into chaos until Ida silenced them with hand-chopping motions and a shout that went above all the other voices in the room. Calm down! We should do it in an orderly fashion such as a voting system. As it turns out, Ida's suggestion worked out nicely when it came to finding out who was chosen for the role of president and vice president. Most of the students in the class voted for themselves for the role, yet Midoriya got 4 votes, while Yaoyorozu got 3 votes. This was mostly due to their performance in the battle trials yesterday. Despite being honored for the role that he was given by his classmates, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy about the responsibility that was thrust upon him. He never viewed himself as a leader. It seemed that Bakugo thought the same thing. Who the hell voted for him? It was better than voting for you, a student known as Hantasiro said cheekily to the explosive blonde. Later at the cafeteria, he sat at a table with Uraraka and Ida as they discussed the voting that transpired in the morning. Uraraka also shared her situation with Ida about her reasoning to be a hero, whereas Midoriya wanted to save others with a smile on his face. He already knew about this due to some of the talks he had with her before UA, but he thought it was nice that she was opening up to new people. By the way, Ida, their gravitational friend questioned, based on the way you talk, you're a rich kid, aren't you? Midoriya couldn't help but gape at her blunt reply to their classmate and looked over towards Ida with a nervous expression. He hoped the differences in status didn't cause any strain in their newfound friendship. Luckily, he didn't seem to have anything to worry about since Ida didn't take it the wrong way, just seemed sort of embarrassed of being called out like that. Well, I didn't want to be treated any different because of the status, the engine hero in training said with some hesitation. But yes, I come from a known hero family. Midoriya's and Uraraka's eyes sparkled with admiration towards their classmates as he continued. Do you know the pro-hero known as Ingenium? Of course, being the hero nerd that he was, Midoriya knew all about the speed-themed hero and his actions towards others. With him babbling a couple of facts to the table until his eyes widened in realization. Wait. So you're... All hesitation and nervousness were thrown out the window as Ida proclaimed with a proud smile on his face. Of course. He's my older brother. He was a big inspiration to me when it came to becoming a hero. All the while Midoriya looked on with a huge smile plastered on his face. While his inspiration was the symbol of peace when it came to heroics, he couldn't help but notice the similarities when it came to Ida's expression of looking up to an idol. Whatever he was going to say next suddenly died in his throat as a blaring alarm ranged throughout the school, startling all the students, and rushing towards the door like a herd of cattle. Wait! What is happening? The 3 first-year students cried out to the crowd to get a sense of the situation. A second-year student was able to hold back long enough to inform them that it was an alarm that signaled a break-in inside the school. The 3 heroes didn't get to do much else before they were also overrun by the people panicking, getting squished and lost in between the shoulders of other students. Ida was the one who was able to see outside the school since he squished alongside the window. It's only the media from this morning who made it in. The engine hero looked around for his new friends, only to see Midoriya getting pushed deeper into the crowd, and Uraraka about to join him. Knowing that this might be the only chance to stop this crowd, he called out to Uraraka for help with a plan he made. Uraraka! Make me float! She nodded and was barely able to grasp him with the tips of her fingers. Once he was in the air, he boosted himself to the top of the doorway. Calm down! It's only the media! Show some dignity as UA students and exit in a way that won't harm others. After everyone had heard the message, an announcement was sent out for all students to return to their homeroom classroom while they handled the situation outside. Midoriya could only look on to his classmate in awe as he saw Ida settle back onto the ground. Ida was able to handle the situation without hesitation, while the green-haired imitator was stuck in the center of all that mess. In his opinion, a class president is someone who could not only lead his classmates, but also keep them motivated into doing their tasks. And he couldn't think of a better role model for Class 1A than his friend Tenya Ida. Other than the alarm situation, the day went on as normal as a hero school could be. The class accepted Ida as their new, and the time finally arrived when Kirishima would teach him how to use hardening. He told them the address, saying that he will set everything up. Based on what he told him throughout the day, people are allowed to spar with their quirks as long as there is a certified professional watching over them. The person watching would depend on the type of quirks being used to spar with. For example, a spar between a person who controls fire and a person who controls rocks who have someone who can manipulate water in some way. Making it over to the address, he couldn't help but notice the look of the place. It looks like a typical large gym place, but the walls were reinforced with steel and concrete, probably to prevent any of the damage from reaching out to the outside. He saw Kirishima waving at him outside the building. "Hey Midoriya! Glad that you made it!" An eager grin on his face. "Yeah, I'm kind of excited for this. It would be interesting to see how it goes. I'm surprised that you took the offer. My Quirk is not that flashy to begin with." The Quirk imitator could only look at his classmate with a raised eyebrow, wondering why he was downplaying his quirk and skills when they haven't even started their spar yet. He didn't get a chance to ask before he was led to a room with someone with a bull-type quirk waiting for them to begin. It kind of reminded Midoriya of the tales of the Minotaur that he read about. He supposed a muscle-type quirk would be good at stopping what is essentially two rocks fighting each other. With that in mind, the two prepared their stances, with Kirishima tossing his upper shirt to the side. Midoriya hesitated a bit when it was his turn since he wasn't used to flaunting his body. "Come on, Midoriya, I want to see how far my quirk pushes you." With that goal in mind, he did the same as Kirishima, feeling a bit awkward about the grin he was giving him. "Man, I knew this was a good idea." He threw a fist pump in the air before turning to his opponent. "Okay, so what do you need to use my quirk now?" Midoriya wanted to facepalm himself. With all chaos that happened today, he didn't remember to explain the new conditions that he was supposed to share with his classmates. The only thing that he shared was the odd activation that occurred when he copied a quirk. "Well, first I have to have some sort of contact with the person, then it lasts for about an hour." That sounded easy enough for the redhead. "Well, alright then, let's get started, Midoriya," he cheered with a fist bump. Midoriya decides to grant his wish the instant fist bump connected, by activating hardening from where the hands connected. His skin started to harden and turn into a rock-like substance, spreading up to his forearm and eventually reaching the rest of his body. His face hardened as well, making his freckles stand out. Even the ends of his messy curly hair had sharpened points. Both boys were eager to start, but before anything could happen the Watcher made himself known. "Alright guys, here are the rules. Since you both have the same quirk, anything is fair game, but anything worse than a bruise and some cuts and I will have to step in," he bellowed as some steam came from his nose. Both heroes in training nodded towards their caretaker, and wasted no time in charging at each other at full speed. The two heroes in training both started with what they knew best, with Midoriya blocking to get a read on his opponent with both of his arms crossed and Kirishima hitting the greenhead's forearms with everything ounce of strength he could muster. Immediately Midoriya noticed differences between this quirk and the ones he got so far. For one thing, he was not as mobile as he was when using explosion or zero gravity. But what lack mobility made up for it in defense and damage. Punching Kirishima was like punching a brick wall. The same went for his own body as well. Despite getting punched by what was basically an iron club, every punch seemed to bounce off of his skin. He still felt the punch, of course, and it did hurt quite a bit. And yet he found himself still able to dish out a punch while taking a blow to the head. Kirishima's fighting style was also something that he had to get used to. So far the only people he looked up to for combat were All Might and Bakugo, since they were the best that he knew at the time. Ida was also good yesterday at the battle training, but he didn't get a good chance to look at it because of the time limit. If he had to describe his opponent's fighting style, it would be a mix of boxing and wrestling. By giving serious blows towards the head and gut, but never aiming below the belt. He would also try tackling him whenever he thought there was an opening for him to take, but Midoriya was always quick to pry him off. They have been going at it for about 35 minutes and both were seeing the effects of the duel on each other. Both boys were sweating and panting hard as they tried to regain their breath. Hardening was barely active on the both of them as they struggled to gain their footing. They still had about 25 minutes before they had to pack up and head home. And Midoriya thought it would be a good idea to take a short break before starting again. He was surprised when he saw Kirishima refuse to take a break, struggle to stand, shaking on his hands and knees. "No! I can keep going! I can't give up yet!" Midoriya was impressed with his tenacity and determination to keep on fighting. But this scene reminded him of an incident when he was cleaning up Dagoba Beach with All Might. 6 months earlier, Midoriya was making good process of cleaning up the beach. He got rid of a lot of the small pieces of garbage, and was starting to get the larger pieces. Some included old televisions, broken dishwashers, and an unusable refrigerator. There were only a few months until the entrance exam, and he was feeling a bit restless. All Might was spending so much time watching him train for a power that was so long from him to obtain. Even when he decided to hold off getting All Mights, he felt kind of selfish for keeping his hero so occupied when there were others he could be saving. So despite being time for Midoriya to go home after the scheduled workday, he was still dragging huge chunks of garbage towards the stairway. Though he was struggling to stand and nearly fell face first into the ground if it weren't for All Might catching him. Hey, you've done enough for today, young Midoriya. Don't overwork yourself. It will just cause you to progress backward. He looked at him with his piercing blue eyes that were filled with concern. No! I can keep going. I have to, Midoriya said, panting between breaths of air. The world needs their symbol of peace. And he can't help them if he is standing here watching me train. Needless to say, All Might was in awe of the young lad's grit and determination. But he knew better than anyone what it means to drive yourself to exhaustion. It brought back a bitter memory of his sidekick once telling him the same unless he met his unfortunate end. Was this what his young sidekick saw in his eyes? A fruitless effort to an unreachable end? But what about the others that he could save if he tried? He shook away any thoughts that lingered in his mind. Right now, Midoriya needed guidance on the proper way to train. As much as he hates to admit it, he saw some reasoning in his old sidekick's decision on slowing down in life. He brought his student upwards so that he was looking at him in the eyes. Young Midoriya, I appreciate your concern over my role in society. But right now, my role is preparing you for the UA entrance exam. He then buffed up into his muscular form and produced his trademark grin. But if you are such a go-getter, maybe I need to make some adjustments to your training program, young Midoriya? Ha ha! Midoriya learned the value of pacing oneself towards their goal, and it cost him to complete the cleanup on the morning of the entrance exam. Now he was viewing the same type of problem with Kirishima, but he didn't know his motivation for continuing. Hey Kirishima, calm down, let's take a break, then we can go at it again, alright? The boy in question seemed to understand what he was doing, blinking at himself in confusion. Before he picked himself and gave him an awkward grin towards his sparring partner. Why, yeah, sorry about that, sure I can use a break. The caretaker dismissed himself with the promise to bringing some drinks for the two heroes in training, leaving the two students to sit on some nearby chairs as they regained their breath. Midoriya couldn't help but notice the troubled expression on Kirishima's face. But he didn't want to press on the issues since they only just started to talk with each other. Yet it didn't seem to be a problem since it was his partner that started the conversation. Hey Midoriya, it was you who tried to save Bakugo in that sludge incident, right? The green-haired boy's eyes widened a bit, surprised that people still remember that incident. Yeah, why do you ask? The dyed redhead pursed his lips as he thought about how to phrase his question. When you charged in, did you have a plan to save Bakugo? Were you afraid at all? How were you able to move? The freckled teen had to take a moment to regain his thoughts about the questions that he was asked. It made him rethink the whole incident with the slime villain. What if All Might didn't show up? Would the other heroes at the scene step in? If Midoriya was being honest, he probably wouldn't make it out of there alive if it wasn't for the number one hero's intervention. He decided to answer truthfully to his sparring partner. He glanced at his classmate before answering. Honesty, Kirishima, if you are asking me if I had a plan, the answer would be no. I didn't have one when I moved in to help Bakugo. If you want to know the whole thought process, it was more like, get him out there more than anything. He finished with a weak chuckle. The hardening student seemed taken back from the admission of his classmate. Truth be told, one of the reasons he asked him for a spar was because he recognized him from the incident as the person who bravely charged into danger without a moment of hesitation. After viewing him battle Bakugo in the battle trials only increased his admiration for the green Quirk copier. He could tell the other person still had more to say, so he leaned in to absorb every word. And being afraid? Dude, I was scared out of my mind. He finished with a big laugh, startling the other before a frown formed on the freckled teen face. I know this wasn't in any of the reports out there, but one of the reasons I just jumped in was because the slime villain attacked me before he made it to Bakugo. If All Might wasn't there, I don't think I would have made it out of there alive. The sharp-toothed hero could only stare at his classmate in shock, before turning his gaze towards the floor in a thoughtful expression, while the Quirk imitator looked on in slight concern. Midoriya opened his mouth to speak only to close it a few times, building up the courage to ask his day-old classmate a possibly personal question. Kirishima, This didn't just come out of nowhere, did it? You went through a similar villain problem. He then started to backtrack, seeing his classmate flinch slightly at the question. Waving his hand in front of him, he stammered. Why you don't have to answer if why you don't want to. I didn't mean to impose. Kirishima only waved him off. It's fine. It would be pretty unmanly for me to ask you stuff without answering anything in return. He sighed before rubbing his hand together, seemingly anxious about sharing. Like you, I also was involved in a villain incident before UA, but I don't think anyone ever reported it, he said with a frown. Anyways, he was a giant, towering over smaller buildings, and he was going to crush these girls that I knew were from my school. Kirishima started to grip his pants as he struggled to continue his tale. I wanted to help. I was right there. I could have helped them move from that spot, or talk their way out of it, or something. He gritted his teeth in frustration. But I was too afraid to move my body. His red eyes watered a bit, but no tears fell from his eyes. I've come to terms with it, but that doesn't mean it's not frustrating to think about. Meanwhile, Midoriya was looking at him in sympathy. He couldn't imagine the amount of guilt that was eating up at him. If he was in his position and failed to act for Bakugo, he imagined feeling angry at himself for his failure as well. He put a hand on the redhead's shoulder and gave him a reassuring smile before starting to speak again. It's fine if you feel like this, Kirishima, because now we are in UA. Now we can be taught how to save people the correct way. Without freezing up when there is danger. And without rushing in without a plan in mind to save people. He saw Kirishima give off a small smile at the jab he made at himself, so he counted that as a win. So what do you say, Kirishima? After we drink a bit, we get back to sparring before heading home? He asked with a hardening fist bump in front of his sparring partner. Kirishima couldn't help but grin and return the fist bump with an equally hardened fist. Totally! I still have some manly moves to show you! He finished off with a boisterous laugh. While Midoriya could only mouth, manly, to himself in confusion as the referee returned with some refreshments. The two heroes in training were now returning home after finishing up their session. They were about to head their separate ways, when Midoriya remembered a particular detail Kirishima left out of his story. Wait, Kirishima! Who was the person who saved the girls from your school? Kirishima was about to enter his station to head home when he turned around to answer with a bright smile. Someone who was as cheerful as they were brave. Midoriya couldn't think of a particular hero that managed to fit that description at the time, but figured whoever it was someone who was a big inspiration to Kirishima based on how he talked about them. Both students finally departed from one another to prepare for the day that will come, unaware of the dangers that await their class. Chapter 8, Adapting to the USJ. Midoriya was eager for the heroics class that going to happen today. Eraser had announced that the class was going to do some rescue training at a state-of-the-art facility that needs a bus to get to. Ida tried to get everyone inside the bus in an orderly fashion, but everyone was still chatting before the teacher arrived. He also had to wear his gym outfit since Hatsum was still working on his hero outfit, but he didn't let it dampen his excitement. Once he was seated inside the bus, he couldn't help but be drawn into the mindless chatter going around him. This would be the first hero training that he would have as a class, working together with others to help those in need. However, he was brought out of his excitement when Tsu Ajiri called out to him. Midoriya, I generally say on my mind. Sure, what is it, Ajiri? Call me Tsu. Midoriya could only sweat drop at her apparent bluntness, but he supposed she did warn him. Sure, Tsu, what did want to say? How does your quirk work? You told us how you copy quirks but nothing else before you had to leave. This was his chance to clear up the air by saying the requirements that Nisa had given him on the first day. He noticed that everyone's attention was on him as he was about to speak. Even Eraserhead had an eye open to see how the class would react to his problem of a student. Well, as I said on the first day, I kind of have to experience the drawback of a person's quirk before I can use them safely. I also have to touch a person before I can use their quirk, and it lasts for about an hour before I have to touch them again. I don't know the limit of how many quirks I can hold yet. So far the only quirks that I copied safely were Kirishima's, Uraraka's, and Bakugo's. He figured he could tell them the last requirement of holding 4 quirks after he goes above that threshold. Midoriya glanced around the bus, seeing how everyone reacted to the information. For the most part, everyone nodded in understanding after hearing the explanation from the copy user, everyone except 2 people. The first was the explosive blonde, who curiously narrowed his eyes towards the person he knew since they were children. Midoriya knew he probably would find that suspicious, and he would have to remember to touch him before he ever used his quirk again to avoid any confrontations. Another who gave him a strange look was a girl who he learned went by Kyokujiro. From what he knew about her, which admittedly is not a lot, her quirk made it so that her ears were sensitive to sound. But the speakers on her boots implied a different function. She didn't express any major outward reactions towards the information he shared, but did throw him a curiously raised eyebrow for a few seconds before she went back to her phone. It probably didn't mean anything. Yeah, despite its limitation, it sounds like a quirk that would be perfect in any situation, Kirishima said as he lifted his forearm and used hardening. Unlike my quirk, it's not as flashy as others. Midoriya gave him a big grin, remembering the spar the two had yesterday afternoon. I wouldn't count myself out yet, Kirishima. You sure gave me a run for my money yesterday. I think your quirk is more than perfect to go pro. You want to talk about flashy quirks? That would be Bakugo and Todoroki, someone called out. Yeah, but he is too unhinged to be popular with anyone, the frog girl bluntly explained. In true Bakugo fashion, he shot out of his seat. What the hell did you say to me, Froke? We only known you for about a day and we already know that your personality is absolute garbage, Kaminari cheekily added to the conversation. You want to go sparkplug? Midoriya could only sigh in exasperation as the yelling went on, knowing that Bakugo wasn't going to let up on the slightest insult. Before anything else can be said, the teacher made himself known and told them to get ready as they approached their destination. Once they got out of the bus, they were met with a giant dome-shaped building that was filled with various environments, such as a shipwreck, a big cliff, a burning city, and various other situations that heroes would encounter after a disaster had occurred. And waiting for them was a hero who had a space-themed outfit on, complete with a dark visor that went around the head, and a thick white space suit all over the body. Oh my gosh! It's 13! Uraraka gushed at her favorite hero, showing a blinding smile while a gleam of joy danced in her eyes. Midoriya couldn't help but notice the similarities between him and her when it came to looking at heroes. 13. Where is All Might? I thought he was going to be here for this class. Eraserhead droned to his assistant. Ah, well. Midoriya couldn't hear what the space hero said to Eraserhead, but noticed the three raised fingers as the conversation continued. He knew All Might had used some of his time to save people based on the morning announcements he got from his phone, but this confirms that he probably didn't have enough to teach a whole class despite not transferring the power yet. Well, it can't be helped. Let's just start, Eraserhead said before standing back for 13 to explain her points to the heroes in training. For the most part, it was all going according to schedule. 13 was explaining the dangers of their works and how it would impact their roles as heroes, and the importance of regulating their strength to prevent any unnecessary damage or deaths while on the job. Until Eraserhead felt a presence behind him, a skill he learned to pick up due to him often working at night. Looking behind him, he saw a dark purple portal opening up at the large fountain as waves of villains started to make their way towards the stairway, with a person with shaggy blue hair wearing hands all over his body and a monstrous-looking creature stepping out of the portal last. Where is All Might? The schedule we picked up said he was supposed to be here. The hand-faced villain grumbled until he spotted the students at the top of the stairway and a sinister grin spread across his face. Maybe he will show up if we kill some kids. The nocturnal hero's tiredness seems to fade away instantly as he tensed up and started to prepare for combat. 13. Evacuate the students. Lead them outside and try to contact the school. Eraserhead, wait! Midoriya cried out. Your fighting style is not fit for taking on waves of enemies. The pro only slipped on his goggles as he turned to give a quick sharp grin similar to the one he gave them during the quirk evaluation day. You can't be a hero if you are a one-trick pony. He then leaped from the stairs towards the massive mob of enemies, canceling their quirks and wrapping them in his capture weapon. Those that had resistance towards his quirk were not left out in the fight, using their bodies and flinging them towards other villains. Soon there was a large berth between the nocturnal pro and the villains. Midoriya was shocked at how easy it was for their teacher to take down so many enemies. He would have stood there watching if it wasn't for Ida reminding them of the teacher's orders to escape. After snapping out of his stupor, he ran towards the rest of his class towards the entrance. until they were stopped by a dark giant purple mist that had glowing yellow eyes. "Greetings, we are the League of Villains. We are here to kill the symbol of peace." Midoriya paled after he heard their reason for invading their training session. Did they know about All Might's time limit? He may have nothing to worry about seeing as they were confused about the number 1 hero's absence, but it better safe than sorry. Acting quickly, he rushed to tap Kirishima's and Bakugo's shoulder and brushed his hand across Uraraka's hand. It was not a moment too soon before Bakugo and Kirishima bolted towards the warp villain and tried to land a hit. It didn't seem to do any damage before the villain's body began to expand and wrap around the students, until all they could see was darkness. When Midoriya came to, he was suddenly falling towards a large body of water. Splashing into the water, he looked around to get an understanding of the area until he saw a giant shark-like man heading towards him. His eyes widened in panic before he crossed his arms and hardened his body to prevent any damage from the razor-sharp teeth heading his way. Until Tsu came out of nowhere holding Mineta in one arm and pounding the villain on the side of the head with her strong legs. Midoriya loosened up on hardening as he felt her long tongue wrap around Midoriya's torso before using the villain as a springboard to propel them out of the water. Midoriya landed on the boat with a grunt as Tsu flung him on board the large boat, with Mineta plopping right next to him moments later. Though he did notice that Mineta hit the ground much harder than he did. It was probably nothing to worry about. "Thanks I mean Tsu," he corrected himself, still getting used to calling someone by their given name. "Don't mention it. Ribbit." Midoriya turned towards the water and frowned as he saw the giant group of villains lying in wait for them. The purple misty villain at the entrance said they were here to kill All Might. How they were going to accomplish such a feat he had no idea. For as long as he knew, there wasn't a fight or battle that All Might couldn't win. Except for that mysterious villain that gave him that injury limiting his time as a hero, he couldn't think of anyone who would have the strength to kill All Might. But villains wouldn't be attempting if they didn't have some type of plan or weapon lying in wait for the symbol of peace. He released a shuddering exhale to calm down his nerves. Secret plan or not, now was the time to escape from this shipwreck and get back to the rest of his classmates. The first step would be to see what he was working with before making a plan. "My quirk lets me perform abilities like a frog. I can jump super far and high, cling onto walls, shoot my tongue out 20 meters, and secrete a poisonous mucus," chimed in the frog girl. "You already heard that I copy quirks, but I was able to touch Uraraka, Kirishima, and Kaken before we got separated." The two students turned towards Mineta to hear his explanation. "Well, I have these orbs of the top of the head that are sticky to anyone else but me. And I can bounce off them if I need to. I'll start to bleed after a while from my scalp if too many pop off." Midoriya looked down and thought on how they should go about this. Granted, they didn't have the right quirks for this situation. While Azuri could swim fast in the water, she probably won't be able to make it far with the number of villains in the water, and dragging 2 other people along with her. Mineta's could probably stick the villains together. But they are too spread out for it to have any effect before he bleeds. And despite having 3 quirks to work with, they just don't work in this situation. Hardening would make him too dense and slow to be able to move quickly in the water. A factor that he noticed while he was in the water before Azuri pulled him aboard. Explosion, while powerful in combat, doesn't work in this area as well. The villains are covered by the water, making the blasts ineffective if they dive under the water. The water would also dilute the sweat, making them useless in the water. The only thing that zero gravity can do is make them weightless, but he is unsure if the water would keep them from lifting. As much as he hates to say it, the only option is to flee from the ship. He spotted some thick bushes from across the water and tried to measure the distance between the boat and the bushes. He looked at his classmates and gave them a shaky grin. "How are you guys handling G-forces? This probably won't go well," the frog girl croaked nervously. The plan was simple. Launch themselves toward the bushes after Midoriya releases their gravity. Azuri would use her powerful legs to launch them towards their goal. Hopefully they would be fast enough to dodge any projectiles. The 3 students were at the top of the boat with the mutant clinging on the edge ready to spring her legs. "Just remember to hang on to me. I need to release my gravity and slow us down once we reach the mainland." With that statement in mind, Azuri quickly wrapped her tongue around Midoriya and Mineta several times around their waist as a makeshift seatbelt, with Midoriya canceling his and their gravity in the process. With a deep breath, He then looked at his classmates with an uneasy expression, and they returned the look with Mineta crying something about never seeing a woman in all their glory before death. The boat was suddenly split into two by a large hand made up of water. The villains probably got tired of waiting and decided to take action. "Okay, Azuri. You see that bush?" He pointed to a tall, thick bush that was the size of a statue. "That is what we are going for." She nodded before steeling herself to make the jump. "I told you to call me Tsuru," she called out before using all of her strength to propel them towards their target. The three heroes in training were propelled towards their goal at a high speed, not giving the enemy a chance to react. The villains cried out in shock as a blur seemed to pass by them slightly above the water. Where Midoriya could feel the effects of the zero gravity on his body immediately, with his stomach doing flips like he was on a roller coaster. Once they reached the mainland, he brought his hands together to release the zero gravity effect on him and the three students. They were still coming in too fast, so he released the small explosions along the way that slowed them down until they crashed into the thick foliage. With the three students laid along the bush trying to get their bearings and Midoriya struggling to keep his lunch down. "Let's hope we don't have to do that again anytime soon," the Quirk imitator groaned as he clutched his stomach. The other two weren't much better. With dazed expressions written all over their faces with leaves and branches stuck in their hair. When the world stopped spinning for Midoriya, his eyes focused on a frightening sight that was laid out in front of him. Their homeroom teacher was being pinned down to the ground with a twisted arm by a massive monstrous creature that loomed over him. Its head had a brain exposed at the top of his head with eyes that were lifeless as it stared ahead with a blank expression. Its body was a huge mass of muscle with a massive beak on his face that was filled to the brim with sharp teeth. "It's game over now, we can't handle a dozen pros coming our way," the blue-haired man grumbled as he scratched his neck harshly. Game over? Were they somehow able to make contact with the school? Were the heroes on their way down to save them? But first, the blue-haired man wearing a hand over his face turned towards the three kids who landed over the bushes with a sinister grin on his face. "Let's leave them a couple of dead kids to wound the symbol of peace." He was in front of them in a flash with a hand out towards Ajui's face. Time seemed to slow down as Midoriya's eyes widened in horror. He had no idea what type of quirk he had the villain in front of him had, but could tell by the murderous grin that was on his face that the effects were devastating. But right before the 5 fingers made contact, he stopped and seemed impressed by something. "You really are pretty cool, Eraserhead." Sure enough, despite being slammed into the ground numerous times by the monster behind him, he withstood his ground to gaze at the hand-faced villain to erase his quirk. The beast slammed his head into the ground a final time, knocking him unconscious. Panicking, Midoriya leaped from their hiding spot and used hardening, making his fist and body as hard as a rock before throwing a punch towards the creepy hand-wearing villain in front of him. "Get away from her!" he yelled as he aimed his punch for the shoulder, hoping to knock him off balance to give the others time to flee. Suddenly a huge gust of wind came from where Eraserhead was as the monster suddenly appeared right in front of him, tanking the hardened fist as if it was nothing. My energetic are we?" the hand-faced villain chuckled. "Let me introduce you to our secret weapon Nomu." Midoriya's eyes widened in fear as he looked up and saw the blank, lifeless eyes suddenly shift to focus to meet his gaze. The beast's left arm slowly extended towards him to grab him by the forearm. Panicking, he did the only thing that would get him out of this situation and released hardening, and sent a huge explosion that covered the whole area in smoke. The blast sent him a couple of feet away as he tried to withstand the blast. The monster just looked slightly burned as the front was covered in burns, but the wounds looked like they were slowly recovering. The beast managed to protect the villain from any of the damage, but he was looking at him with wide eyes and shaking with rage. "What? What kind of cheats are you using? Only my Nomu can have multiple quirks." Midoriya's eyes felt like they were going to pop out of his head with how wide he was making them. Multiple quirks? Was this what Nizu was talking about when he said there was a villain with the same quirk? He didn't think it was this one. It seemed too lifeless to come up with a coherent thought of its own by following the orders of the hand-wearing villain. He didn't get a chance to answer back as he was suddenly grabbed by the monster now known as a Nomu and the entrance of the USJ exploding. Tashinori was disappointed in himself. Admittedly, he only came to work at UA to find the next successor for One for All. But he also was eager to try to teach the next generation of heroes. And yet, not even a week into the school year, and he was already failing them. Foolishly wasting his time limit in the morning and not being able to teach the class. But that disappointment was deeply buried by another intense feeling emitting from his very being. Fury. He was furious at a lot of things. Angry at himself for standing on the side for so long while the students suffered at the hands of the villains. Angry that his co-workers Eraserhead and 13 were injured with devastating wounds while villains laughed like it was all a game. But the thing that set him off the most was the expression on young Midoriya's face. His eyes were widened in fear as he stared at the monstrous creature holding him captive, shuddering at the contact made on his forearm. He always felt a sort of bond towards young Midoriya. In many aspects, he was reminded of himself based on what he has seen so far. He was selfless to a fault, always trying to help others no matter the cost. He also never gave up whenever he set his mind on something, bulldozing his way forward even at the risk of himself. Whenever he learned of that mysterious quirk of his, it only increased his admiration for him. He never took advantage of others with that quirk despite having it for so many years. So it was no surprise when he strolled into the building that his usually iconic smile was absent from his face. I heard from young Ida about what was happening here. So don't worry, kids. Why? He then ripped off his tie as his eyes blazed even further in fury. Because I am here! The students were filled with relief as the symbol of peace blazed through and knocked out the remaining smaller villains. Grabbing the 3 students and Aizawa who were next to the beast, placing them along the stairway. He took a glance at young Midoriya who was still slightly shaking after being rescued. All might. The symbol of peace looked down to see the student shaking as he met his gaze. That monster has multiple quirks. Whatever it is. It's not natural. The teacher's eyes widened as he looked back down at the monster who was starting in front with a blank expression. The blue-haired villain was grabbing a hand from the floor while a being made of wisp watched on. Don't worry, young Midoriya, I will handle this. Just get yourself and Aizawa to the front. He then charged his way towards the blue-haired villain and crossed his arms, releasing a mighty Carolina smash. But the beast was suddenly in front of him, tanking the blow and sending a huge gust of wind behind it. The beast lurched forwards trying to grab him, but All Might was able to dodge it by bending backward. It allowed him to grab the beast from behind and using a suplex to plant him in the ground. Whoa! All Might, I totally in a different league. Guess we had nothing to worry about. Ribbit. Meanwhile, Midoriya was silent as the 3 students carried their homeroom teacher upwards to the stairs. He couldn't get the feeling of the Noma's quirks off of his skin. He only copied quirks 3 times in his life, but he was sure that whatever the Noma had was unnatural. Whenever he copied Uraraka's and Kirishima's quirk, it was always followed by a pleasant and warm feeling on his body. With Uraraka's starting at the hands and stomach while Kirishima's was all over his body. Of course, right after he would experience the drawbacks of the quirks that left him aching. But the fact remains that the initial contact was always a harmless and pleasant experience. Whatever the Noma had was not natural. When the skin made contact, it felt like someone was trying to jam something into his body harshly. His skin was felt cold and sent waves of unpleasant shocks throughout the body, like numerous tiny needles were jabbing at his skin. He didn't want to think what would happen if All Might didn't show up to remove him from Noma. He turned around when he heard a large explosion where the Noma had tanked the initial Carolina smash. Despite what All Might said to reassure the students, he couldn't help but worry since he was sure that All Might was running on fumes right now. He was the only one who knew about the secret of his power and his injury, so when he saw him trapped by the beast in the portal, he didn't hesitate to tell Tsu to take Aizawa to the front as he charged into the fray. He was just about to reach All Might when a portal opened up right in front of him, about to swallow him whole. Boom! Get out of the way, Deku! Suddenly Bakugo showed up out of nowhere and tackled the portal and pinned him to the ground as let loose small sparks. Ice from Todoroki also erupted from the side as it crawled all over the right side of the Noma's body, stopping before it reached the symbol of peace, loosening its grip so that All Might was able to free himself from its grasp. With Kirishima trying but failing to append the shaggy blue-haired villain. Soon the students seemed to have villains backed up in a corner. Until a single command from the hand-wearing villain sent the Noma crawling out of the portal with its frozen limbs falling off. The limbs slowly regenerating before he made his way towards Bakugo, charging full speed until it was a blur. There was a huge explosion of pure power that sent the students back a few feet and shielding their eyes. When the dust settled, they saw Bakugo flat on his butt staring where he was before with wide eyes. All Might was pushed a couple of meters back in a blocking position with his forearm raised. The villain grinning in a sick manner. Anything to save a comrade in danger, right, All Might? All Might just scowled at the response, furious that they were still playing games when lives were on the line. He decided that he was going to have to go all out, even if he was running on only fumes. His blue eyes blazed with anger and determination as he saw the hand-wearing villain make his way onto the students he was meant to be protecting. He charged ahead while the lifeless monster did the same. Both titans exchanging blows that were too fast for anyone to see, and sending shockwaves out that made everyone struggle to stand. Hey, didn't I tell you he had quirks that were made to withstand you? Doesn't matter. A hero can always break out of a tough spot. If you can withstand me at 100%, then I'll just have to go beyond. At this point, All Might was slowly pushing the beast back with his blows. Even when he was spitting up blood from the corners of his mouth or his side throbbed with pain, he didn't let up on the battle to save his students. He is giving his all even on a time crunch. The green-haired boy looked on in awe. I'll show you what it means to go beyond. Plus Ultrea. With a massive final blow to the Noma's stomach, he sent the abomination upwards as a massive shockwave shook the entire building that the students were in, sending tremors throughout that was felt by everyone nearby. The Noma was launched straight out of the building as specks of glass started to fall from the ceiling. Back in the day, 5 punches would have been enough, but it took over 300 punches to finish that thing off. Meanwhile, the hand-wearing villain was shaking in rage as he stared at the symbol of peace. They told him that he was getting weaker, but he didn't look like that at all. He beat his secret weapon as if it was nothing. He then charged ahead to deal the finishing blow to the symbol of peace. At the very least, he can make him pay for what he did to Noma. Suddenly an explosion was heard to the right, and a freckled green-haired boy was coming towards him. All Might has no more power left. The steam he is emitting from his body is blending in with the smoke, the young boy thought as he saw the villain rush towards him. So without thinking, he rushed in a bit to put some distance between him and the other students, and released an explosion that sent him flying towards the villain. As he got closer, he started to harden so that the momentum would make him a cannonball. A hand then suddenly appeared in front of his face from a dark, misty portal about to reach his face. He shut his eyes waiting for the blow to come, only to open his eyes as a shot rang out from the building, piercing the hand with a bullet and stopping the villain in his tracks. Looking up, he saw the rest of the UA staff on top of the stairway as they made their way to rescue the students and apprehend the last of the villains. President Mike sent large screams that caused groups to pass out from the pain of their eardrums. Ectoplasm sent clones that knocked out any that remained standing. Looks like it's game over, let's go AUGH. The shaggy blue-haired villain was then shot numerous times before the purple mist surrounded him. As they left, he threw one more harsh glare towards All Might and Midoriya. A look that promised pain and suffering no matter what lengths he had to go through to get there. After a close call with Kirishima exposing All Might's true form, the students were all waiting outside the USJ for the bus to take them back to campus. Thankfully, no one seemed to be injured through the whole ordeal. What was supposed to be a lesson on the dangers that rescuers need to be aware of turned into a horror show that put some of them face to face with death. It was so scary at the front. If it wasn't for Ida, the teachers would never have shown up, a pink, normally upbeat girl told the class. But you were able to hold up. If you ask me, that's pretty manly, Ashido. Midoriya watched as she chuckled at her hardening companion. Though he could tell everyone was worried about their teacher's health, he was happy to see that everyone seemed to come out of the incident relatively okay. He didn't doubt that this would be an event that the class would remember, a first look at what awaits them when they graduate UA. By the way, Midoriya, did you use my quirk at all? The eager hardening user asked with a huge grin on his face. Why yeah, I tried to use it on that monster in the middle, it didn't have much effect, he answered with a sheep's smile. Whoa! You did? Can I see? He could tell everyone was looking at him at the moment, but he didn't mind it that much. So he hardened his skin the same way he did when he started sparring, starting at the arms and making it reach to the other parts of his body. His face and hair hardening last until his skin looked like a rock. Ashido's black eyes were wide in amazement as she saw the transformation occur in front of her. She then got a brilliant idea. Okay, now you totally have to copy my quirk next. That way you both get something from me. Midoriya looked at her with a raised eyebrow while Kirishima suddenly looked flustered. That was not a look he expected to see on one of the most energetic students in the class. So of course, he asked what on earth she meant by that statement. Dude, isn't it obvious? She then pointed to two groups of hairs that pointed more forward than the rest on Kirishima's head, and then pointed to her own two yellow horns that sprouted from her own. He is my horn buddy! Though I would have to come up with a name if he used my acid. She trailed off as she stroked her chin in a thinking pose. Midoriya could only chuckle at the display before he got an idea of his own. Okay. But do you think you could teach me how to skate? I saw how good you were at the battle trail and wanted to try it out. It would also be a good way to get our mind off of all this. She just beamed a huge smile at him. Sure. I know this cool roller rink nearby. I could invite others that want to join in. They said we had a 3-day weekend because of this whole mess, so maybe Saturday? With that agreement made, they went to make contact with a single high five. Immediately he was filled with that familiar warm pleasant feeling all over his body, unlike the Nomu. Then it felt like his body was stinging all over. He started to get lightheaded as he saw his classmates make their way towards him before he passed out cold. Recovery Girl's office. The healing hero watched as a green-haired woman nervously paced outside her office. Shortly after this whole fiasco, students rushed to the nearest teacher to tell them that Midoriya passed out after trying to copy Ishido's quirk. Right now the green-haired boy was hooked up to monitors that demonstrated his vitals. Surprisingly, all the signs point to him being in a healthy state with no complications whatsoever. She spent the whole afternoon trying to find out what went wrong, and after 5 hours of work, she believed she found the answer. So without a moment to lose, she called in Inko Midoriya, Nizu, and Tashinori. If Inko noticed anything odd about the frail blonde man in bandages, she didn't voice it as she looked at her son in a concerned expression with tears threatening to fall. Ma'am, I can assure you that your son is perfectly healthy. In fact, this is just his quirk working in progress. The three visitors' eyebrows raised upwards as they heard that statement, with Nizu gaining a curious glint in his eyes. You figured out his quirk works, Recovery Girl? Do tell how you got to your hypothesis. The mouse-like creature chirped with a smile. When Midoriya gave me those first samples the first day of school, I immediately went to investigate. What I have found was that in every single one of his cells were a strange organelle that was present. She pulled up some slides that had some skin cells, blood cells, and cells from his hair on display for the group to see. In all of them, there was an organelle that glowed brightly as it pulsed around the cell. Now looks at what happens when I looked at the same cells as he is right now. He pulled up a screen that connected the microscope she was looking in onto the monitor. The organelle was now fluid as it moved around the cell, slowly turning it into a pink hue. Usually the way quirks work in a person is that it usually originates where a person may use the quirk. For example, while Bakugo uses sweat for his explosions, the quirk factor is mainly focused on his hands and arms for it to work, while others like Kirishima's are all over the body. Even as the group shifts their gaze towards the young man in the hospital bed, they can see strands of hair turning pink. From what I can infer from Midoriya's body, there is not a particular area on the body where his quirk focuses. His entire being seems to be a living, breathing quirk factor, with it able to adjust to most quirk factors that he encounters. Being so flexible, I don't think it can be labeled as a simple quirk mimicry. She turned to look at the group, who stared at the boy in amazement. I would call it adaptability. Chapter 9, Acidic Edition. Midoriya groaned as he stirred awake in the hospital bed and barely cracked open his eyes. He noticed he was alone in one of Recovery Girl's treatment rooms and stiffly got up from his makeshift bed. He made his way towards the sink that was located across the room to wash his face, not noticing anything odd. After scrubbing his face a few times, he glanced at himself in the mirror before doing a double take at his change in appearance. What happened to me? Any sense of drowsiness was wiped clean off his face as he took in his new appearance. His skin and hair took on a bubblegum pink tone, with his diamond-shaped freckles standing out against the bright pink skin. His eyes didn't change at all, making the bright emerald eyes stand out as well. He took notice that his arms were pink as well, and could only assume that the rest of his body changed also. The door burst open to reveal a frantic Inko Midoriya holding a tray of food and Recovery Girl, who heard the scream across the hall. His mother quickly trying to soothe him as they sat on the bed trying to explain. Once he was calm enough to make coherent sentences, He slowed down and started to hear the new information that the nurse discovered while he was out. Adaptability. He perked up at the familiar term as he ate. Yes, while we don't know the full capacity of what you can and can't copy. Looking at the cells now that you've woken up, they seem to be back at the neutral phase of rest. So it should be done adjusting your body to the quirk. Though I have noticed that you didn't grow the horns of a Shido. Maybe mutant quirks are too anatomically different for you to properly copy. Midoriya just dumbly nodded his head as he took in this new information. Maybe that was why the gnome felt so wrong to copy in his body. If it was what he heard the villain was true about it having multiple quirks, its body probably didn't have a chance to adjust to the changes. And having a jumbled mess of quirks that a young teen suddenly had to adjust to. He shuddered at the image. He also noticed that he also had no idea what day it was since he had made plans with his classmates to hang out before they had to go back to school. "It's Friday afternoon?" he shouted as he stood up. "How was I asleep for a whole day?" The nurse started whacking him on the head with her cane. "The quirk that you copied was the most complex one yet. It had to adjust your cells so that it would be able to prevent any damages when you use your acid. I know you are learning under that oath, but that doesn't mean you have to rush the healing process." Okay. I'm sorry. Just stop hitting me," the boy pleaded. The mother meanwhile could only look on with a sweat drop and a slight chuckle at the display. She always knew that her son's quirk was a mystery to the both of them, so it was nice that they could finally get some closure on his quirk. But she was worried about the secrecy that went along with it. She was brought up to speed by the principal on why they needed to keep as such and the conditions that were given to him, though she had no idea of the identity of the mysterious villain. "By the way, Mom," the mother looked at her son to see a nervous expression on his face while rubbing the bruise on his head. "I kind of promised some of my classmates that we would hang out at this roller rink before class started again. So I was wondering if I was able to go with them." Before she could provide her son an answer, the nurse huffed as she went back to her desk to look at his vitals and cells, sitting down as she answered. "If you want to go anywhere, you are going to have to learn if you can turn the acid off and on in your cells. Since people would know something is off if you are pink the whole time." The mother couldn't argue with that assessment, but she also didn't want her son from interacting with his classmates after such a horrifying experience. So they agreed if he could return to his normal skin tone by the end of the night, then he would be allowed to go. Midoriya residence. After a final checkup, the Midoriya family was allowed to go back home, with the now pink-haired boy sitting outside spending the entire time trying to figure out the secret of this new quirk. After a couple of hours of trying, he figured out to adjust the acid in his body. The more he felt the sting in a certain area, the more corrosive the acid would shoot out. He tested this by using pieces of leaves and testing the effects on them. If he had to describe the adjustments of acidity, it would be like adjusting temperatures with a valve. It took careful adjustments to get a certain level of corrosiveness in a particular area, and each adjustment had a particular feeling inside of his cells. It took a bit of effort, but he eventually got to get the metaphorical valve in his body to turn off the acid in his body. He also found with a bit of searching that valve was still there waiting to be turned on, so to speak. Spending a bit turning the acid on and off, he found that it got easier as he continued doing it. He figured it would only become faster and more efficient the more he practiced it. The only thing he had trouble with was the viscosity of the acid, or how the acid would flow out of his body. So far he was only able to make it flow out of his body like it was made of water. Yet he knew by the way he saw Ashido use the quirk in the battle training that it was able to become different states, such as a gelatin-like substance. He figured he could get tips from her whenever they can go back to school. So after getting permission from his mother, and showing that he was able to not look like someone turned his hair and skin into a cotton candy state of pink, he went to text Ashido about the plan for tomorrow. The whole class had traded numbers and made group chats after the whole alarm incident at the school, a suggestion made by the newly elected Ida. Hey Ashido, was wondering if we were still on for that roller skating thing tomorrow? Hey Midoriya. Are you okay? We were worried after we saw you pass out like that. I'm fine, the acid had a different effect on me than I was used to. But I'm okay now, I swear. Hey, are you sure? We can do it again another day if you need to rest, I'm sure the others won't mind. I'm sure it's fine. I can show you what happened to me tomorrow. Tell anyone else who would want to join us tomorrow as well. Well, if you are sure. Still need to come up with a name for you. So be prepared. Midoriya just sweat dropped at the statement, and mentally prepared himself for the day that laid ahead for tomorrow. They decided to meet up with the others at a skating rink around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The next day, after assuring his mother that he would be fine, the time had finally come to meet up with his classmates at the skating place. As he arrived at the front of the place, he noticed some of his classmates who were waiting with worried expressions. Some of the students who joined were Tsu and 2 little kids who liked her siblings, Iraraka, Kaminari, Siro, Hagakure, Yayorozu, Mineta, Aoyama, Jiro, Kirishima, Sato, Ida, and of course Ishido. When they saw him approach, they immediately went to ask about his condition. Midoriya! His classmates cried out with the pink alien-like girl at the front of the group. A guilty expression on her face as tears threatened to spill out. I'm sorry for letting you copy my quirk. If I had known it would do that, I would never have let you copy it. Midoriya tried to calm down the group before it got too out of hand, explaining while waving his hands in front of him. It's okay, Ishido. The quirk just took some time to get used to. The same type of process happened when I copied Kirishima's, Uraraka's, and Kaken's quirk. Yours was just the most complex to get adjusted to. He noticed that the group breathed a sigh of relief from the information. Ishido looked like she got a tremendous weight off of her shoulders. She then perked up as she remembered a particular fact that she remembered from yesterday's text. By the way, what effect were you talking about when we texted yesterday? Midoriya couldn't help the small smirk that showed on his face as he thought how the class would react to his change. Let me show you. He then reached out and touched Ishido's pink hand before letting acid fill his cells once again. He glanced at his hands to double-check and saw his skin once again get that cotton candy pink skin tone before looking up at his classmates. The group eyes were blown wide open as they took in the appearance of their once green-haired classmate, whose hair was now pink along with the rest of his skin, the diamond-shaped freckles standing out in a sea of pink, and green eyes scanning the group for the reaction. The one who was blown away the most was the acid user herself, looking at what was essentially a twin standing right in front of her. Her eyes were so wide that Midoriya was wondering if they would come out of her head before she squealed in glee and started prodding his face. Oh my gosh! You are like the brother like I never had! The acid user exclaimed while ruffling his hair and poking his cheeks with glee. Needless to say, he was overwhelmed with her reaction and started to feel his face heat up dramatically. He was never used to a girl being so forward with his appearance before, especially if they poked and prodded him like he was some sort of pet. You even blushed purple. She then paused at her inspection as an idea came to mind. Wait. I just figured out what I should call you. She then paused for dramatic as he slung an arm around his neck with a huge eager grin on her face. You can be my pink pal. The rest of the class was amused by the antics that were displayed in front of them, especially Kirishima, who had a small smirk on his face for not being the only given a nickname by the hyper-acid user. Now come on. We are wasting daylight by standing here not skating, she shouted before dragging him inside with the others following and chuckling at their antics. Midoriya, you are not going to go anywhere if stay clinging to the wall. I see can't help it, Ishido. I have never done this before. Midoriya was clinging onto the wall with his legs shaking as he tried to keep his balance. He looked around and saw that he wasn't the only one struggling with this activity. With Kaminari clutching the wall similar to Midoriya, while Jiro was holding on to Yayorozu as the vice president tried to get the blonde and purplet to balance themselves. Tsu was holding her siblings' hands as they slowly started to make their way towards the center rink. Surprisingly, Ida was also helping the rest of his classmates skate as he went step by step through the skating process like a general. Guess all that running with his quirk helps maintain a good balance on his feet. Meanwhile, Ishido was snickering as she watched his feet slip out from under him once more, and decided that it went on long enough. She walked up until she was next to him and started to help him get into the proper stance, bending her knees at his side to show the stance with Midoriya imitating her by her side. They then slowly got to work on movement, which admittedly took some time to get used to. After she got him to make it to the rink without the risk of him falling on his butt, they made their way towards the rest of his classmates. They seemed to have a good time even if they were all going at different paces. Midoriya was able to manage to keep his pace at a stroll, while Ishido was zooming around him with a big grin on her face. So how was it using my acid? It felt weird. It was like something that was always there inside of me, yet I had to reach it for it to work. The pink-skinned girl nodded at his answer while giving a sheepish expression. Yeah, it took me a while for me to know how to adjust it correctly. Since it could dissolve metal, I had to try and learn pretty fast if I didn't want to hurt anyone. Midoriya paled at the thought of dissolving someone while on the job, and then remembered the words that 13 had said before the USJ incident happened. How dangerous quirks can be if not controlled. They continued chatting about their quirks and how they went about testing the acid. She promised to teach him all the ins and outs of it when they go back to school now that they are pink pals. As the conversation went on, he started to notice her personality and behavior. For one, he was reminded very much of Uraraka. If the zero-gravity user was suddenly injected with tons of sugar. No matter what she did, Ashido always seemed to stick out in a crowd. Ignoring the fact that her skin was pink no matter where you looked and her eyes had a speck yellow in the jet-black ocean of her sclera, she was a very energetic and hyper girl. She just couldn't seem to stand still for more than a minute at a time, bouncing from one place to the next. He also noticed that she was a sucker for anything that involved romance. There were a few couples who came here on what he thought was a decent place for a date. Yet he saw the acid user grin with a giggle anytime she saw anything remotely romantic a couple would do on a date. Her hobbies seemed to reflect her personality as well. Based on her expertise in skating scene in front of him and the battle trial, she was a very athletic person. This was even further proven when she described her hobby of breakdancing, which he knew was something to be in awe of if someone did it as a pastime. She also enjoyed watching horror films, as she explained was for the experience of the shock and thrills. Kirishima was excited when he saw you were in our class. Ashido suddenly spoke up. He went on and on about how cool you were in the battle trial. Midoriya chuckled as he remembered the enthusiastic greeting he got from the hardening user after the battle trial. The normally energetic girl then grew a frown on her face. Though I think he pushes himself too hard at times. He should take it easy every once in a while. The green-haired teen shifted nervously a bit at her side. He didn't know if anyone else besides him knew about Kirishima's encounter, and was unsure if it was alright for him to share. So very hesitantly he spoke up. Do you know why he is like that? It was because of something that happened before UA. He blames himself for not taking part in something. That was all the confirmation he needed to share what he learned. So you know about the villain he encountered? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Ashido's eyes widened slightly as she looked at her pink pal. I'm surprised that he told you about that. He is not very proud of that moment. She then took a glance at her horn buddy. He seems to have gotten better. He hummed as he followed her gaze and glanced at Kirishima, who at the moment was helping Zero off the ground as they both broke into laughter. We talked about it during our sparring session the other day, he admitted. I don't know who stepped in to help though. Oh, that was me, she said without missing a beat. I rushed in and gave false directions to a giant villain who was about to crush some of my classmates. Though I was scared out of mind and nearly collapsed in fear right after. She finished off with a sheepish chuckle while rubbing the back of her head. Midoriya's eyes widened as he took in this new information. All this time he thought it was a pro who saved them. Yet after his conversation with Kirishima, he didn't find any incidents that match his description of a giant villain. He then remembered something that the hardening user said before they departed when he asked who saved them. Someone who was as cheerful as they were brave. At the time he couldn't think of a person who matched the description, except All Might or perhaps Ms. Joke. Yet now that he thought about it, Mina Ashido matched the description based on his viewing of her personality today. Anyways, I think this was a good break after that whole incident at the USJ, don't you think so, Midoriya? She asked with a cheeky grin and a playful nudge that made him stumble a bit. Midoriya took a glance at some of his classmates as he continued strolling along with Ashido. He saw Mineta and Kaminari try to flirt with some girls before being shot with the heartbeat curiosity of a frustrated Jiro with an appalled Yaoyorozu next to her. Aoyama seemed to sparkle as he skated with grace and flair as strolled around the ring. Zero, Kirishima, Sato were standing next to each other as they decided to race around the ring to prove who was the best skater. Ida was at the sides making hand-chopping motions as a referee for the upcoming race, with Tsu and her siblings, Hagakure, and Uraraka all cheering for them next to Ida. Midoriya let out a small smile seeing his classmate have fun after such a horrifying experience at the USJ, and he hoped that next time that the whole class would be able to join if they decide to do an activity like this one again. Unfortunately, the day had neared its end and the students had to leave the skating rink. Yet they did so with huge smiles on their faces as they recalled the memories they made as a new class. They waved goodbye to one another as they headed their separate ways, getting one more day of rest before they returned to their school. The villains may have caught them off guard, but the heroes in training now had a glimpse of what lied ahead for them in the future. Chapter 10: The USJ Redo. Who is going to teach us? Beats me. The students were now back in school after their unscheduled break and were wondering who was going to teach them with Aizawa injured. Despite being safe from the whole ordeal, they couldn't help but worry about their homeroom teacher and his condition. Until they saw who staggered into the classroom. Good morning. The underground hero droned as he staggered towards his desk. You are here way too soon, the class shouted. The pro hero staggered into the classroom like a man about to collapse, with his entire body was wrapped up to the point that he could be confused for a mummy. The only thing that avoided this assumption was the unkempt black hair and the sharp eyes that seemed to penetrate through the bandages. My welfare isn't important, besides your fight isn't over yet. The class tensed up at the thought of unseen enemies awaiting them once more. The UA Sports Festival is coming up. The class erupted into cheers and shouts as the announcement was made. The sports festival was one of the most important events to happen for a rising UA student. The potential to be scouted by a pro hero and work alongside them was an opportunity not to be taken lightly. With only 3 chances to prove their worth to the world, they can't afford to be laid back. There were concerns about the security and safety based on the villain attacks, but Eraserhead assured them that the security will be increased. With nothing more to add, he strolled off for the class to begin their lessons and hopefully get some rest. During the lunch break, many of the students voiced their opinions about the upcoming event, with many of them expressing their excitement and determination about performing. The most drastic in Midoriya's opinion was the normally carefree Uraraka. Her brows furrowed as she radiated an aura of pure determination and grit that radiated throughout the classroom, making them all uneasy. Everyone! I'm going to do my best! The rosy-cheeked girl yelled out to the classmates with a raised fist above her head. The response got a bunch of half-hearted cheers before she turned around and shouted to the second half of the classroom. Midoriya could only chuckle with a half-hearted raised fist as he made his way to the door, hoping to get some lunch before the line gets too long. As he opened the door, he was startled by All Might as he suddenly appeared in front of him leaning down to speak face to face. I am here, in a totally normal position. He then raised a box that Midoriya assumed was his lunch that was wrapped up neatly in a cute cloth. Want to eat with me, young Midoriya? Uraraka broke out of her face, clutching her stomach and bursting out in laughter at the sight of the number 1 hero acting like a shy schoolgirl. While Midoriya gave an uneasy look to the rest of his classmates, who were looking at him with curious expressions. This would probably start rumors, but hopefully will just be seen as a discussion on his behavior of jumping in front of All Might during the USJ. As sure. He could feel the gazes of his classmates locked on him as he made his way out the door. Yet he was unaware that the most intense one was from a pair of heterochromatic eyes. It was now the end of the first week back to school. All through the week, his mind kept drifting back to the conversation he had with All Might in the conference room. The declaration of war made to Class 1A by a sleepy purple Aizawa didn't help calm his nerves either. On the bright side, this past week he was getting help from Ashido on regulating the acid and the different states he could shoot out. He also got himself a pair of roller skates to practice on whenever he had the time. The class was heading back to the USJ to finally perform the rescue lessons they were supposed to have before villains interrupted. They were being watched once again by the Hero 13 and Aizawa as they headed towards the mountain zone to perform some rescue operations. 3 students were needed to play the part of being injured. One was to act as a person with an injured leg, one to act unconscious, and one to act as a person who was extremely worried about their surroundings. And the ones that were chosen were Ida, Uraraka, and Midoriya. Help us out, heroes! The stiff class president called out with possibly genuine tears. PFFTT. Meanwhile, Uraraka was doing her best to hold in her laughter at the performance happening right next to her as she tries to play the part of an unconscious individual. Though by the squirming and the puffed-up cheeks it seems to be a losing battle. Help! I can't move! The green-haired teen timidly shouted out of the cavern. He knows he won't be winning any acting awards anytime soon, but he hoped he came off as genuine enough for the people at the top. It didn't seem to matter since all he hears is Bakugo's screams of rage. After some time, the familiar sight of their birdhead classmate Tokoemi descends the cliff with a harness strapped to him and a stretcher by his side. Despite being in school for about 2 weeks now, Midoriya didn't get a lot of chances to talk to him in class, only in passing. On top of that, he always spoke ominously and cryptically that involved darkness no matter how significant the topic was. After a quick assessment of the situation, he strapped Uraraka safely to the stretcher that he brought with him, and started to tell the others rescuers at the top to begin lifting her. Ida addressed the concern of him working alone with so many people, yet he said it was no concern before a being made of shadows emerged from his stomach. The shadow had glowing yellow eyes that stood out on its bird-shaped head, which was similar to Tokoemi, yet had no legs. Instead, connected by a long strand made of the same dark, shadow-like substance that trailed towards their classmate's stomach. Only its torso and arms with claw-shaped hands having a shape other than his head. And it may have been the students' imaginations, but it seemed larger than what the students were used to seeing. Dark Shadow, lift Uraraka while she lies on the stretcher. The shadow just huffed and crossed his arms. Shut up. Quickly. That's all I have to do, right? Midoriya couldn't help but get out of character and snicker at the exchange happening on the rescue mission. It was a rare sight to see while in the classroom, but the exchanges between Tokoemi and Dark Shadow were always an amusing event to witness. It kind of reminded him of brothers who fought and bickered with one another, or perhaps an old married couple. Yet somehow, the two always seem to make do and can complete the task at hand, which is shown by Dark Shadow keeping the stretcher steady. Dark Shadow is an amazing quirk that you got, Tokoemi. The quirk fanatic couldn't help but beam at the quirk in action. It's a useful tool, even if you can't separate from it. As fast as the quirk imitator smiled was quickly turned into a frown at the statement from the shadow user. A tool? Did he not realize what kind of power he had? Out of all the quirks Midoriya learned and read about, the most interesting were the ones with sentient-like characteristics. Even rarer than quirk altering or quirk activation, and sprouting much controversy about whether or not they should be counted as individuals of their own or as an extension of the user. A being with that much personality and intelligence being reduced to a mere tool or accessory just rubbed him the wrong way. I don't think he's a tool, he can help you out whenever you need it. Tokoemi just looked at him with slightly intrigued eyes before shifting his gaze back towards the task in front of him. Soon it was Midoriya's turn to be lifted since he was the next most injured person at hand, and he decided to take this time being lifted to talk to the shadow as he slowly rose upwards. So how is it going for you, Dark Shadow? The being in question seemed to be taken back at the question, probably not being used to being asked things from others. Why do you care? The dark being seemed to sound slightly irritated. Midoriya just shrugged, though he was sure that the other couldn't see it from his position in the stretcher. Just making conversation, I guess. Just wanted to see what was on your mind. It was silent for a few awkward moments before he answered again. Can't complain, I get to help out Fumikage and get to beat up some fools, the being grumbled. I wished he let me talk more though. Slightly intrigued by that statement, the green-haired teen pushed on. What do you mean? Don't you talk to him enough? Yeah, but he doesn't let me talk to others much. It's always Dark Shadow stop this, Dark Shadow push that, and he always stops me from talking to others before I can say anything. He finished with a huff. Well, maybe I can help? Doubt it. But knock yourself out, puny. Puny? The freckled teen mouthed to himself in confusion as he felt the shadow separate from the stretcher. He was barely aware of the others as they went through the procedure of providing aid and comfort to an injured citizen as he thought about the conversation just now. If he had to guess, there had to be a reason why Tokoemi was hesitant with his quirk despite having it for so long. The only question was, what was it? What made it drove a wedge between them despite literally being connected? He didn't have much time to think about it before he had to get off for the next person down the cliff. The lesson continued as he made his way towards the rest of the students to look at the rescue from a different view. The lesson went on with various others going through similar scenarios with injured classmates in various conditions. However, throughout it all, he could feel Tokoemi's gaze linger on him during certain points of the exercise. When he finally got a chance to look at him, it wasn't a look of hostility or anger. More like he was intrigued or curious. Midoriya hoped that he would get a chance to talk to him at the end of the class. Once the class had all gotten a chance to participate in mountain rescue, they all were moved to a city that was in shambles. Most of the once towering buildings were now reduced to shambles, littering the ground and area full of rubble and debris. The collapsed buildings also allowed numerous holes and gaps that could easily cover a person from sight. They were told that 4 people would be searching for the rest of the class, with 8 being allowed to speak and the rest remaining silent. "It's like playing hide and seek," the bubbly acid girl cried out in joy. "I guess if you think about it like that." Midoriya's sweat dropped at her statement. "Now then!" 13 clapped her hands together to gain back their attention. "The 4 people who will be searching will be Midoriya, Bakugo, Uraraka, and Mineta." "Why the hell do I have to work with Deku?" Bakugo shouted in rage after everyone left to go hide in the ruined city in front of them. "Just for today, Kaken." Midoriya couldn't help but sigh at his outburst. Hopefully, the rescue operation would continue as planned even with the explosive outbursts along the way. "TCH. Whatever. Just follow my lead, you extras," he growled as he let loose an explosion and flew towards the center of the ruined city, leaving the rest of the team in the dust, and Mineta stumbling back being the lightest in the group. "Geez! What's up with him? He's too rash." While Mineta continued grumbling about Bakugo's behavior, as he removed bits of dirt from his costume, Midoriya frowned at the sight of the volatile blonde fading into the far distance. He thought he would have mellowed out some as he spent time with similarly strong people. Yet he is still the same brash and arrogant person that expected people to follow him no matter what. The only person who seemed to keep up with his attitude was his sparring partner Kirishima. How he managed to not get blown up will forever be a mystery to him. Either way, he couldn't waste any more time wondering about the state of his explosive classmate. They were chosen to find the scattered classmates, and they spent too much time standing around as is. So the 3 decide to split up to cover more ground, and promise to contact one another should they need help. Todoroki was alone with his thoughts as he sat in a ruined building waiting to be rescued. He stared at nothing as his mind started to drift towards memories of his so-called childhood. Long tiring hours of training his quirk where he would be at the brink of passing out, only to be forced to continue as his father's piercing look of disapproval at his so-called perfect creation. His bright flaming face being the last thing he saw before he shook himself back to reality. He scowled at the resurfaced memory, and then looked at his arm that was covered in ice. He vowed that he will not become whatever his father wanted, which was to surpass All Might as the #1 hero. If he was going to, he would do so by completely dissociating himself from his father, and only win with his mother's power. It was part of the reason that his hero costume was just him covering his red left side in ice. What a face! I don't think that's a face that a hero should be making. Turning around, the fire and ice user was faced with a massive man who towered over him and seemed to radiate power. The man's face was covered by a gas mask that had giant metal spikes protruding out from the top and sides. Todoroki quickly shot ice towards him hoping to freeze him in his tracks but was surprised when the masked man suddenly appeared behind him. Back with the rescue group, Midoriya and Mineta were making progress on finding their lost classmates scattered around the foe's city. He used Uraraka's quirk to lift any heavy debris that may hide injured people. They found Ojiro stuck in a deep trench of a ruined building, and by utilizing the debris littered around the city, the 2 rescuers were able to create a makeshift ladder with a large metal pole, some rock debris, and Mineta's orbs. With Mineta praising his partner at the usage of his quirk. "I've always liked thinking how to use quirks for heroics," Midoriya said with a sheepish chuckle as he rubbed the back of his head. However, as they helped their tailed classmate out of the hole, there was a giant rumble that shook the entire city. Without hesitation, the 3 heroes in training went towards the center where the commotion was heard and saw a startling sight. A giant masked villain was carrying a limp Todoroki by the strap of his hero costume as he made his way through the city. Ojiro had left to warn the teachers of the masked villain's appearance while Midoriya and Mineta stayed. Off to his right, Midoriya could see Ida, Uraraka, and Jiro together directly in the path of the villain, while some of the other students showed up of his left, probably getting out of their hiding spots once they heard the commotion. Before anyone could do anything, the villain raised his leg and slammed his leg onto the ground. "You guys won't be able to escape from me." The stomp had leveled the building that was nearest to him, and sent massive amounts of dust and dirt that blocked the students' vision. The heroes were sent flying back as the shockwave hit them. When the dust settled, the villain was in the center of a circular area of dirt that was clear of any buildings or debris. All of the students were scattered at the outer ring as the villain taunted them. What kind of power is this? Minatta's wail echoed throughout the zone. Meanwhile, Midoriya couldn't help but look around at the damage in fearful awe. I can't believe such a guy was hiding. Looking around, he saw that Tokoemi somehow landed next to them as they stared down the masked menace. Bakugo then suddenly threw himself forwards and sent an explosion that hit the villain directly in the unoccupied arm, yet it didn't seem to faze him at all. You extras, get away! I will defeat him! The explosive blonde proclaimed with a sinister grin before charging towards the villain once more. Just what is doing? Is he completely insane? How he can charge and mindlessly into that? Midoriya eyed Mineta from the corner as he made his statements on the volatile blonde's actions. While he couldn't fault him for thinking about Bakugo that way, he couldn't help but disagree with some of his claims. Was Bakugo arrogant? Yes. Spiteful? You bet. Angry to no end? Sure. Insane? He looked down at the murderous look in Bakugo's eyes as he traded fast and furious explosive blows with the villain, screaming at the top of his lungs, with the villain blocking the attacks with one hand. The jury was still out with that one. But as wild as he could be with his vulgar language and spontaneous disposition, one thing that he knew about Bakugo was that he was not mindless. He didn't do things without having a set goal or plan of action in mind. He aimed to be the best at UA, and so far he didn't see any hesitation in his goal. If it wasn't for the unknown addition of the rescue points in the entrance exam, he knows for a fact that Bakugo would have been first. What he is looking at right now is no different, it's just that this is the best course of action that he can do at the moment. The villain suddenly swung his free arm at Bakugo, causing a massive gust of wind to race towards him. Bakugo was quick enough to blast himself upwards and get behind the towering villain with a flip. He quickly turned to blast the villain in the back with a huge explosion, sending Bakugo flying backward until he landed next to Ida. Don't just stand there. Get the weaklings away from here. Why must insult others? Hey Bakugo. Who do you mean by weaklings? Turning around, Bakugo and Ida were faced with the rest of the remaining members of Class 1A who stood with determined grins and smiles as they stared down the villain below, with Kirishima at the front. Midoriya and Mineta couldn't help but look at their classmates in awe, while Tokoemi just gratefully nodded at the new arrivals. How brave! The masked villain scoffed at the gesture. But sentiment won't be enough. He then used a massive uppercut that sent waves of boulders flying towards the students, with each of them reacting to them differently. Aoyama wasted no time in arching his back backward and releasing a large laser that obliterated much of the rocks that rained down, with Kirishima and Sato using their strength to crush remaining rocks as they continued to fall. Jiro used the distraction to plug her jacks into her speaker boots and blast the villain with massive waves of sound, stunning the enemy as he braced himself with the onslaught. With the enemy temporarily stunned, Zero used one of his arms to shoot out tape that wrapped around the villain's torso as much as he could before Yayorozu created a cannon that shot out a net. With the enemy neutralized, the rest of the students decided to rush in to take him down as a group. Though Midoriya couldn't help but notice that Dark Shadow was rushing alongside him with a gleeful cackle. Unfortunately, the students had underestimated the strength of this particular obstacle since he just escaped with a strong burst of effort, sending all of the students flying back as a massive shockwave sent them back once more. It was a nice try. The villain started to continue to mock. But your plan was too simple before. He then suddenly ducked his head to the right as Bakugo suddenly appeared from the dust cloud and released an explosion where the villain's head once was. Both Midoriya and Bakugo were surprised by his fast reflexes. Bakugo continued to evade and blast small explosions whenever the opportunity arose, yet Midoriya could tell that he was wearing down. He looked around desperately as he tried to make a plan with the materials around, and noticed that he was under a giant slab of concrete that was facing towards the battle in front of him. He also noticed that he was near Mineta, Tokoemi, and Uraraka when they were sent flying back. An idea popped into his head as he took in their quirks and the scenario in front of him. Mineta, Uraraka, Tokoemi. I got an idea. He turned to the three in question as he began to lay out his plan. Kaken can't go all out with the villain still holding on to Todoroki, so the first plan of action is to get Todoroki out of there. And I need Uraraka to make me weightless and cancel the effect once I'm near the villain. Mineta will set up a trap that holds the villain down. And Tokoyami will help launch me towards the villain. As the Mineta went off to prepare the trap, Midoriya went towards the other two to get ready when he saw a dark shadow pop out of Tokoyami's torso. I'll do it, but it's so boring, Fumikage. I want to punch something. I want to do something other than a rescue. Midoriya saw Tokoyami open his mouth to say something to his Quirk and decided to jump in the conversation. I know it can be pretty boring, Dark Shadow, but I need you for this part of the plan. You are the only one who is strong enough to launch me without drawing any attention to us at the moment. He then grabbed the shadow by its shoulders so that he could look at him in the eye. Can I count on your strength, Dark Shadow? He could see the glowing yellow eyes look down and thought for a moment. Okay. I guess Fumikage would be pretty sad if something happened to his classmates. Then look back at him with resolve as he puffed his chest up in pride. So what do you need me to do again? Midoriya couldn't help but smile at the cooperation as he explained what he needed from the shadow. He noticed that Quirk got excited as found out that he would be throwing Midoriya without restraint. Soon Mineta told them that the trap was all ready to go, and soon the hero in training got into position. With Midoriya being made weightless as he held onto one of Mineta's orbs in his right hand and one of Dark Shadow's giant claw-shaped hand wrapped around his entire torso. The students waited for the perfect opportunity to launch their green-haired classmates towards Todoroki. Midoriya kept a close eye on the battle ahead of them, watching as Bakugo sent kicks and explosions whenever he could. They would only get one shot at this, so they had to time it perfectly. Wait for it, he said as he watched Bakugo charge ahead once more. Wait for it. He then saw as Bakugo made another right hook as his palm started to glow a bright orange. Now! As soon as the call was made, and Dark Shadow wasted no time in throwing his arm forward with all his strength and throwing the freckled teen as soon as the explosion was made, sending Midoriya flying towards the conflict at high speeds towards their unconscious classmate. He felt Uraraka disable her quirk on him halfway, even when high winds were blasting in his face. Midoriya was able to hook the sticky ball in his hand to the strap holding Todoroki, successfully separating him from the villain's grasp. Yet there was no time to celebrate with the villain still accounted for. Kaken! Do it! Thankfully he understood what he was going for after sparing a glance at the direction where Midoriya came from and saw the giant slab of concrete that was covered with numerous purple orbs. With a devilish grin, he started to heat his palms to release a giant explosion now that he didn't have to worry about holding back. As he thrust his hands on top of the villain's upper body, he shouted, "Don't tell me what to do!" The resulting explosion covered the spot where the villain was standing in a shroud of glowing orange and smoke as he was launched backward. He was unable to brace himself from the unexpected attack and crashed facing the trap that the students set up. Now he can't move! Your plan worked, Midoriya! Mineta cheered as the rest of the students came forward. Well, it was a team effort, so I couldn't have done it with you all. Especially without you, Kaken, Midoriya thought as he saw Bakugo make his way towards the trapped villain. Even though he was not involved when the plan was made, he still understood and made sure to follow through to the end by sending the villain flying to the trap. Maybe he was wrong when he said he didn't mellow out some. Sure, he was still very brash and uncooperative, but now hopefully he understood the importance of working together when the time comes. Now time for the final touch! Wait just a minute! The villain continued to squirm as Bakugo made his way forward with his gauntlet-covered arms aimed right on his back, until the mask was removed by one of Mineta's orbs to reveal a familiar face. I am here! All Might? The entire class screamed in shock while All Might continued to laugh and explain how he wanted to surprise the class after they went through the whole ordeal last week. But the class wasn't sharing his enthusiasm at the moment, each giving him a dark look. You went overboard with the act! Midoriya noticed how Todoroki stood next to him unfazed with the declarations made by the class and decided to ask if he knew about it beforehand. He confirmed it when he described his encounter with him beforehand, and how he asked for help with the lesson. Sorry, he apologized in a dull voice. Midoriya just gave off an exasperated sigh. It's not your fault. I bet any one of us would have agreed to do the role if All Might was the one asking. He didn't get anything else from the ice user other than a nod as they continued to watch the class berate the symbol of peace. After a while, Todoroki spoke up again. By the way, Midoriya. He turned until he was looking at him from the side of his eye. Could you remove your hand from my back? Midoriya was startled at the question until he realized that he never removed his hand since he saved him from All Might. It was hard to tell if Todoroki was annoyed by the contact or not since he never changes his tone of voice, but the fact remains that the two never separated. And Midoriya would remove it, but he can't since it was attached to one of Mineta's orbs as it latched on to the strap that Todoroki wore. I would, but I'm kind of stuck on one of Mineta's orbs that I used to save you, he awkwardly explained as he rubbed the back of his head with his unused hand. Oh. No more was said between the two as an awkward atmosphere took place, and the two watched the class struggle to remove All Might from the sticky trap. Soon the class was finally able to be dismissed after the whole false villain fiasco, with Midoriya being able to remove himself from Todoroki by using Ashio's quirk to melt the ball on his hand. He was saying bye to Uraraka as he made his way towards the exit of the school and was stopped by Tokoemi. Midoriya, may I speak to you in private? Midoriya was surprised at his insistence but figured it must be important. He hoped he didn't offend him in some way whenever he talked to Dark Shadow. They headed to the gates of the school and waited until all of the students had left, and sat at a nearby bench. I was surprised at your mastery in darkness today, Midoriya, and I wanted to ask how did you do it? In all honesty, it was the only thing on the young teen's mind as the whole fiasco went down. After he used Dark Shadow to bring Midoriya up to the cliff, he couldn't help but feel more at ease whenever he looked at the quirk imitator, and he had no idea why. Dark Shadow wouldn't say what happened but just said to keep an eye on him, which was the most cryptic thing he heard his quirks say since he first manifested. He didn't understand what he was looking for until the time All Might had shown up and Midoriya had manifested a plan to challenge the foe. Dark Shadow was always a rowdy being to tame whenever he didn't get what he wants, and he had his fair share of conflict whenever he had to rein him in. So imagine Tokoemi's surprise when Midoriya, a person who never dabbled in the dark arts as far as he knows, was able to calm him down with a few simple words. It was such an experience to witness such a feat. There was no shouting, no yelling, no bouts of anger between the two. Just understanding. He was so engrossed with the experience that he almost missed the plan once Midoriya explained it once more for his shadow to understand. Midoriya looked at his classmate with a raised eyebrow, wondering what on earth he was talking about. Until Dark Shadow popped up once more to help out. He's wondering how were you able to calm me down? Tokoemi was surprised by his outburst, and rushed to get him back inside before Midoriya stopped him, showing no signs of ill intent to both. The green-haired teen then chuckled a bit before his eyes were gleaming in admiration. Tokoemi, do you realize what kind of quirk do you have? After seeing the confusion on his face, he elaborated. You have a sentient quirk, Tokoemi. Even in the age of quirks that we are living in now, you have one of the rarest ones that the world has ever seen. A quirk with his own mind and will. One with its own emotions and desires. A frown teen appeared on his face as he looked back at the two next to him. I was surprised when Dark Shadow told me that you never let him express himself to others. Tokoemi flinched a bit in guilt and shame, but he didn't see any hostility from his green-haired classmate, only curiosity. So if you want to, I would like to know what happened between you two. He steeled himself to look at his classmate. If his quirk was able to open up to him, maybe he could do the same for both of them. The disconnect between us started when I was a young boy when Dark Shadow first manifested. I had been blessed with the fourth celebration of my birth and sent to bed, until he appeared above my bed like an apparition of the night. Being a young boy at the time, I panicked and unknowingly unleashed the full strength of Dark Shadow in the dead of night. It tore through our house and the neighborhood that we were living in at the time. Thankfully, no one experienced the taste of death on that dreadful night. But I still see the destruction and injuries we caused on that night, and since then I vowed to only use our power for good. He finished with a tired sigh. Midoriya was surprised by the tale from his classmate, and saw how they both had hung their head in shame. He heard of tales where kids had manifested quirks that were beyond their control, but most tried to keep their identities hidden. He tried to remember if he ever heard or read of that particular incident, but try as he might, he couldn't remember at that particular moment. But that didn't matter right now. What the two needed was reassurance from him. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders as they looked him in the eye. It wasn't your fault, Tokoemi, both you or Dark Shadows. I don't know all the ins and outs of your quirk, Tokoemi, but I don't think there's anyone who would understand what you are going through than Dark Shadow. You just have to talk to him. Tokoyami looked at him with some hesitation, until his eyes brightened up lightly at the new prospect. Midoriya knows the change won't happen overnight, but he knows the two were headed in the right direction. He couldn't help but chuckle at the sight as he faced his way. Dark Shadow suddenly got an idea as he looked at Midoriya with excitement in his eyes. Fumikage, you should let Midoriya copy me. That way I can have a brother. Both boys were startled at the idea, but they didn't seem against it. Tokoyami thought that maybe Midoriya could get a first-hand look at what it is like to have a shadow of his own, and since he had some idea of what a sentient quirk was like, he thought it was okay. Midoriya, on the other hand, was interested in the idea of having a shadow of his own, but he didn't want to feel like he was using his classmate. Are you sure, Tokoyami? You know, once I do this, I will be able to copy it whenever I want. Tokoyami just showed a small smile on his beak as he looked at his classmate. I would be honored to have a brother who is also refined in the art of darkness. With nothing else stopping him from copying his quirk, he went and made contact with his classmate. After the contact was made, Midoriya started to feel a tingling sensation inside of him, and his skin turned into the same black shadow material that Tokoyami's dark shadow was made of until it started to rise above him like a spirit. The shadow started to take shape until it formed a similar build to Tokoyami's shadow, with the same slim body and sharp shadow claws. What was different was the head, which was now a similar shape to Midoriya's, even having the same messy curls. Midoriya's eyes widened at the quick change. Normally getting a new quirk took hours before he was able to use it properly, yet the effect was near instantaneous. He could tell that Tokoyami was surprised at the sudden manifestation, and Dark Shadow was next to him vibrating in excitement. Once the transformation was complete, bright yellow glowing eyes opened on the new being and looked around the environment before looking at the strand that was beneath him until it reached Midoriya, who gave him a sheepish wave. The new shadow blinked before it clutched his head and panicked. Ah! Chapter 11, Living in Your Shadow. Ah! Calm down! Just stop for a moment. Who are you? Why am I connected to you? Midoriya took in the new shadow's appearance as it continued to flounder in place and look at its surroundings with a wide-eyed expression on its face. He also noticed the voice that it had was similar to his own, only it sounded warped or distorted. He noticed Tokoyami was looking at it with wide eyes, but his dark shadow was looking at it in excitement until it couldn't contain itself any longer. Hello there! I'm Dark Shadow! Nice to meet you! It then extended one of its claw-shaped hands to its fellow quirk in a spirit of goodwill. The manifestation just looked at it with slightly fearful eyes before it noticed something. Why you're like me? Tokoyami's shadow just reared its body forwards and clutched its stomach. Ha ha ha, I suppose I am. There's nothing to be afraid of. We are all friends here. Thankfully the words seemed to calm down the new quirk as it took in its new environment. Before looking at the person it was connected to. Then who are you? The green-haired teen stepped forward to properly introduce himself. I'm Izuka Midoriya, and you are a quirk. A quirk? It questioned with a tilt of its head. As the trio continued the conversation, Tokoyami looked on with intrigue and curiosity, wondering how the two would get along now that the introductions were out of the way. The first few days with Dark Shadow were a struggle to get through. The incident he had when he manifested his quirk created some hesitation when it came to communicating. Even when they finally spoke to each other, it was short phrases and exchanges that didn't leave a lot of room for conversation. Seeing Dark Shadow look so excited talking to his classmate, and the new quirk, made him regret what he missed out on. Maybe this time he could start over with his quirk without any of the emotional barriers in the way. He then got a look of realization as he saw Midoriya and his quirk interact. Something that will prevent them from interacting with each other. Midoriya, didn't you say that you can only copy quirks for an hour at a time? The two shadows halted their conversation as their eyes widened in fear, with Midoriya face-palming himself for his impulsive actions. In the heat of the moment, he forgot that the condition of using a quirk with contact of another would be an obstacle. Normally, he would be able to hold off from using another's quirk until he made contact with them again. However, he knows for a fact that this would not be ideal for a sentient quirk that is self-aware as Dark Shadow. The whole issue that the two had was restriction from one another. Applying that to his new quirk would essentially be starting where Tokoyami had when his first manifested. What? Midoriya's new quirk started to deflate, while tears started to form in its eyes. I am going to disappear. No! The other screamed as it embraced its shadow sibling in a tight hug. I just got a new brother! I don't want him to go! While the two Quirks panicked at the idea, the two students were thinking of ways to bypass that condition. They knew couldn't just meet each other every hour to copy the Quirk, since they both lived in different areas. Midoriya felt guilty lying about the true nature of his Quirk to others, but then he would remember the conversation he had with All Might about the beginning of the week. The shadow connected to Midoriya glanced at him from the corner of its eye, looking at the green-haired teen in slight confusion as it continued to hug Dark Shadow. It was about to speak up until Tokoyami figured out a solution. He made his way forward until he was in front of Midoriya and plucked out a large feather from his head. Use this, Midoriya, he started while looking him in the eye with an intense expression. So that we may forever be bonded in the dark arts. Ha! Ha! Midoriya and his Quirk just blinked in confusion as their eyes switched between the feather and their ominous classmate. While Dark Shadow just cackled and made its way towards Tokoyami while putting an arm around his neck. What he meant is that you can use this feather to copy us whenever you want. Midoriya's eyes widened in realization as he looked back to the feather. Of course. With the feather, there was no need to contact Tokoyami whenever his Quirk wanted to roam. Yet now he would only copy 3 different Quirks since one would be occupied with his own Dark Shadow. There was also the fact that he had to keep it on him at all times. Maybe he can make a necklace for it. Would it get damaged like that? Maybe he can get Hatsum to work something out. He unknowingly started to mumble out his thoughts as the 3 watched from the sides, surprised at the rate and speed of his words that they had no chance at deciphering. Until the new shadow spoke up. Does he do this often? It questioned as he poked the side of Midoriya's head, which happened to snap him out of it. I only saw him do it once, but I think so, the other said. He blushed slightly in embarrassment before noticing that the sun was starting to set, turning the sky into a reddish-orange color. They stayed out longer than they expected, and the shadows looked slightly bigger than when they first appeared. Tokoyami seemed to have noticed this as well and suggested that they depart. But I want to see him again. Can we see them again tomorrow, Fumikage? If we do, our time will be brief, since our mother requires our presence for the afternoon. If you want, Midoriya, we can meet tomorrow to continue our discussion. Sure, but where should we meet? Midoriya asked as he awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. I don't want to take too much of your time. Luckily, Tokoyami just waved off his concern. Nothing too extravagant, just a little treat in the morning is fine. I will send you the address. See you tomorrow, little brother. Dark Shadow waved before he entered Tokoyami once more. Gee, goodbye, the new shadow said as Tokoyami walked away. Midoriya started to follow his classmate's lead and started to walk towards his own station, and his own shadow entered his body as well. It was an odd experience to say the least. At first, he didn't feel any different than usual. There were no odd sensations to his body, no external or anatomical changes that he was aware of, no pain or discomfort he got when he usually copied the Quirk. Then as he made his way onto the train, he felt a presence of fear in his mind. Which was odd since he wasn't particularly in a scary situation, just riding back home on a train. He looked around to see who it was, and he couldn't see anything off. Just people minding their own business. So he ignored it. Until it started to grow more, and he couldn't put it off any longer. After seeing nothing off once again inside, he furrowed thought once more, then he realized what it was. It was his Quirks. He was feeling his Quirk's emotion as well as his own. He didn't even know that was possible until now. But now wasn't time for theorizing. Hey! You alright? He got some odd looks thrown his way, but he couldn't bring himself to deal with them right now. Not when someone is in trouble. It's just weird, you know, the Quirk began in his head. I didn't even know I existed until I opened my eyes. And now I'm inside a person surrounded by other people. Who am I? Why am I here? What is my purpose? Okay, turns out that he could communicate with his Quirk telepathically. That would have been nice to know before he spoke out loud. But other than that, he couldn't help but feel for his Quirk's struggles. For all his life, Midoriya knew it in his blood that he wanted to be a hero. Ever since he saw All Might's debut video of him saving people with a huge smile on his face. He couldn't imagine what else he would be doing in his life other than the path he was on now. But for someone who just manifested and gained sentience? It was like being thrown into the water and learning to swim on the fly. If you want, I can help you figure that out, he assured his Quirk after getting a feel of the Quirk's connection, but the first step is getting home and getting adjusted to living with me. He then thought of something that he really should have considered earlier. By the way, can you read my thoughts? I don't know. Try to think of something without us talking to each other. All right. He felt his Quirk disconnect a connection inside of him as he shifted his focus to think of some random topics, but he couldn't help but feel a bit excited at the idea of experimenting. Okay, so random stuff. He started to say the first things that popped into his head. All Might is my favorite hero. I couldn't tell what you are thinking, but you felt very excited. That was interesting. Despite sharing the same body, they couldn't read each other's thoughts. Yet they could get a general feeling of what emotion the other is feeling at any moment. They were also able to talk to each other whenever they wanted. If had to describe the experience, it was like two people in a house doing their own hobbies in separate rooms. The two would have a general idea of what the other is doing and can talk if they shout out in the house. But there was still a divide that separated the two unless one of them initiated contact. He never would have guessed that a Quirk could be this self-aware. I think we are both allowed to have our own thoughts, Midoriya started to explain after he felt the connection between his Quirk re-establish, but we can always feel what the other is feeling emotion-wise and can talk whenever we want. By now the two had left the train and were nearing the apartment, and Midoriya felt the Quirk become uneasy and hesitant before he spoke up again. I know I'm a Quirk and don't have that much of a say when it comes to most things, but you can tell me whenever you need me to be quiet. Midoriya just shook his head with a chuckle before reassuring him. You don't need to hold back whenever you want to speak to him, really the only times would be during class. But other than that, you can say whatever you want. The same goes whenever you want to leave my body. Just as he said that, he was entering the front door and heard his mother welcoming him home from the kitchen. And that was the moment his Quirk decided to pop out. Cool! There are so many things that I wanted to see. It gets kind of limiting looking through your eyes. Midoriya raised an eyebrow as he heard the shadow trail off, and followed where it was looking at until he reached his wide-eyed mother, who just happened to see a shadow creature in the shape of her son pop out of his stomach. Hey mom, don't freak out. Now being the only parent that was always near her son at any given moment, she knows she was a bit of a helicopter parent whenever something involving his Quirk was brought up. But seeing a being jump out from her son overwhelmed her mind, and she fainted. Mom! 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 Inko slowly opened her eyes and found herself lying on the living room sofa with her son crouching down next to her with worried eyes and the shadow next to him looking ashamed while tapping two index fingers against one another, or were they claws? I'm really sorry, Mrs. Midoriya. I didn't mean to scare you like that. The shadow apologized while looking at the ground. It's fine. I was just a bit surprised. She then turned to her son with a worried look in her eyes. Izuku, can you explain to me what is going on? Izuku sat down next to his mother on the couch and described his whole day to her. From the mountain rescue training that turned into a villain trial, his odd encounters with Tokoyami's own dark shadow, and his conversation with Tokoyami after school, and the plans of meeting up with him tomorrow. He also described the process of copying the Quirk since he didn't want her to worry after the last time he copied a Quirk. He shared what he found out about the Quirk when he was walking towards the house, and what led to the outburst at the front door. I see, the mother said after a few moments. And are you sure that you are okay? No discomfort or pain anywhere? Midoriya couldn't help the big eager grin that formed on his face. Nope. It's just like having a little brother inside your head so far. We are going to talk to Tokoyami tomorrow to see what else may happen. She formed a small smile, happy that her son was getting along with his classmates. Why did you say you were going to meet with your classmate again? He said that we were going to get a treat somewhere, but he had something to do with his family later on. So I may walk around for a bit afterward before heading back home. As long as you are safe. She sighed before turning to face the shadow that was peeking from behind her son. And what about your little shadow? Are you going to introduce me to him? Midoriya lightened up a bit before giving a sheepish smile to his mother. I actually don't have a name for him, since I didn't just want to give him one and wanted him to choose. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Inko trailed off before making eye contact with the Quirk once more. Well, whatever you want to be called, just know that I will be there to support you like Izuka here. I know that you are new and everything might be a little scary, but I will love you like my own son as well. The Quirk was surprised at the level of kindness being displayed by the two green-haired people. He was lucky enough that the boy he formed in was nice enough to calm him down and wanted to understand him. Now for his mother to offer the same level of kindness, practically adopting him into the family without hesitation. Thank you, the Quirk said shyly before getting the courage to continue. If you want, you can call me Shadow. The hero in training just raised an eyebrow at the statement. Are you sure? Because my classmate calls his Quirk Dark Shadow. Wouldn't you want to be called something else? Well, it's a good name for a Quirk like me, no? The Quirk shrugged. I'm kind of the same as you, just a shadow. What did you want to call me? Bob? It asked, slightly irritated. Well, the mother couldn't argue with that assessment, since the Quirk was nearly the spitting image of her son. The only things that were different were the hands and body structure. And yet the head was almost the same exact shape as her son, if not a little larger. Besides, aren't shadows already dark? Why make it redundant by adding dark to the name? The hero in training couldn't help but laugh at the logic. Then you can call me Izuku, since I'm pretty sure it can't be more personal than living inside a person. The mother giggled at the banter before standing up. Well, either way, welcome to our home, Shadow. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to continue talking with you two over dinner instead of the couch. The trio had a nice dinner with their new Quirk family member before they three started to head to bed, seeing as it was already late. As Midoriya entered his room, he could practically feel the dark Quirk deadpan at the massive amount of all might that was all around his room. He had some books that covered the topics of adaptations and evolutions of living animals on his desk ever since he learned the new title of his Quirk, but those were tiny compared to his admiration for the symbol of peace. You really like this All Might guy, huh? It said as it picked one of the figures he had on the shelf and started to inspect it. Midoriya rubbed the back of his head and chuckled sheepishly as went to stand next to the Quirk. He's been my favorite hero since I was a kid, he said as he picked another toy and started to look at it fondly. I always wanted to be a hero because of him. The Shadow Quirk paused in his inspection as it took a glance at the green-haired boy that it was connected to. It noticed that while there was nostalgia displayed on his face, it also felt great joy and admiration come off him. Izuku, how did you know what you want to do with your life? The boy's green eyes brightened up at the question and made his way to his computer. Oh, it was this video I saw of All Might as a kid, he exclaimed joyfully as he started the computer up. Once I saw this video, I knew what I wanted to do. The Shadow looked at the screen and saw a massive disaster took place, where destruction was visible as far as the camera could see and a large crowd looked on. Can you see that? A man in the video said in disbelief as tears brimmed his eyes. He already saved 100 people. It hasn't even been 10 minutes. The camera looked on until a large, dark silhouette seemed to magically appear from the flames of the wreckage. A loud, boisterous laugh echoed throughout the crowd, seemingly unaffected by the heat behind him, until it reveals the man surrounding Midoriya's room, All Might, who continued laughing as he made his way toward the camera, and he hauled numerous people on his back. It's fine now. Why? All Might gave a big smile to reassure the crowd. Because I am here. The Shadow didn't know what to make of the video, just questioning a lot of things. Why put yourself in danger? Wasn't he going through a lot of pain? But he was laughing? Yet, it couldn't help but feel in awe of the spectacle. And it seemed Midoriya was the same if the emotional link the two shared was anything to go by. Unlike the Shadow, though, Midoriya's admiration and joy were nearly overwhelming. The amount of drive and determination was so strong that it seemed to radiate his entire being. It would be nice to feel that strong about something. A feeling that is so powerful that you have no doubt in your mind of what your next course of action should be. I would like to do that someday. Midoriya turned to face the Shadow with a beaming smile on his face. To be able to save people with a smile and tell them it's okay, whenever they need help. To be able to save anyone. Again, the Shadow couldn't help but feel in awe of his new companion. With his green eyes staring with sheer willpower, a look that didn't say his goal wasn't a dream, it will be a fact. Do you think I can feel that dedicated about something? The Quirk asked. Midoriya just looked at the Quirk with caring eyes. I'm sure we will find something that you would want to do. If you want, you can ask Dark Shadow when we see them tomorrow. he said as he shut off his computer and prepared for bed. As he turned off the light and went to lay in his bed, he noticed that Shadow suddenly started to feel more excited and aggressive. He was about to ask what was going on until he heard a deep, menacing voice that radiated around his room and saw the Quirk take up nearly the whole room. The Quirk's body expanded until the entire wall was engulfed into the black inky substance, and the head had increased in size as the messy dark curls of hair grew even larger and messier. The friendly, yellow eyes were now a violent red as he looked on its new form. "Ha! The power! It feels amazing! Why should I listen to a puny human when I can take on the world?" Paling at the sight before him, he quickly rushed to turn on the light before any more damage could take place. When the light turned on, the Shadow let out a yelp as it instantly shrunk back to its normal form. "I am so sorry, Izuku! I don't know what happened!" The Quirk apologized with tears in its eyes. "I just felt so strong." "Hey, I don't blame you! This is new for the both of us." Midoriya was quick to calm down the Quirk. "It seems being in the dark increases your size and temperament. What are we going to do about it? I don't want to hurt you." Midoriya sighed with a bit of red on his cheeks and rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed of the solution that he came up with. "I might have an idea of how to deal with this problem. Good night, Shadow." "Good night, Izuku." After a stressful day with his new Quirk, Midoriya started to drift off to sleep, with an All Might-themed night light lighting up the room. The next day, after getting help putting the feather he got from Tokoemi on a necklace and a good breakfast with his mother, the two said goodbye to their mother as they left the house. Which was a gesture the three had to get used to. Midoriya wore casual clothes with the necklace underneath his shirt before heading out to meet up with Tokoemi and his Quirk to what was a bakery of some kind. Which honestly surprised Midoriya quite a bit, since he didn't expect Tokoemi to be into these types of things if his demeanor was anything to go by. He made small talk with his Shadow Quirk as he neared his destination. Once he entered the place, he saw that the place was a mix of a bakery and a cafe, with one section of the store filled with display cases full of sweet pastries as far as the eye can see, with more of them coming if the sounds towards the kitchen were any indication. The other half was more of a cafe, with a calm and relaxing vibe that welcomed guests into a homey atmosphere while they enjoyed their treats. Looking around, he saw Tokoemi sitting around a 4-seater table with Dark Shadow sitting next to him, eager about the meeting. "Hey! They're here!" Dark Shadow yelled out loud, causing those that were nearby to look at them mildly annoyed. Tokoemi apologized while looking slightly embarrassed and face-bombed. Midoriya looked at the scene in slight amusement before taking the spot across from Tokoemi, and his own Shadow sitting next to him. The four started to engage in conversations, with the two Shadows talking to one another and the two students with each other. Despite being connected, Midoriya could only hear snippets of the conversation the two Quirks were having if he were to focus on it, but decided he could just ask about it later. "Hello, Midoriya, I take it the night went well?" "Sort of," Midoriya chuckled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. "My mom was pretty surprised to say the least." "I can imagine." Tokoemi chuckled as he remembered his own introductions between his Quirk and his family. "I'm kind of surprised that you chose this place as a meet-up spot, Tokoemi." The birdhead student just shrugged. "It was the only spot that I could think of where we could talk freely. Plus, I am quite fond of their apple-flavored pastries," he said as he lifted a small apple pie. Midoriya never had a chance to indulge himself in too many sweets ever since All Might had made that schedule for him cleaning up the beach. Even after he made it into UA, he still kept up with the strength training since he didn't want All Might's help to go to waste. He figured there was no harm in eating some right now as Tokoemi cut a piece for him. After he got his piece, he started to continue talking about his experience. "But it would have been nice to know about the night aspect of the Quirk beforehand." Tokoemi's eyes widened a bit before he looked down at the table in guilt. Midoriya noticed that Dark Shadow glanced at Tokoemi for a moment before going back to his own conversation. "Sorry. There was a lot on my mind yesterday." "It's fine," Midoriya reassured his classmate. "I was able to figure it out and no one got hurt." Midoriya suddenly felt a wave of surprise coming from the Shadow he was connected to. "Really?" the Shadow shouted in surprise while making the two students flinch at the unexpected gesture. Dark Shadow just let out a loud cackle at the outburst before putting a clawed finger to his own beak, shushing his Shadow sibling. After apologizing to the people nearby them for the outburst, they went back to their own conversations after warning the Quirks to keep the noise down. So is there anything else I need to know about this Quirk? Tokoimi stroked his chin as he thought about the question. Other than increased strength and ferocity when exposed to intense darkness, Dark Shadow becomes timider and less willing to engage in conflict when exposed to intense light. And yet, he turned to look at his Quirk next to him. Even being exposed to the intense light, I've never seen Dark Shadow look so alive. And it was true. Despite it being nearly noon, Dark Shadow was talking with such enthusiasm as he gave foe punches to the side, shadow boxing, while Midoriya's own shadow looked on with intrigue, tapping on its chin before asking a question, making him look on sadly at his Quirk. I really limited him, didn't I? Midoriya just looked at him sadly before getting his attention. Maybe you did. But now you have a chance to fix it. Tokoimi looked at him slightly surprised before the green-haired teen continued. You just have to talk to each other. Find out what he likes and dislikes and get to know him. Midoriya wasn't used to speaking the ominous manner that Tokoimi usually spoke but figured that he would give it a shot. After all, aren't the darkest shadows made by the brightest light? Midoriya sounded more like he was trying to convince himself more than his classmate, and winced at himself for trying something so out of his expertise. Even the shadows had paused in their conversations after hearing that statement. Dark Shadow was grinning at him while the other was staring at him like he said the sky was green. After an awkward moment, Tokoimi seemed to take his words to heart, nodding in gratitude to Midoriya. I see now, this makes sense. For there cannot be darkness without light. He understood that. Midoriya mentally cried out while gaping at his classmate. It seems that his own shadow seems to think the same if his gapped mouth was anything to go by while the other was struggling not to laugh. After that, conversation started to take on a lighter tone, with the students talking about how they would plan to prepare for the festival. Soon it was time for the students to separate, seeing as they both had different plans after their visit. With the two students standing outside, Tokoimi with a box of desserts to take to his family, and the two shadows giving each other a secret handshake of some kind. Kind of surprised that they got along so fast, Midoriya thought to himself. Thank you for accompanying me today, Midoriya. It was a pleasant experience, and I hope we can do it again sometime. Yeah, I had a great time, Midoriya said with a wide smile. Dark Shadow, Tokoimi called to his Quirk as he started to walk away. Let us go. All right. The Quirk started to follow before he turns around to face the other shadow. Remember what we talked about, Shadow? He called out before entering Tokoimi's stomach. All right. The other shouted out before entering Midoriya's. As Midoriya made his way towards a particular shopping area, he couldn't help but wonder what it was the Quirks were talking about while they sitting. He had a pretty good idea of how this Quirk operated, at least on the mental aspect of it. While the two more or less shared the same body, they were not 100% in sync when it came to emotions and desires. The two were connected in an emotional aspect, but not a mental one. They could always feel each other's feelings/emotions at any given point in time, but thoughts and ideas were kept separate from one another. Communication was an important factor since it was only allowed through the emotional link the two shared. So how did it go with Dark Shadow? Midoriya asked as he tried to communicate with the Quirk in his head. Feeling the connection establish, the two started to converse as Midoriya neared the store. He helped out a lot. I still got things to work out, but I like to think he guided me in the right direction. Midoriya let out a small smile after hearing the Quirk's statement. The Quirk still sounded a bit hesitant, but not as much as it was yesterday. Well, whatever you decide to do, I will support you all along the way. We are nearing some stores, so if you see anything that catches your eye, let me know. What are we looking for anyways? I heard there was a new All Might figure released even since he started to work at UA, so I'm hoping that I can find it before training takes too much of my time this week. He heard his Quirk laughing as he struggled to say his piece. At this point, I wouldn't doubt if you had the entire collection up to date. Midoriya blushed at the tease as he entered the store that was known to sell hero merchandise. It seemed that some of Dark Shadow's mannerisms started to rub onto his own shadow. Even if he was slightly embarrassed, he couldn't help but laugh along and enjoy the company. Sure, some people gave him some strange looks, but he was having too much fun to notice. They spent the whole time looking at figures before heading home, with Midoriya finding the figure that he needed while Shadow chose a gang orca figure. So you're telling me that this guy is a hero? The Shadow Quirk deadpanned at Midoriya as he continued holding up the figure in his claw. How? He looks so scary. The teen laughed while not even denying the claim. He may look like a villain, but I can assure you that he is a hero. The two started nearing their house before they heard the sniffles of a kid from a nearby playground. Midoriya vaguely remembered that this was the playground that he would always go to as a kid as he started to get closer. The two looked around to see if anyone was there. Hello, is someone there? Midoriya called out. The sniffles stopped automatically as they entered the playground. With Midoriya looking around until he saw a small child with his legs brought up to his face. He rushed over there while Shadow hid inside Midoriya before kneeling in front of the kid. Hey! What's wrong? Are you hurt? Now that he got a good look at the kid, he couldn't help but notice how interesting he looked. The kid's neat, combed hair and eyes were a bright sky blue, which stood out on his tan skin. He just sniffed as he looked up at him with tears spilling in his eyes. And my friends left me, he said with a hiccup. They said they were going to come back, but they didn't. Midoriya looked down softly at the little boy before reassuring him. I bet they are going to be back soon if they were really your friends. He then stood up before giving him a big toothy smile. But until they come back, how about I hang out with you for a bit? The boy's tears have slowed down by now and he was only letting out the occasional sniffle. Okay, what should we play? The boy asked with a tilt of his head. That's a good question. Midoriya started to trail off mumbling as he started to come up with ideas. He didn't expect this to happen on his trip out, so he was honestly caught off guard with the question. He was so in thought that he missed the way Shadow suddenly started to feel mischievous inside of him. Without making a noise, the Shadow Quirk suddenly emerged from his back, startling the little boy before it put one of its clawed fingers to his mouth in a shushing motion. The blue-haired boy quickly shut his mouth before he said anything, curious to see where the sudden shadow was going. While Midoriya was still in his mumbling phase, the shadow put two of its clawed fingers above Midoriya, giving him bunny ears. The action managed to crack a smile out of the little boy before the Shadow Quirk started his next act. He started to put both clawed-shaped hands beside its head before opening and closing its mouth mockingly. This managed to get a giggle out of the little kid, stopping his tears completely. The giggle managed to knock Midoriya out of his mumbling spree and looked at the kid in confusion, wondering what was so humorous. What's so funny? Unfortunately, he didn't get an answer to his question as the giggling increased at a fast pace. It was only then that he noticed the excited and mischievous feelings of Shadow and turned around. When he did, he was met with the sight of Shadow using one hand opening and closing on itself with its mouth doing the same to demonstrate the everlasting blabbing of himself. The Quirk's yellow eyes were closed so it was unaware of Midoriya's deadpan stare until he cleared his throat with a big blush on his face. The Quirk's eyes shot open to see green eyes boring into it, so it quickly spun around and started to whistle nonchalantly as he avoided Midoriya's gaze. The little boy exploded with laughter, clutching his stomach at the comedic scene in front of him, where tears were falling from the boy once more. Unlike the slow tears of sadness before, these were tears of joy and laughter as he continued to laugh. Midoriya couldn't help but get drawn in and let out some chuckles as well, even if his face felt like burning. Before they could say anything else, two others' voices were heard from the side as two kids rushed towards the commotion. They sounded to be the same age as the blue-haired kid before they stood in between Midoriya and the kid. One was a girl with long gray hair and two beautiful butterfly wings that stuck out from her back, while the other was a boy with an obvious alligator mutation quirk, complete with the snout filled with razor-sharp teeth and a strong, muscular tail from the back. They both had their hands before their back while Midoriya only looked on in amusement, as they both pulled them out in front of them and shouted, "Happy birthday!" In their hands were both toys that related to the ocean if Midoriya had to guess, with one of the gifts being a whale plush of some kind and the other being a small toy boat. The blue-haired boy's eyes were wide before he started to speak softly. "Why you guys came back?" This caused the two to look at him dumbfounded. "Of course we came back." The gator boy started before forming a sharp grin. "We may have not known you for very long, but we wouldn't ditch you for something else." "It was my fault." The girl bashfully scratched her cheek. "I misplaced a gift before we went to play here earlier and had to look for it." She shook her head. "But we should back home. My mom made a cake for all of us to eat." The three started to leave, but not before the blue-haired kid turned around and gave Midoriya and his Quirk a wide smile. "Thank you, Mr. Shadow, for making me feel better." "You're welcome." The Quirk waved before rushing forward to give him his gang orca figure. "And you keep this. I think you will have a lot for fun with it than me." The boy's eyes seemed to sparkle as he traced a finger along the head of the figure before smiling at the Quirk. "Yeah, I will take good care of it," before rushing to his other friends. All the while Midoriya watched the exchange with a smile before looking at the Quirk, who watched the boy fade in the distance with his two friends. He could feel a massive amount of joy come from Shadow as it watched them leave with a huge grin on its dark face. "You know," Midoriya said with a smile, "what you did was something a hero would do." The Quirk looked at him like he was insane. "But I didn't even fight anything. How is that at all like a hero?" Midoriya only looked at the Quirk as he laughed. "Remember my favorite video? There was no fighting in that one either. Only saving people from harm or grief, which is exactly what you did." The Quirk could only look down at the ground as he recalled the conversation with Dark Shadow earlier that day. Earlier in the cafe. "Then one time, it was dark enough that I was able to be as large as a house," Dark Shadow exclaimed to its new brother. "Really?" They were quickly shushed by the two people next to them. "Hey guys, I know you're excited, but try to keep it down a bit, okay?" Midoriya said before returning to his conversation with Tokoyami. "When I'm really big, I get super pumped up and want to fight a lot," Dark Shadow said as it threw some faux punches off to the side. Shadow just tapped its chin with a claw before asking a question. "But did you always want to fight? When did you decide to help out Tokoyami?" Dark Shadow stopped his punches and looked down at the table for a moment, tracing a finger along the table. "I always liked moving around, but I don't like hurting people that Fumikage cares about." The let out a small smile as it looked out the window. "So when Fumikage talked about being a hero, I knew it was everything that I wanted to do. But what if I don't know what I want to be?" The other looked down for a moment. Dark Shadow wasn't deterred by the hesitation and answered with a laugh. "Then you just find something to do that makes you feel good." Recalling that conversation sparked something in the Quirk. It found out that it liked helping others who were lost and alone, just like it was when it first manifested alongside Midoriya. He was lucky enough to have him help while it was scared and afraid, so it decided that it will be other people's Midoriya when they needed help. "I think I want to try to be a hero." The Quirk looked at Midoriya. "Maybe I could learn from you." Midoriya looked shocked for a moment before giving the Quirk a blinding smile. "Awesome! We got 1 week before we can show our stuff to the world at the sports festival." "Sports festival?" "Yeah. Come on, I can explain as we head home." With newfound conviction between the Quirk and Midoriya, the two started to head home to prepare for their last week of training before the sports festival. Chapter 12, Obstacle Objective. Gone was the beaming smile All Might used to get Midoriya out of the classroom, and a troubled look on his face was displayed as he made his way inside the private lunchroom with the green-haired teen following closely behind. They both sat at a table so that they were facing one another, with All Might deflating to his normal form with a small cough of blood. "Sorry about that," he said as he wiped off some blood from his mouth. "Anyway, how are doing after the whole USJ incident, young Midoriya?" "Doing fine. Even after that scare with that Nomu and acid, there were no problems over the weekend." The symbol of peace glared downwards at the table, not angry at his potential successor, but at himself. For failing to be there for the students. For letting Midoriya go through that experience. He could still see the look of terror on the young man's face when he made contact with the Nomu. "I'm sorry you had to go through that. I promise to try to be there for your classmates next time." He looked up to meet Midoriya's. "But I'm not here to talk about the USJ, which I might add, you handled well for a first year with no training." All Might allowed a small smile to grace his lips before a frown was formed and his piercing eyes met Midoriya's. "This is about the reason why we are keeping your Quirk a secret." Immediately Midoriya felt his hands sweat in nervousness and anticipation. Up until this point, everyone was vague and told him that the reason to hide his Quirk was to keep him out of the sight of villains and people who would want to take advantage of him. He didn't know what else may pose a threat to him and his safety. "There was once someone who had quirks similar to yours, but was fundamentally different in how it impacts others." All Might's sharp and stern gaze turned towards the Midoriyas. "His name was All for One." From there All Might went on to describe what kind of man this villain was and the threat he posed to the world. A man who can rip a quirk out from someone and pass it to another. The manipulative promises he used to gain underlings to follow his cause. He also went on to describe the origins of One for All, since the names were essentially opposites of one another. Midoriya was overwhelmed with the amount of information he gained in such a short period, but the information of the villain was what stuck to him the most. The power to steal a quirk frightened Midoriya to the core. Stealing something that was essentially a part of someone's identity, something gifted to someone from birth. It was part of the reason why he didn't like to copy a person's quirk without consent. If he did, he would be no better than a villain using others for their own personal gain. If anything, the information of All for One just reinforced that idea. The only reason I'm telling you this is because of the Nomu at the USJ. We found that it had several quirks jammed into it, which might be why you told me it felt unnatural when you touched it. He placed a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulders after noticing his discomfort. But just leave that situation to the pros. For now, I want you to prepare for the festival to the best of your ability. And once it ends, you can tell me your decision for One for All. Midoriya recalled this meeting numerous times during the 2-week training period, even more so as he prepared himself in the stadium locker room. His classmates chatting among themselves waiting for the announcement releasing them into the stadium, with even the shadow quirks mingling about. It took a while for the class to get used to the odd sight, but they welcomed it nonetheless. The shadow quirk was hesitant to leave Midoriya after noticing some nervousness from him as he fiddled with the feather necklace, but he assured it that it was fine. Midoriya. Suddenly Todoroki was in front of him giving him a firm gaze. Objectively speaking, I am stronger than you. Well, maybe not as fine as he thought he was. The two had barely spoken to one another after that awkward incident in the mock villain trial, so he had no idea what was going on in his head. But All Might has his eye on you. I don't really know what the connection is. But whatever the case, I will beat you today. Everyone was stunned with the declaration of war made, but then the door suddenly opened with a loud bang before anyone had the chance to say anything. Startling the class as a familiar pink-haired eccentric inventor looked around the room until her eyes suddenly locked onto the Midoriya's wide eyes. The student who barged into the room was Maestro, a passionate inventor that Midoriya got the chance to know throughout the past month. After that awkward first encounter, he visited the studio every once in a while to check on the progress of his hero suit, but she was always working on something and tuning out the world around her. Always looking for the next big idea to work on, working at a pace similar to him whenever he mumbles his thoughts out loud. The last time he saw her, she had asked him for a pair of sneakers that he usually wore. "Hey, Mr. Copy! I got something for you." Maestro suddenly shoved a pair of modified sneakers that looked similar to his own along with a packet onto his hands with an eager smile. "This is part of your new suit. I had a difficult time modifying this baby for it to work with your quirk so much. Don't worry, I already turned in the paperwork for you to use in the festival. Tell me if anything happens," she yelled as she bolted out the door. The class only blinked as they looked from Midoriya to the door several times before looking back at the two in question. Midoriya could only look at the shoes with a raised eyebrow as he inspected the new footwear. It was nearly identical to his own pair of red shoes, yet they were made of a sturdier material. He also noticed that the bottom of the shoes had small sharp grooves at the bottom for grip, but also had numerous holes scattered along the bottom as well. "Wait." She said she had a hard time making it because of his quirk. Did she know? If so, who told her? If he had to guess, it was probably Niza, given that the only method of informing her about his quirk was through a packet. He hoped she didn't tell anyone given how it was supposed to keep a secret. The announcement to enter the arena suddenly blared into the room, not giving him much time to think about Todoroki's declaration of war or Hatsume's knowledge of his quirk. The other students started to head their way out the door and Midoriya rushing to put on the new shoes. Hopefully, he would have a chance to ask the eccentric inventor later. "Welcome everyone, the annual sports festival!" Present Nick's voice blared throughout the stadium, causing the audience to cheer. "Overcoming villains in their first week of school with their fearless tenacity. Give it up for Class 1A." Midoriya felt nervous over the thundering applause that the crowd gave them as the class made their way towards the center of the stadium. He always watched the sports festival whenever it aired before he made it into UA, but being on the other side of the crowd was a whole other matter entirely. They may not have been attacked, but be sure to look out for any surprises from these students, Class 1B. Soon all the other students made their way towards the center after having their own special height from the loud-voiced hero, where the R-rated hero Midnight was waiting. He was surprised that she was even allowed to announce this event on national television given the particular flair she has. Representing the students is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Huh? What do you mean, Midoriya? Zero questioned with a raised eyebrow. You were the one who got first in the entrance exam. Oh man! He was so focused on his training that he forgot that whoever is first in the entrance exam has the honor of giving an introduction to the festival. He had no speech prepared. He saw the expectant looks of the other students around him, and stiffly made his way towards the podium until he was standing in front of the propped mic. He glanced around nervously, and saw that most of the other students were looking at him in anticipation, while some of the general studies were looking at him in contempt. He could feel thousands of eyes on him as he stood on the stage. How on earth did All Might do this without freaking out? Then he looked out towards his classmates, with most of them giving him worried looks aside from Todoroki and Kaken. However, the ones that stood out the most were from Ida and Uraraka, who gave him a comforting smile along with a thumbs up showcasing their support. If they can support him, then he has to do his part and support them as well. Or our class encountered villains for the first time. The stadium quickly hushed their voices to hear. They caught us off guard, with some of us being outnumbered and surrounded. Even so, we didn't give up, he said with a steel gaze as he looked out to the students in front of him. We gave it our all on that day, and we will do the same today. This is the chance to show the world what we are made of. So no matter what class you are from, this is the chance for all of us to say, I am here. The whole stadium cheered. Even some of the other courses had smiles over the fact that they were not completely overshadowed by the hero course. He started to walk away from the mic until he felt the shadow within him suddenly burst out of him with a massive wave of excitement, and grabbed the mic. And we're going to win the whole thing! The entire student body just deadpanned at the boy and the Quirk connected to him on the stage with Tokoyami face-palming hard, before cries of outrage started to stream out. Buh! Don't get ahead of yourself, Class 1A! I knew that speech was too good to be true. Meanwhile, most of Class 1A could only look on with a sweat drop as Midoriya started to shake the shadow by its shoulders with a look of fear on his face. Why would you do that? Everyone will be gunning for us now. Todoroki made a declaration of war, so I wanted to make one too, the shadow said with slightly dazed yellow eyes. Eventually, he had to make his way back down the steps to rejoin his class, until Bakugo stormed right up to him. What the hell was that, Deku? You looking down on me or something? The explosive blonde gripped Midoriya's collar and shook him back and forth. It wasn't me. The R-rated hero cracked her whip to silence the chattering students, but Midoriya still felt the lingering eyes of some of the other students. The first course was an obstacle course, with it wrapping around the entire stadium. It seemed kind of daunting now that he was seeing the course on the giant screen. As the students went to line up, several of his classmates came up to wish him good luck. Good luck, Midoriya! Uraraka beamed with a high 4. Let's see who can beat the other pink pal! A big cheeky grin on Ishido's face as she nudged him with an elbow. I won't let our manly practice go to waste, Kirishima said with a fist bump. Midoriya took it all in stride, happy to know that they offered help towards him even if it cost them an advantage. Though he felt guilty knowing that he was lying to them as he did so. The tension was high as the students waited for the announcement to be made for the start of the race, with all of their eyes locked firmly on the doorway. When the race finally started, all the students rushed forward, pushing and shoving each other as they made their way through the gate. Midoriya couldn't even get 2 steps in as he was shoved roughly in between the shoulders of other students. At least until Todoroki sent a wave of ice that froze many of the students in their tracks. Some of his own classmates weren't fooled by his attempt to slow down the competition, with some propelling themselves forwards with their own quirks. Like Kaken with his explosions, Aoyama with his naval laser, and Yaoyorozu vaulting herself by creating a pole from her hand. Midoriya was about to follow suit with his own explosions once he felt the ice under his feet, but to his surprise, he found himself not slipping on the ice like the other students around him. Was it because of the new shoes on his feet? Either way, he was able to keep his running pace even as the other students started to fall behind. Soon he was able to catch up to some of his own classmates. As they moved on ahead, Even Mineta managed to keep up with Todoroki by bouncing on the balls that he threw onto the ice. Well, at least until he was smacked midair by a robot arm. And the first obstacle to arrive is the robot inferno. Can the students overcome this challenge? Some robots were from the entrance blocking the path of the contestants. With the zero-pointers robots towering over them, and a row of the smaller robots in front of the massive ones. How on earth was UA able to fund them? Suddenly, the air around them dropped in temperature as Todoroki placed his right hand on the ground, surrounding him in an area of ice before he shot his hand upwards to encase the nearest zero-pointer entirely in ice before he started to sprint forwards. The next thing Midoriya saw was the frozen robot suddenly descending towards him before all he could see was metal. Luckily, he was able to copy some of his classmates' quirks before the event started, and activated hardening before the robot completely fell on top of him. His hardened skin and hair made it easy to puncture through the metal, and he started to claw and punch his way upwards with the use of his hardened hands and arms until he burst through the top of the fallen robot with a mighty shout. "If it hadn't been me, someone would have died!" he cried out as he took the scene around him. Only to blink as Kirishima and a guy made of steel stared at him with a slight gape on their mouths. Before Kirishima turned around to charge forwards, crying something about not being able to stand out. He didn't really get a chance to think about it before hopping off the zero-pointer and continuing on, breaking any robots that came towards him with his rock-like fists. The other students shook themselves out of their shock and rush as well, taking out the smaller robots with their quirks. Yet it was Yaoyorozu who was able to finally bring down the rest of the massive zero-pointers down with the use of a cannon. He had no idea what she shot out of it, but it was able to get the job done and mowed down the rest of the metal behemoths. Once the crowd made it past the robots, they were able to move much more freely with the use of their quirks. While many were stuck running towards the next obstacle, some like Ida and Kaken were able to move at a rapid pace towards the next goal. Others didn't move as fast but were still able to move at a fast enough pace to not be left behind. Such as Siro swinging on his tape and Ishido sliding with some acid pouring out of her shoes. Wait, her shoes? Sure enough, every time Ishido lifted up her feet, acid came pouring out of the bottom to act as a slippery slide for her to glide across, with it being non-corrosive enough to harm anyone behind her. Come to think of it, the holes at the bottom looked kind of familiar. His eyes widened when he figured it out. It was similar to the holes on the bottom of the new ones that Hatsum had given him. Does that mean he can slide around as well? Well, only one way to find out, he mused as he activated acid, startling those that were near him as his hair and skin slowly started turning pink. With a running start, he secreted acid so that it flowed out of his shoes in the least corrosive state that he can manage and started to slide towards the next obstacle. He slowly started to gain speed the more he moved. The movements were a lot like roller skating if he had to be honest, with lots of strides and acid to make up for the lack of wheels. Still, this being the first time doing this, he was moving at the pace of a fast jog. While not fast, it wasted less energy than it did running the entire way. Whoa! Last time I checked you only had one pink student eraser head. Mind telling us what is going on? Izuku Midoriya's quirk is quirk mimicry. He can copy a quirk after suffering the quirk's drawbacks, with him being able to copy the quirk afterward for an hour at a time. Murmurs were breaking out throughout the stadium, surprised that a quirk so heavily reliant on others belonged to a person who made it first in the entrance exam. Ishido heard the announcement and looked back to see Midoriya gaining ground as he continued to slide forward. With a big cheeky grin plastered onto her face, she slowed down until she was going at the same pace as Midoriya and decided to strike up a conversation while circling around him. Midoriya was so concentrated on just keeping his footing that he nearly slipped when Ishido suddenly spoke up. "Hey Pink Pal! I see that you picked up some of my moves!" A smug grin started to form on her face as she started to slide backwards so that she was facing him. "But you still have a long way to go before you can keep up with me." Despite the taunt, Midoriya couldn't help but laugh at the gesture and looked around himself to get a better sense of his surroundings. There was still a long way to go before they made it to the next obstacle, and the two acid users were a fair distance away from others. As he saw Kaken explode forward in the far distance, an insane idea popped into his head. Well, they always said to go plus ultra, right? Well, Ishido, he said as a rare grin slowly grew onto his face, shocking the horned student. You aren't the only one that I learned from. He threw his arm back so that the palms were facing behind him and felt the familiar sensation of heat on his hands starting to form. Over the 2 weeks, he practiced using 2 different quirks at once over the training period, and usually can be done unless the quirks were in the same area of his body. As long as I don't use acid on my hands, I should be fine, he thought as he gritted his teeth and increased the flow of acid on his feet. He then let loose an explosion in his hands, propelling him forwards along the ground and leaving a startled Ishido behind. He was going so fast that he no longer had to make strides to move, only keeping a firm stance while acid poured out of his feet at a fast rate. He could barely make out the faces of the other students as he blasted his way towards the next objective. And there goes a pink bullet rocketing his way through the competition. Just what is this kid made of? Huh, he's gotten better at that, the mummified teacher mumbled into the mic. Midoriya's cheeks were flapping at the speed he was going, forcing him to keep his eyes stay open against the wind hitting his face. It felt sort of exciting being able to go this fast without any restraints. Was this how Kaken felt the entire time? The shadow quirk inside of him started to cackle in glee at the activity. Coming up next is the fall. Watch out for the deep chasm below. If you fall all the way down, you're out. Midoriya could see large pillars made of dirt and rock connected to each other with sturdy pieces of ropes up ahead, so he cut off the explosions to slow down his pace. He expected to slow down after the explosion ceased, but was shocked to find himself still rapidly moving forward towards a group of students who were looking over the ledge. He wasn't used to pouring out acid from his feet at the rate he was using, so he struggled to reel it in. Acid continued to flow out of his feet as he made his way towards the crowd, with Hatsum noticing and waving back at him. Hey copy! How are the shoes? Are they working out great? Hatsum waved as she stood undeterred by the hazard speeding her way. And move out of the way! I can't slow down! Midoriya yelled as he continued flailing his way towards the end of the cliff. The students dove out of the way from the pink projectile as he flew off the cliff starting to fall. Oh crud! Midoriya thought as he started to rapidly descend to the dark chasm below. He was about to bring his arms and hands backward again. The shadow quirk was feeling just as much panic as he was before it started to speak. Izuku! Quick, reach for a rope! How is that going to work? Just do it! Midoriya let go of his acid quirk, turning him back to his normal skin tone, and reached out his right arm towards the nearest rope, putting his trust into whatever plan the shadow quirk had. The shadow in question quickly wrapped himself onto Midoriya's back and head, its glowing yellow eyes resting just above the forehead and covering him in a dark suit of armor. Additionally, the claw-shaped hands and arms covered Midoriya's own, before the quirk's right arm shot off like a rocket until it managed to grab onto the rope and started reeling in the startled teen. Whoa! With a last-minute save, Midoriya barely manages to avoid disqualification from that nasty fall. The loudmouth hero cackled into the mic. I take back my earlier statement. The underground hero sighed. Midoriya managed to pull himself onto one of the pillars and put his hands on his knees, gulping large amounts of air and trying to calm down from that terrifying experience. He heard the 2 teachers' comments going on in the background, but was focusing on getting his heartbeat steady while the shadow quirk went back inside of him once more. Does being a hero mean doing insane things like that all the time? 'Cause I don't think we'll last very long if we keep doing that. No. Thank you though, I had no idea you could do that. Where did you learn how to do that? You didn't do that this week during training. I got it from a movie. The teen blinked and raised an eyebrow as he heard the quirk's answer. He only had the shadow for a week, and he couldn't recall him watching any movies or videos with it during that time. When did you have the time to watch a movie? The quirk trailed off in his head, almost like he didn't mean for Midoriya to find out and was caught red-handed. Forget it, tell me later. Midoriya managed to get his breath under control and stood up straight to see numerous other students hopping and climbing their way forward. Even Hatsum was cackling her way across with her grappling hook and hover boots. Do you think you can do it again? The only answer he got was the quirk covering his back and arms once more as a feeling of excitement increased between the two. Midoriya didn't doubt that if the quirk wasn't on his head, it would have had a massive grin on its face since as it was one of the few times it could move without restriction. You move your arms while I grab. Midoriya nodded before jumping off the ledge he was on and reached for the nearest rope. The two soon got into a rhythm, with the Quirk's arm shooting out from Midoriya's own and reeling him forward and the teen reaching for another before the process began again, with the Quirk cackling all along the way. I can see why Dark Shadow enjoys helping out Tokoemi so much. This is so much fun. You know there is more to being a hero than just action, right? Hearing about it and experiencing it are two different things. And so far, the only things we got to do were training and practice. So I hope to learn what you think a hero means through your eyes, the Quirk cheered as the two continued swinging. Despite his usually cold and harsh demeanor, Eraserhead does care for his students. He saw various kinds of threats lurking outside in the real world through his underground work, and he would never forgive himself if he ever sent a student out in the field without preparing them first. As the underground hero looked at his students making their way forward, he couldn't help but feel a small twinge of pride. Although he would rather the first USJ lesson wasn't such a huge disaster, it taught the students what it means to encounter a threat when they weren't expecting one. Some were pulling ahead more than others, but he couldn't complain about the level of progress they all had made after only a month in school. Then there was that problem child of his, Izuku Midoriya. At first, he was a bit surprised that he was getting a student with a copy-type ability in the first place, since he focused more on quirks that needed fine-tuning and regulation, while Midoriya's seemed more technical. He figured it was nothing to be worried about seeing that Vlad got another student with a similar quirk. Then the green-haired teen informed him of his quirk the day of the quirk assessment test. On top of dealing with Midoriya's tendency to charge headfirst into battle if the zero-pointer in the entrance exam was anything to go by, the added information of his unique quirk was just the cherry on top. While he heard vague rumors of a man with a quirk similar to his student, there was nothing concrete. Either way, he knew it was not going to be easy to train a quirk that can hold so many abilities into one body. Which is why he advised Midoriya to understand the quirks thoroughly before he even used them on himself and others. He also had to notify him whenever he had acquired a new one for him to use. Nonetheless, he seemed to have taken his advice to heart, seeing as he was able to swing from rope to rope with a move that even Tokoemi didn't use. Yet he still has a long way if that irrational move with the acid slide was any indication. It looks like the students are pulling out all the stops to reach the end, with Todoroki and Bakugo competing for first in the minefield. Back on the course, Midoriya finally made it to the end of the second obstacle, and was running full speed towards the minefield since he didn't want to risk causing another mishap with the acid. Based on the announcement he just heard from President Mike, the final obstacle in the race was a minefield. He saw a bunch of students up ahead slowly make their way forward as they watched their footing carefully, with Todoroki and Bakugo fighting for first as they charged ahead. Now the question was how to go about it. He already wasted a lot of time after that acid mistake regaining his bearings. Some of the other quirks he had copied were not helpful in this scenario, with Hardening and Dark Shadow being more of a hindrance than an advantage. Additionally, while the zero gravity would be helpful in this obstacle, it would leave him disoriented and nauseous for the next event. The only option was to use Explosion. While others started to slow down as they neared the mines, Midoriya picked up the pace, thrusting his hands backward with the sparkling palms facing downwards as he did in the entrance exam as crackles of explosions increased in intensity. He was going to need to set off a blast big enough to get enough airtime and to propel himself forwards. "I'm gonna borrow your idea, Kakin." He leaped forwards as far as he could over the minefield before setting off a giant explosion, making all the students turn around to see the freckled teen soar through the air. The explosion wasn't large enough to hit any of the others around him, but it was enough to set off several of the mines underneath him. He winced a bit at the impact it made on his arms and hands, but he refused to give up so easily with All Might watching over him. Gritting his teeth, he kept firing off explosions every few seconds until he was propelled past Todoroki and Bakugo, who looked at him in a state of shock. Before regaining their bearings and moving forward, with Todoroki creating a path of ice as he ran and Bakugo launching himself after Midoriya, their early scuffle was completely forgotten with the new arrival. "Whoa!" Midoriya takes the lead, with the two former leaders now charging straight forward. "Just what on earth are you teaching them, Eraserhead?" Bakugo was closing in on Midoriya with his own set of blasts exploding from his hands. "You think you can get ahead of me with my own quirk, Deku?" Midoriya couldn't be bothered to answer now, he was too focused on sending out blasts from his own hands. "This is my one chance to gain the lead. I can't slow down now. Looks like it comes down to this, folks. The three contestants are neck to neck as they entered the doorway. Who will come out on top? Who will be left in the dust? As he entered the doorway, he heard another set of explosions closing in on him along with a set of hurried footsteps on what sounded like ice. He could see the light from the stadium beaming at the end of the tunnel and flew forwards. And the first one to enter the stadium is Izuku Midoriya. That is him, sensei, that was the one with the hacks. Shigaraki grumbled as he scratched his neck. The man behind the screen was silent when he looked at the winner displayed. Ever since he heard of a student that may have the potential to hold multiple quirks, he couldn't help but feel excited. It has been a while since he had a quirk that interested him to this degree. It did diminish somewhat as he watched the green-haired teen run the course, however. With the information of it not being a permanent thing like him, but only lasting for an hour and seeming to switch between quirks. There was one part that intrigued him, and that was the use of using the blast from his hand in that pink form. Maybe there was more than what was led on. Patience, Tamura, the more you learn about them, the less of a struggle it will be to achieve our goals. For now, let us see what else this Midoriya can do. Confetti was shot out all around as Midoriya was launched out of the doorway until he crashed onto the ground lying on his back panting. He was sore all over his hand and arms from the initial first blast at the minefield, but even still he raised an arm up in victory as the crowd cheered at the students performed. Todoroki and Bakugo were panting as they glared at the winner, with the ice user letting out breaths of cold air and the explosive blonde soothing his arms. Damn it. Even though he didn't use my quirk the whole time, he still made it past me. Bakugo's glare deepened at Midoriya. Midoriya slowly got back on his feet as the students slowly made their way back into the stadium one by one, with most of them being students from the hero course. Some of his classmates came and made their way towards him as well. Hey, that's no fair, Midoriya. You didn't tell me that you had a trick like that up your sleeve. Ashido pouted as she puffed up her cheeks. Yeah, man. You were totally holding back on us during training, Kirishima said with a sharp-toothed grin. Midoriya chuckled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, I had to catch up with the rest of you guys somehow. After the rest of the students made it towards midnight once again, the next event was being described as a cavalry battle. With it being a team-based event, and each person having a certain number of points awarded to them based on their placement on the last event. The last place getting 5 points and then increasing by 5 the higher you go. Sounded simple enough. Sure, it may be a bit of a challenge, but with 4 other high-ranking points, it was sure to draw some heat off himself. And the first place gets awarded 1,000,000 points. Midoriya balked at the announcer as the eyes of his competitors suddenly turned hungry with greed as they locked onto him with greed. Knowing that no matter what, a team now has the opportunity to rise up in ranks. We are so screwed. The quirk inside of him deadpanned. Chapter 13, Cavalry Chaos. In the animal kingdom, most animals have a strict code to avoid getting hurt by others. One such instinct is to know who or what will benefit their own survival. Knowing when to take risks to reap rewards. Humans are not exempt from this line of thinking. Unfortunately, Midoriya had to learn this lesson the hard way, with most of the students finding their own teammates for the next event. Each of them taking numerous factors into consideration to achieve victory. Things such as quirks, placement in the race, and physical power. The fact that Midoriya had a huge target planted on his back deterred most students from joining his team. It probably didn't help that most people also heard that he launched himself off a cliff during the race. He called out to Ojiro in hopes of him joining his team, but was met with an awkward apology as the tailed hero shuffled away, disheartening Midoriya as he was now looked around in hopes of finding another teammate. Fine. We didn't need you anyway. The shadow quirk shot out of his stomach with a huff. They didn't have to feel too bad for long, as Uraraka made her way towards the duo with an eager smile on her face. Hey Midoriya, we should team up. After all, friends should help each other out, huh? Meanwhile, the boy in question could only scrunch up his face in hopes of stopping the tears from breaking through his eyes, deeply moved by her heartfelt exclamation of their friendship. It was a well-known fact by their neighbors that the Midoriya's tears could fill Olympic-sized swimming pools if left unchecked, so the effort was definitely visible to the two who were watching him. Hey, what's with that face? Come on, get your game together. Midoriya knew that the quirk was right, and quickly rubbed his face as started to look at Uraraka, who was looking at him with an expectant expression, and the quirk going back inside of him. Despite being able to use numerous quirks in the previous round, he most likely would be limited to only using 2 for this one. By the time the next event started, the 1-hour time limit ruse that Nisa told him to use would have passed. And Kirishima and Ishido were already part of another team. Before he can think about the problem, Mei Hatsum bolted towards them until she got right in front of him and Uraraka. Wow! You sure didn't waste any time, Mr. Copy. I hope my baby worked out for you during the race. Uraraka was confused by her choice of words, blushing slightly at the wordplay. Luckily Midoriya was there to clear up that they were talking about her inventions, more than used to her antics due to him frequently checking on his hero's suit. The shoes worked great, Hatsum. Though I wonder how were you able to make them so fast as such high quality. He paused before correcting himself. Not that I'm doubting your work, of course. Hatsum eager look suddenly dropped until she looked sternly at the green-haired teen. Which made him increasingly nervous, since he had never seen her make that face before today. He didn't get to speak out about it when she grabbed him by the shoulders to drag him away from Uraraka, only furthering his discomfort. I'm going to borrow him for a second. Wait right there. Uraraka only nodded nervously as she saw Midoriya being dragged away, the pink-haired inventor not saying a word until there was a bit of distance away from their teammate and other people. Once she felt that she was far enough, she gave off a proud grin that rivaled any other grin he had seen so far. Until she started to explain using a hushed voice. Look, Mr. Copy, due to the nature of your quirk, your hero suit is going to be the most advanced baby that I've ever worked on. So much so that Nisa had personally requested that I work with materials and people directly from our island. That's why your shoes are made from a different material than the standard ones here at UA. As of right now I only work with 2 scientists that are used to keeping secrets under wraps, so no need to worry. I'm all about client confidentiality anyway. Your suit should be mostly done by the time you go to your internship. Her grin then turned mischievous. That being said, if you ever want to copy mine, all you have to do is ask. Midoriya was floored by the information dumped by the inventor. She answered his earlier question about knowing about his quirk, which he was kind of thankful for. But for his suit to be personally requested for our island? That was quite a shocker. The main problem with his quirk is the ability to switch between them at a fast pace, which could ruin the clothing of anything he wore now that he thought about it. If going by the quirks he has right now, the suit would have to be resistant to the harsh acid that he can produce along with the sharp edges of hardening. As for her offering her quirk, maybe later. I don't want to be disoriented right before the event, Midoriya said as the two continued to walk back towards their teammate. Now with that out of the way, they started to look around for another teammate before hearing another voice. Come on, Fumikage! The game is about to start! The team looked over to see Tokoemi and his quirk heading towards them despite numerous people asking him to join their team. He refused each offer with a slight bow as the shadow quirk hovered behind him, edging him forwards. Once they were near, Midoriya's dark shadow popped out to greet the two as well. Hey, are you guys joining our team? Of course, the other shadow cackled. You guys are going to need all the help you can get. What's that supposed to mean? The Midoriya-shaped shadow narrowed its yellow eyes. Well, I'm stronger than you and I have been around longer. Dark Shadow shrugged before grinning. Wouldn't you say so, little brother? Midoriya sighed, already knowing what was about to happen next. He spent the last week learning the quirk's habits and traits as best he could to better cooperate with it during training. For the most part, the quirk wasn't that much of a bother to him and others around him, if only a bit mischievous. To better understand its strengths and weaknesses, he also started to train with Tokoemi. Outside of heroics, the two quirks got along, making snarky comments towards each other and messing around. However, he learned during training that they were very competitive with each other, always trying to surpass the other. Yet as Dark Shadow mentioned, he was stronger than the other by quite a bit. Both had the same amount of strength whenever they chose to attack, but Tokoemi's was used to being able to withstand a harsh amount of light. I'll show you who's little. Midoriya's shadow growled before tackling the other onto the ground and started to wrestle, making the other groups who were near them look at them with the sweat dropped. Tokoemi, on the other hand, was embarrassed to the point that the feathers on his face started ruffling up. Ever since Midoriya got his own shadow, Tokoemi started speaking out on numerous occasions whenever it had a thought or idea. On one hand, it was nice hearing out what the quirk thought about their activities or ideas that it might have during training. Yet he was not used to having everyone stare at his quirk whenever it was rambunctious, and moved to stop it. His attempt was foiled when he felt Midoriya's hand on his shoulder, with the green-haired boy shaking his head side to side when Tokoemi looked back at him. Before he could ask why he stopped him, he said explained. It's better that they do this now than in the middle of the event. Besides, look how much fun they're having. Tokoemi looked back at the two shadows wrestling on the ground and was surprised to see them both grinning like crazy as they horsed around, with one of them currently having the other in a headlock. How did he miss that small detail? He realized that Midoriya was a lot better at him at this shadow partner thing, which was odd seeing how he had it for only a week while he had it nearly his whole life. He thought about the interactions he had with it during school and the obstacle course. They were playing reruns of various students in the obstacle course, and one that stuck out to him the most was the Quirk covering him as they swung from rope to rope. Rather than feeling jealous of the act, he was much more intrigued. How were you able to master him in just a short period? He looked at his green-haired companion with a look of amazement. How were you able to get him to keep up with you? To his surprise, Midoriya actually laughed at his question, before looking at him with an amused expression. Tokoemi, he doesn't have to keep up with me. They both looked at the two Quirks who were both grinning like crazy, but seemed to have had their fill for the time being. I have to keep up with him. It was then that Midoriya noticed the 5-minute time limit on the big screen before the game started. He figured that they had wasted enough time getting together as is and that they needed to get a plan ready. He looked at the team that had gathered around him, with Hatsum looking at him with an eager grin as she laid out all her inventions in front of him. Uraraka looked a bit nervous, but nonetheless determined about whatever plan he could come up with. Tokoemi looked at him with his arms crossed and a raised eyebrow, no doubt wondering what kind of plan he would come up with. By now, the two shadow Quirks stood beside their owners, eager to find out their roles. Midoriya gave off an excited grin, already having a formation in mind as he started telling his plan to his teammates. Now, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the second event? The crowd cheered as the students got into position, with Midoriya being the rider of his team, Tokoemi being in the front, and Hatsum and Uraraka supporting him from the back. He could see that everyone on the field had their eyes locked on the 10 million headband on his forehead as President Mike started the countdown. 3. Bakugo cracked his knuckles as his glare hardened towards the green-haired teen. 2. Todoroki didn't show any drastic emotions like Bakugo, but Midoriya could see that he became more focused as he narrowed his eyes on him. 1. His team got into a slight crouch, prepared to move or dodge at his command. Go! All the teams rushed forward, hoping to snatch the 10 million points as fast as they could to prevent any others from gaining the lead. Now, being hero students, Midoriya's team was prepared to face down any threats that were coming their way. After all, 3 of them had survived a villain encounter at the USJ. So naturally, the first thing that came to mind to Midoriya when he saw the teams charging towards them was to run away! But before they could do any of that, the entire team started to slowly sink in the ground like it was made of quicksand. They all started to panic before Midoriya warned them that he was turning on the jetpack that Hatsum had suited on him. He didn't know what kind of engine the eccentric inventor had suited the device with, but it was more than enough to get the job done and get the team gliding in the air. They didn't have time to rest though, as a pair of familiar jacks started hurling towards them at high speeds. Shadow! Protect us! Midoriya frantically yelled. You got it! The Quirk replied before swiping its giant claws at the attack, causing Jiraiya to cease any further attempts of getting the 10 million headband. Haha! That's one for me, Dark Shadow! You better start pulling your weight around. Yeah, just you wait. I'll show you how it's done, Tokoemi's Quirk huffed. By now, the team was gliding in the air, with the 2 shadows circling around them on the lookout for any stray attacks that may come their way. With their defenses now on high alert, they could try out an idea that he had when discussing the plans with his teammates. You ready, Uraraka? As ready as I'll ever be, she said with a nervous smile as Midoriya activated zero gravity on his hands, feeling the familiar pads form on the tips of his fingers. Due to Midoriya using Uraraka's quirk since the beginning of the year, he had a good handle on how her quirk functioned and how it affected him. There was only a certain amount of weight that they could make weightless before they started to feel nauseous. Another problem that they had was using the quirk on themselves was almost accompanied by a feeling of a flip something, doubling the effects of nausea. But what if they didn't have to do it all alone? Midoriya was able to activate the quirk onto Uraraka and Tokoemi while Uraraka activated it on Midoriya and Hatsum, along with all the heavy equipment and clothing on them. The result of their efforts was an entire team floating above the stadium without the risks of falling. Other than the slight discomfort of nausea in his stomach, he was doing okay. If he wasn't able to help Uraraka with this method, they still would probably be able to move around pretty fast. But they probably wouldn't be able to take advantage of being in the air as the other teams fight each other below. Looks like Team Midoriya took refuge in the skies, making all the other teams below fight for the 3 remaining spots. Whoa! I can believe that worked! You're amazing, Midoriya! Uraraka beamed a smile at the green-haired teen. Well, I couldn't have done it without you guys. Midoriya smiled back. With the quirk in effect, they didn't have to worry about landing for a long while, with movement in the air being achieved through the use of small thrust with Hatsum's mover boots. They were able to remain in the air for a good while, with only the occasional attack being blocked by the shadow quirks. Yet it all started to fall apart when an explosion was heard from down below, and a certain red-eyed blonde started heading towards them at high speeds, sending out explosions to shorten the gap between him and Midoriya's team. Bakugo trailed behind them as they tried to escape his clutches with the use of Hatsum's hover boots until he was able to go around them and face them head-on. Don't you get carried away, Deku! Bakugo shouted as he threw an explosive right hook towards the team, with the 2 shadows jumping in front to block the attack with a yelp. Their strong shadow defense worked in blocking the explosion from harming the rest of the team, with Bakugo falling back with an annoyed grunt as Zero caught him with some tape. Yet due to the weightlessness of the entire members, the power of the explosion sent the team spiraling out of control in a downward motion like a shot-down helicopter, causing the entire team to panic. We're going down! The shadows cried as they both went back inside their owners. What do we do, Midoriya? Tokoemi looked behind his shoulder to meet his eyes. His worries were justified as he was the one in front of the group. Midoriya gritted his teeth as they continued to plummet towards the ground, with the team trying to align themselves to prevent disconnecting from one another. Uraraka, Hatsum! Use the boots to slow our fall! Right! The 2 shouted as they switched the boots on to full power, slowing down their descent as much as they could before they could touch the ground. Their quick thinking allowed them to land safely, but caused slight disorientation for them all due to the fast spins in the air and the impact. Once the team was on the ground, the shadow quirks wasted no time in popping back out and viewing their surroundings. Izuku! There are a lot of teams heading this way. Midoriya looked up to see that his quirk was right. Numerous teams were beginning to rush towards them after seeing them heading back down to the air, with Todoroki's team in front and closing in. Oddly enough, Bakugo's team was nowhere to be found even though he was the one to shoot them down from the air. Where were they? Bakugo growled at the blonde gray-eyed extra and his team in front of him. They finally managed to land a hit on Deku's team in the air. But as soon as he landed, this extra swiped the headband from his head and started to talk about the time he got trapped by the slime villain. Hey, what's with that face? Surely this isn't what you will be like once you go pro? The blonde sneered at Bakugo. Having enough of this guy's blabbering, he aimed a hand towards his face to shut him up with an explosion. He was surprised to see this guy react to his attack and dodge just barely outside the blast, and turned to find a small explosion hitting him square in the face. Whoa! That's a nice quirk. The statement made Bakugo see red, and didn't bother holding back this time as he aimed another explosion towards him that engulfed the enemy team entirely in smoke. When it cleared, he was surprised again to see him use Kirishima's hairs hardening to block to blow. Really nice quirks. I got to admit that this is fun. Whoa! That's my hardening! Kirishima exclaimed. He copied them. The explosive blonde growled. I'm surprised it took you this long to figure it out. After all, you got one in your class. Surprisingly, the blonde in front of him dropped the sneer and replaced it with an actual look of admiration. I'm kind of glad though. A quirk like us are usually mocked due to always having to rely on others. Maybe I should ask him for some tips so I can win first place too. The idea of another person with this type of quirk getting ahead of him in his goal of winning first place was enough for him to radiate a murderous aura around him. Kirishima. A sinister grin formed on Bakugo. Before we go after Deku, we are getting our points back. Back with Midoriya, he watched carefully as the swarm of students continued rushing forwards behind Todoroki. I didn't think we would encounter him until much later in the contest. He must think highly of you, Midoriya. Tokoyami mused as he kept an eye on Todoroki. Midoriya's eyes widened as sparks started building off of Kaminari at a frantic rate, no doubt charging for a huge attack. Todoroki seemed prepared to prevent his own team from the attack, with a thick sheet shielding the rest of the members and a metal spike striking the ground. Midoriya's entire field of vision was filled with electricity bouncing around as the two shadows jump in front once again to shield the team. The rest of the competitors weren't able to defend themselves against the attack as they stopped and took the full force of electricity coursing through their bodies. As Todoroki froze the rest of the competitors and snatched their headbands, Team Midoriya used the opportunity to put some distance between them to give the shadows some breathing room, already feeling the effects of the numerous lights attacking them. Additionally, the jetpack was no longer working from the huge electric attack, causing Hatsum to cry out in despair. Midoriya, I don't know how much longer we can go like this. The shadows are already becoming timid as we speak. Violence solves nothing. Tokoyami's shadow sniffed. Why can't we all just get along? Midoriya's shadow wailed alongside its shadow sibling. While Midoriya's sweat dropped at the exchange, he realized that Tokoyami had a point. They couldn't go much longer with this kind of strategy. While two shadows made such an excellent defense, they reduced their run time down significantly. He also had no doubt that Todoroki wouldn't stop chasing them after Get got the headbands from the other teams. If they couldn't go on the defense any longer, they would just have to go on the offense. So we are just going on to be on the defense the entire time? Uraraka asked as she strapped on Hatsum's one of hover boots onto her feet. That's the idea at least. Unless we get cornered by someone. Then we might have to go on the offense, Midoriya said as he put on the jetpack. It's an intriguing concept, but how do you suggest we go about that if the time comes? Tokoyami asked with a raised eyebrow. If our shadows get hit by too many light attacks, either our defense nor offense will be at an adequate strength. I actually got an idea for that. Midoriya beamed as he got ready to explain. Since our shadows recharge themselves once they are inside of us, we can alternate our attacks so that one shadow will attack while the other recharges. And when the other gets too tired or small, the other takes its place. Like tag team wrestling, Uraraka laughed. Exactly, Midoriya said with a grin. Tokoyami, I think we need to go on the offense with the strategy one came up with earlier. Tokoyami's eyes slightly widened as he recalled the strategy from Midoriya, and saw Todoroki cornering them towards the edge of the arena. It seems like they will have no choice but to engage in combat. Well, which one of you two wants to be first? Tokoyami asked as he and the entire team looked over to the two quirks in question. The shadows both looked uneasily at each other for a couple seconds before Midoriya's gained a slight smirk before retreating back into Midoriya. Well, you did say that you were stronger than me, Dark Shadow. Let me know when's it's my turn. Midoriya's shadow taunted as he went back into the green-haired team. Tokoyami's meanwhile sked at the jab before facing forward and grumbling. Me and my big mouth. Meanwhile, Todoroki's team was finally nearing them after their little detour for some headbands, causing Midoriya's entire team to tense in anticipation. However, they won't start attacking until they were near them. Remember, keep attacking until you think you can't handle it anymore. You got it, boss. Todoroki raised an eyebrow at the opposing side's reluctance to make a move. With the bird-headed shadow narrowing its yellow eyes in concentration and the other nowhere to be seen. Unaware of their plan until he got within a couple of meters before Midoriya shouted for the shadow to attack, with the quirk dashing its way forward. Yayorozu! He shouted as he held up an arm to guard the headband. His teammate was able to create a huge concrete slab from her arm to block the giant claw from hitting, but was surprised to see it still attacking after the initial impact. Breaking the concrete slab from the creationist's arms and forcing her to construct another one, all while the quirk in front of them continued its punches with its giant claws. You won't get past us! The quirk shouted as it continued to punch at the slab, which the creationist now created with metal to withstand the attack. Todoroki gritted his teeth in frustration, yelling for Kaminari to use some more electricity, as he shielded himself and his teammates with the thick sheet once more. He heard the quirk in front yelp and suddenly retreat, but was surprised to see another shadow take its place in the shape of Midoriya. Looks like it's my time to shine! The quirk cackled as it continued where the other left off and started punching the newly formed metal shield. Whoa! After a close call in the air, Midoriya's team is now on the offense. Todoroki can't seem to get close, President Mike announced throughout the stadium, causing the crowd to cheer at the intense combat. Todoroki was starting to get frustrated with the whole ordeal. He knew he was going to have a bit of a struggle with the freckled teen, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. They were even getting pushed back due to the constant barrage of attacks. They were quickly running out of time, and Kaminari didn't look like he can keep on shooting electricity for much longer. Todoroki, Ida called out from the front, bringing the fire ice user out of his thoughts. There is only about a minute left. I can get you there, but I won't be able to move afterward. I am counting on you. Todoroki didn't have any idea what he was talking about, but decided to take his word for it as he and the rest of the team braced themselves. Just as the shadow decided to take another swing, his body lurched forwards as the entire team zoomed towards a startled Midoriya, snatching the headband as they passed by. Both sides were stunned at the impressive speeds made by their class president, as they had no idea that he was capable of moving at those types of speeds. Ida gave a rare grin towards Midoriya as he said, I forgot to tell you this earlier, Midoriya, but I am here to challenge you as well. Midoriya and his team could only look at them in shock, with them now having 0 points with only a minute remaining. Ida never mentioned this special move of his during their weeks of training, so he must have been saving it for the festival. Their one chance to move forward in the festival was snatched right out of their hands. And with so little time remaining, there was no way for them to go for some other teams. We got to get those points back. If we don't, we lose, Midoriya cried out to the rest of his team. Though each of them seemed very hesitant to push onwards. The two shadows were also worried about the outcome of this event, seeing as they had both taken on numerous light attacks. Then Tokoyami's Quirk whispered something to the other shadow, who looked uneasily between Midoriya and Dark Shadow. With the shadows getting into a stance side by side as Dark Shadow spoke to the green-haired teen and to Tokoyami. Fumikage, Midoriya, we got this. Whatever you do, don't stop moving forward. Tokoyami was taken back by the conviction in the Quirk's voice, never hearing it speak so strongly about something. He was hesitant to proceed without knowing what the dark being had up its sleeve, but then he remembered what Midoriya said about him keeping up with the Quirk, not the other way around. Deciding to put his faith in his fellow shadow user and his Quirk, he decided to go along with it. We are in your hands, Dark Shadow. I'm counting on you. Tokoyami could feel his Quirk's joy at the level of trust it was given and told Midoriya to go ahead with the plan, with the team pushing forward with everything that they got. The two Quirks, on the other hand, had a trick up their sleeve. The one was much more reluctant with how this may end up than the other, as the idea sounded way too outlandish of a concept for it to work. Are you sure about this, Dark Shadow? This doesn't sound like a good idea, the Midoriya-shaped shadow said uneasily as they started to near Todoroki's team. Probably. But what is it that they always say back in UA? The other could help but give a slight smirk, agreeing to this insane idea as the two shouted, Go beyond! Plus Ultra! Before they both jumped into one another and started to merge, causing both Midoriya and Tokoyami to shudder at the odd sensation. At first, the two Quirks didn't look much more than a swirling ball of darkness floating above the ground, until it started to take shape, with the head looking like the bird-headed dark shadow that Midoriya was used to seeing. Yet the back crest was longer and messy like the curls of that he was used to seeing on his own shadow. Unlike before where each shadow was roughly the height and build of an average person, the combined Quirks were now taller and bulkier, towering over the other team as they glared with 4 glowing yellow eyes, with one pair being directly on top of the other. Midoriya's team is pulling out all the stops after Todoroki's secret boost move, with only 40 seconds remaining. The new manifestation continued looking down at its opponent before it swung a giant claw that was large enough to pick up a bus in a downwards movement with a mighty roar, almost like it was trying to crush them. The opposing eyes widened at the attack, and Todoroki yelled for Kaminari to dispel electricity once again, causing the Quirk to jerk backward for a moment. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Tokoyami were both gritting their teeth and sweating bullets, unused to the odd sensations of the Quirks merging with one another. Having a shadow sentient Quirk was already a tasking effort on the mind and the emotional spectrum, but the addition of another in their normally one-on-one connection was a struggle to cope with. Despite the Quirk's warning of not stopping as they attacked, the team couldn't help but slow their pace as the rider and the person at front struggled to get a rein on their Quirks. The shadows meanwhile only seemed deterred for a moment before resuming their attack on the dual-color team, getting attacked by streams of electricity once more as the teams slowly crept forward.
Tokoyami. What is going on?
Midoriya asked through clenched teeth. I don't know, they were never this strong before on their own, Tokoyami admitted. Perhaps being joined by a brother of darkness grants greater resistance? They were almost right behind the quirk when they saw it get hit by lightning once more, making it stumble back and slowly shrink a bit. When the two quirks merged, their resistance to light had increased quite a bit. Yet it was not invincible, as the two quirks were slowly being worn down by the constant attacks. The quirk was panting in exhaustion, a bit frustrated for not being able to do anything despite the other team not moving at all. The two quirks rose up one more time as they glared at Todoroki, before speaking with the voice of the two quirks being mixed together as it locked its giant claws together to slam down.
Just give us back the points!
Todoroki was about to yell out for electricity from Kaminari one more time, but his eyes widened in fear as he saw a blank look on the blonde's face as a familiar way escaped his mouth. They also still couldn't move due to Ida overheating his engines on his legs. He looked back at the quirk looming over him with the conjoined fists hurling towards them. Before he knew what he was doing, his right arms ignited into flames before the attack could connect, forcing the two shadows to finally separate from each other with a yelp as they went back to their owners to recharge. Todoroki's eyes widened even further as Midoriya's team suddenly appeared right in front of them by using the giant shadow as a cover, managing to snatch one of the headbands that was wrapped around his neck. How did he leave his guard down? He promised that he was never going to use his power to win. Meanwhile, Midoriya was glad to get their points back, nearly sighing in relief until Hatsum spoke up.
Hey, isn't that the wrong headband?
Looking down, he saw that he didn't get the headband that they started with, but one that was worth 70 points. They had switched up the headbands around his neck to hide their original. If things stay like this, they wouldn't be able to move on to the next round. So they turned around once more, charging back into the fray as the crowd started to count down the last 10 seconds. The two shadows popped out as well, but both were small and had extreme signs of exhaustion. Off to the side, they heard the sounds of explosions and screaming closing in on their standoff. Yet Todoroki and Midoriya were only focused on each other, with Todoroki snapping out of whatever funk he was in and preparing himself with a frozen staff while the green-haired teen desperately reaching for the 1 million.
Time's up!
The trio halted in their attempts for combat with Bakugo falling flat on his face. Midoriya's arms slumped downwards as the time was called. Despite making the plan and ideas along with their team's best efforts, they failed. He gritted his teeth in frustration for letting down his team.
Whoa! What a show! Now let's look at the top 4 teams making it into the finals. In a shocking turn of events, we have Team Midoriya, who was able to maintain their position.
Todoroki's eyes bulged out of his head as he looked down at the headbands to find that the 10 million was missing. When did that happen? He looked over to the winning and found that they were just as lost as them. It wasn't until the two small shadows had shown the winning headband, holding it in between them like a banner. Both were panting with exhaustion but had small grins plastered on their dark faces.
They're so busy looking at Izuka that we were able to snatch it at the last second.
The edge of Midoriya's eyes brimmed with tears. It has only been a week since the quirk manifested and he was already showing such determination for being a hero. Going so far without him even having to tell him. Midoriya rushed forwards to give the quirk a hug as tears started shooting out with the strength of a fire hose, startling the other members of the team.
I'm so proud of you!
Midoriya cried out while keeping the quirk in a vice-like grip.
Hey, knock it off! People are watching us!
The quirk complained as it struggled to escape the hug.
And in second place, with vicious tenacity, we got Team Bakugo.
While the other members sighed in relief over their placement, Bakugo screamed a shout of rage over losing to the green-haired teen.
They pulled off a valiant effort, give it up for Team Todoroki.
Todoroki looked down on his left arm in frustration, breaking his promise to never use his fire when in combat. Even when he did, he didn't even manage to win. There was no doubt about it, he was overwhelmed by the sheer power of the double shadow attack.
And in fourth place we have Team Shinso? Where did they come from? Now time for a quick lunch break before we announce the next event with the winning contestants.
Midoriya was finally able to stop his tears from leaking as the quirk grumbled something about taking a nap before retreating back into Midoriya, before turning back to the rest of his team to demonstrate his gratitude.
Thanks, I couldn't have done it without you guys. No problem. After all, friends should stick together, right?
Uraraka beamed.
Indeed, it would be foolish to leave someone behind in darkness.
Tokoyami agreed.
Hee, it was a good show for my babies. But now I got to prepare for the next showcase.
Hatsum quickly gathered up all of her inventions before rushing out.
I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Copy.
The trio started to follow her lead and head for the cafeteria before they heard someone call out to them.
Midoriya, I would like to talk to you.
Turning around, they saw Todoroki looking at Midoriya with a stern gaze, eyes boring into his own. Midoriya was unsure just what to make of him as of yet. He hardly ever spoke to anyone in our class to begin with, and the most they talked was that awkward encounter with Midoriya's hand being stuck to his back. With all the shouting and the declaration of war made towards him at the start of the festival, Midoriya was pretty sure that today was the most emotion he ever saw come out of Todoroki. The remaining two members were probably thinking of the same thing if the raised eyebrows meant anything. Yet Midoriya didn't want to keep them waiting around for him, so he told them that he would catch up with them after his talk with Todoroki. There was some doubt in their faces, but reluctantly agreed, leaving the pair alone.
Follow me,
Todoroki said as he turned and entered a hallway that was not being used by any of the students at the time. While Midoriya could only take a deep breath as he followed Todoroki to a secluded hallway, unsure of what he wanted to share with him. Chapter 14. Mindful of Your Enemies. Midoriya was uneasy with the stare that Todoroki was giving him. After following him to the secluded hallway, they each stood facing each other, not saying a word. His shadow Quirk was also silent inside of him, resting after the intense match they were in before. Finally, after an eternity of silence, Todoroki spoke up.
You overwhelmed me. To the point that I broke my promise.
Midoriya blinked in confusion, as he had no idea what on earth his classmate was talking about. It didn't help that the two didn't talk to each other much during school, much less enough to have an in-depth conversation about vague promises in a secluded hallway.
You don't have any of his strength, yet your presence in the battle reminded me so much of him.
Todoroki looked at the teen up and down with a cold, analytical expression before asking,
Are you All Might's secret love child or something?
Midoriya balked at Todoroki, and he had no doubt that if the shadow inside of him wasn't resting, it would be cackling at the statement, as it already knew about the relation between its host and the symbol of peace.
What on earth gave you that idea?
Todoroki's cold gaze didn't let up as he shrugged.
Not much, to be honest, just found the way he wanted to talk to you in private a bit odd. The idea doesn't really have a lot of merit since your quirks are so different from each other.
Midoriya nodded absent-mindedly. He would have to tell All Might that he would have to be more careful when it came to wanting to discuss something. Todoroki shook his head a bit before getting back on track.
Endeavor is my father, who is obsessed with defeating All Might.
Looking back at the green-haired teen with cold resentment in his eyes.
Tell me, did you ever hear of quirk marriages?
Midoriya's face paled. He knew exactly what he was talking about. After he learned the name of his quirk, he looked up numerous topics involving adaptation and evolution. While he learned that his quirk, adaptability, was a term that was used to describe the way an organism's body adjusts to an environment's condition, he also learned about selective breeding in animals. The idea of choosing parents with particular characteristics to breed together to produce an offspring with desirable traits, breeding certain individuals with the goal of its offspring receiving certain traits. These ideas on the evolution of creatures have been around even before the appearance of quirks. Unfortunately, it led many people to put these ideas to the test when the quirks started to become more commonplace. People with powerful quirks started to have children with other people with strong quirks in the hopes that their child will become a stronger force of nature than the parents. The act was so wrong, so unethical that it made Midoriya sick to his stomach. To think that it was still a problem in this day and age.
Based on your reaction, I think you know what I'm talking about, he growled out. Endeavor was obsessed with beating All Might, going through many lengths to try to shorten the gap between them. Yet it was never enough. He was always falling short to the symbol of peace, so he had turned to other methods to surpass him.
Which included a quirk marriage.
My mother was always crying whenever I think about my childhood. She said, "Your left side is unsightly," just as she poured boiling water on me.
Midoriya looked down away from Todoroki's furious gaze and wondered if he should say anything. Even if they were aiming for the same goal of being a hero, They both came from totally different backgrounds. Midoriya's mother always being there for him whenever he needed help, whether it involved his quirk or not. And while he hasn't seen his father in the flesh for nearly a decade, he wouldn't exactly call him an uncaring, cold parent. As he would still call in to chat with him and his mother whenever he had the time, occasionally video chatting and sending letters asking about their days and problems that they might be having. Todoroki didn't have any of that from either of his parents. Having his piece said, the heterochromatic teen pushed himself against the wall and started to head off the cafeteria. It doesn't matter if you have something from All Might or not. Just know that I'm only going to win with my mother's ice. Midoriya watched his classmate walk away. The drastic differences in their backgrounds made responding difficult. Yet he knew deep down that he had to say something in response. Pulling himself off of the wall and following him a bit down the path, he spoke up. I always have been helped by others, whether it be in class or through their quirks. That didn't change even during the festival. He looked at his hand while thinking of the many people in his life who supported his dream. His mother, though hesitant, believed in his dream to become a hero. His classmates, who took the time to help him get used to their quirks so that he could use them. All Might, his idol who saw something else in him that day when he charged in to help Bakugo, and the one he is counting on to receive one for all. I can't let them down. Not after everything they've done to help me get here. He looked up to lock eyes with Todoroki. I never got the chance to answer your declaration of war earlier, but I accept. The Fire Ice user said nothing as he took in his declaration before he continued his way towards the cafeteria, leaving Midoriya to wonder how well the rest of the tournament will turn out. All while unaware that someone else was listening in. Soon, all the remaining contestants were back on the field waiting for midnight to announce the next event, which happened to be a one-on-one battle tournament. Though he had no idea why all of the girls from his were wearing cheerleading outfits. Yet before any of the brackets can be decided for the tournament, his tailed classmate Ojiro raised his hand to announce that he was dropping out, saying that he didn't remember any of the events before the cavalry battle and felt his pride take a blow. Surprisingly, he wasn't the only one who did so, as a slightly chubby boy with blue hair also felt the same way and dropped out as well. With 2 open spots remaining, 2 of the 5th place's contestants took over to fill their spots. With the brackets of the tournament finally being able to be drawn as the contestants' names were listed on the screen. Finding his own name, he saw that he was the first match to start off the event with his opponent being someone named Hitoshi Shinso. He wondered who that person was until he saw a boy with frazzled purple hair and slight bags under his eyes making his way towards him, and realized it was the general studies student who spoke to their class that day outside of their classroom. Hey, are you Midoriya? He was about to answer when a bulky tail shot up to cover his mouth from responding, which happened to come from his classmate Ojiro. Don't answer to him, Midoriya. The martial art hero shot a warning glance to Midoriya before looking at his opponent in wariness. The guy who Midoriya guessed was Shinso just gave off a grin before slinking away, leaving behind a confused greenette as he gave Ojiro a questioning eyebrow. I'll explain to you later. Midoriya didn't look too convinced but decided to let it slide for now as the rest of the contestants were about to start their recreational activities. With the people who didn't get in the tournament during various games, and Midoriya and Ojiro splitting off to prepare for the festival to talk. Midoriya could hear the present mic hyping up the cheering crowd from the entrance to the stadium as he waited to be called onto the field. From his talk from Ojiro, he found out that his opponent had a brainwashing quirk that was difficult to get out of once you were in it. The only way his classmate got out was because something outside was able to knock him out of the trance. Though the quirk only seemed to work if you answered Shinso, so theoretically, all he would have to do is not speak. He heard steps behind him before turning to see that it was All Might. Young Midoriya, how are you feeling? Kind of nervous, to be honest, he said as he looked out onto the doorway where the light of the stadium was shining through the dark hallway. It's been my dream to be here since I was a kid, and I don't want to blow it. I'm sure you will do fine. You keep surprising me with the way you use your classmates' quirks and the way you always seem to push forward no matter how difficult it gets. The shadow inside of him popped out, though he was smaller than what his usual size was due to him still recharging. Yeah. And besides, you always got me. You should stay inside for this round, Shadow. You are still recharging. And I might need you for the next fight. The quirk crossed his arms while rolling its yellow eyes. Yeah.
I will still be watching though, as I want to learn what it means to be a hero in your eyes, Izuku. All Might looked at the scene in amusement, already meeting the shadow manifestation whenever they had to describe one for all to prevent it from spilling it out to the rest of Midoriya's classmates. I've got high hopes for the both of you. So remember to stand tall, and tell the world I am here with a smile. Midoriya nodded as he steeled his nerves once he heard Present Mike start to announce the start of the battle and headed outside the door as the Quirk went inside of him. You don't know what Quirk he will send out next, the winner of the Cavalry battle, the Quirk imitator of Class A. It's Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired teen walked up to the field, slightly nervous about the massive number of people who cheered and watched him. And in the other corner, a person who we haven't been watching. Someone in general studies who managed to snag a place in the Cavalry battle, it's Hitoshi Shinso. The crowd went crazy as Midoriya kept his eyes locked on the Shinso before standing directly across from him. He had no idea what his opponent was thinking as he just looked at him with a bored expression while keeping his hands inside his pockets. To win, you've got to force your opponent out of bounds or immobilize them. Getting them to say surrender is also a way to win. The two nodded, not taking their eyes off their opponent before Shinso narrowed his eyes at the boy. I surrender, huh? Midoriya raised an eyebrow but did not remove his eyes from him as he waited for the match to begin. This is the chance to show our stuff to the world, to show the other heroes what we are made of. Yet that monkey gave up his spot. All because of a stupid thing like pride. To throw away your chance at participating. How stupid can you be? And begin. Midoriya gritted his teeth, already feeling his blood boiling at the insult made to his classmate. What right did he have to judge Ojiro? What did you say? Then his mind and face went blank, as he stopped halfway on the battlefield. Shadow was excited to be a part of this. After being told by Izuku all about the wonders of being a hero, he couldn't wait to try out the sports festival. The Quirk watched a couple of the past years to get a gist of the events, but it was so much better than he expected. Wrapping himself around Izuku and swinging from rope to rope in the obstacle course was such a joyride. He wanted to try out fighting some of Midoriya's classmates as opponents, but was told to stay out of the first round and to save his strength for later. He learned a lot of Midoriya's traits this past week, such as the mumble sprees that he would often get into whenever he talked about quirks or heroes, or the way he puts 100% into whatever task he has in front of him. Though, he would have to say Midoriya's biggest quality was his deep care for his companions. He would always go out of his way to help those in need, especially when it comes to heroics. It lost count on the number of times the green-haired boy went up to check on his friends and classmates after a rough training session in class had finished. It was inspiring in its own way. Though that quality of his had backfired, as a comment from the crazy purple-haired opponent caused him to slip up even when he was warned. It remembered what that tailed classmate of his that ditched them in the Cavalry battle told Midoriya about this guy, but it didn't think it would work this well. It couldn't even feel the connection on Midoriya anymore. Turn around and walk out of the stage. Midoriya's body did exactly as instructed, even when the Quirk shouted in his head to snap out of it. It was starting to panic. They can't lose. Not when they were just getting started. That is why the test isn't rational. The monotone voice of Eraserhead rang out into the stadium as he explained the two's quirks and skills. Suddenly, the shadow quirk burst from the brainwashed contestant's back and started to claw the ground behind him, desperate to bring Midoriya back towards the center. Izuku! What are you doing? We can't lose now, we just started! The quirk cried out as it continued to struggle with its brainwashed host. Hey! What do you think you are doing? Midoriya's purple-haired opponent yelled across the arena. The quirk ignored him, desperate to bring Midoriya back from his blank state. It saw the teen starting to near the edge of the arena and decided to pull out all the stops. You can't lose, Izuku! You have to win! It turned around to face its host as he gripped him by the shoulders with its two claws. You have to teach me how to be a hero! The touch was able to snap Midoriya out of the trance, with a sharp gasp escaping him just as his foot was about to step over the line. The crowd cheered as Midoriya tried to regain his bearing, with the shadow quirk look at him in concern before going back inside him once more. Shinso, meanwhile, gritted his teeth in frustration, annoyed that his opponent was somehow able to break through from his brainwashing. He didn't have any other choice besides trying to get him to talk again. Just how many different quirks can you use? It must be pretty useful to switch into anything you want. Midoriya kept his mouth shut, not wanting to fall for the same trick again as faced him once more. Tensing his muscles, he activated hardening and made his way towards an increasingly frustrated Shinso. It must be nice to be gifted with a perfect quirk. You don't know what's like to have a bad hand stacked against you. Midoriya shut his eyes as he tried to continue charging forward with hardening. He would like to say that he sympathized with him, but he knew he was kind of right in a way. Although he wouldn't go so far as to say that everything was handed to him on a silver platter. Anytime he used explosion whenever he had to stop Bakugo from harming another person, the person would always compliment him on the use of Bakugo's quirk. Not his own imitator quirk, but Bakugo's. It was like all they saw in him was a gentle, nicer version of Bakugo. It may not seem like a big deal, but it did frustrate the green-haired teen quite a bit. Hearing that your accomplishments were only the cause of someone else's power. To be judged based on the power and effect of your quirk. Yet he didn't let that get him down. He pushed himself to learn each and every one of the quirks he gained so far. He had the support of his friends, who trusted him with a copy of their quirk for him to use. He had All Might, who saw something in him that day when he rushed out to Bakugo from that slime villain, and let him in on his biggest secret. He couldn't let them down. He gritted his teeth and gripped Shinso's shoulders as he dragged him towards the end of the arena. With hardening making it difficult for the brainwasher to escape Midoriya's clutches. Shinso can only try to pry his opponent's hands off of him, with punches and kicks causing him to hurt himself against the greenhead's hardened body. Finally making it to the edge, he shoved the brainwasher user out of bounds, ending the match with a cheer from the crowd. Though Midoriya didn't pay much attention to the applause as he saw the utter look of defeat and disappointment upon his opponent's face. The boy was gritting his teeth as he kept his head down and away from Midoriya, no doubt frustrated by the outcome of the events. Though that made Midoriya wonder, why did he want to be a hero? Later, he was able to meet All Might and Recovery Girl in the infirmary after his match with a troubled expression on his face. Though this was not due to any injuries, as he had a clean bill of health from the nurse. All Might noticed and looked at him in concern. Young Midoriya, is something bothering you? The boy hesitated for a moment before answering his idol. I know that this is a competition and all, but I still feel bad for Shinso for going out the way he did. For not having any support and having his dreams put on hold. All Might's eyes softened and he nodded in understanding. I also felt that way sometimes before I got One for All. I remembered before meeting my master, I felt like my goals were nothing but a pipe dream. Seeing the confused expression on the teen, he elaborated further. This may come as a shock to you, but I was quirkless before receiving One for All. Midoriya's eyes widened at the information, surprised to hear that about All Might. He didn't personally know any quirkless people, but he knew some of the harsh treatment they received from others. To hear that All Might was one was definitely a shock, but it didn't change much of his initial opinions of him. It was not as rare as it was now, but it was still pretty uncommon back then. His gaze softened as a fond look appeared on his face. Even though I didn't have one, my master saw something in me and gave me One for All. It is also a reason why I considered you a candidate to inherit my quirk. His sharp blue eyes displayed feelings of mirth and pride as he looked upon Midoriya. When you charged into the fray that day with the slime villain, I saw a lot of myself in you, young Midoriya. The way you moved without a moment's hesitation to help someone in need, with or without a quirk. Even now you continue to surprise me. Midoriya couldn't help but slightly tear up at the praise, while he could practically feel the shadow quirk inside of him puff up his chest in arrogance. He quickly wiped them off before giving All Might a determined grin, with All Might giving off his own. Now head on, young Midoriya, you still got matches to win, All Might said with a laugh as he threw him a thumbs up. Going back to the arena, he saw that Uraraka and Ida saved him a spot in the seating area. Sitting next to Uraraka, he looked onto the field hoping to see who will be fighting next when Uraraka started speaking to him. That was so scary, Midoriya. You almost had us there. Ida agreed with her with a nod before giving him a thoughtful look. It is true. I thought you were going to step out of the arena. Tell us, how did you manage to snap out of his brainwashing? He opened his mouth to speak when his quirk popped out of his stomach with a puffed-up chest full of pride as it pointed to itself. It was all because of me. It made a big show of seeming nonchalant about his victory as he checked its claws like it was looking for dirt in them. I think it's safe to say that I was the MVP of that round. Midoriya rolled his eyes at the Quirk's attitude, but didn't disagree with his Quirk's assessment as he patted its head to cool its ego. Yes, and I'm thankful for your help, Shadow. He ignored the pout that the Quirk gave him and the amused stares from his classmates as he returned his attention towards his friends while the Quirk went back inside of his stomach. The brainwashing was kind of weird. Usually, when Shadow is inside of me, we can talk to each other using a sort of emotional link that we share. But when I was brainwashed, I couldn't feel the connection at all. It was sort of like getting trapped inside a mental box. I don't think it affects Shadow unless he talks to Shinso and gets brainwashed too. The others looked thoughtful at his explanation before the crowd started to cheer once more and the next two competitors started walking up to the arena, with Shiro being on one side and Todoroki being on the other. Yet while Shiro was stretching his limbs while sporting an eager grin, Todoroki's expression was unreadable as he kept his head down. After repeating the rules of the duel, Midnight once again cracked her whip announcing the battle to begin. Midoriya watched as Shiro wrapped Todoroki's torso in tape before dragging him off to the side of the arena in hopes of throwing him over the line. It seemed like it was going smoothly until a massive wave of ice suddenly erupted from the fire ice user that dropped the temperature of the arena and nearly encased half of the stadium in a glacier. Everyone was shocked at the level of power that the Son of Endeavor was carrying, and Shiro could only shiver as nearly his entire body was encased in ice except for his head. Midnight wasn't left out of the attack either, as her entire side was covered in ice as well. Shiro, can you move? Are you kidding? I can't even feel my arms. Shiro is unable to battle, Todoroki is the winner. The crowd didn't say anything of the sheer spectacle that was constructed by the son of the number 2 hero. Todoroki walked up to Shiro and started to melt him out with a heated hand as he apologized for his actions, with the crowd giving shouts to Shiro about a nice attempt. Hey, are we going to have to fight that? The Quirk inside of him exclaimed in shock. Yet Midoriya didn't answer as his mind was elsewhere. As the crowd continued to shout out comfort for Shiro while Todoroki's hands steamed from the heated contact, he couldn't help but think about how lonely Todoroki looked as he undid his strongest attack in the sports festival. Chapter 15: Temperamental Changes. After Todoroki finished melting the remaining ice from his match with Shiro, the stadium was once again ramped for the next contestants, which happened to be Kaminari and a girl from Class B with vine-like hair named Ibra Shiozaki. Kaminari tried to electrocute her for a quick and easy victory, but his opponent quickly shielded herself with her thick vine-like hair before ensnaring the now dazed blonde with numerous vines, eliminating him from the competition. Midoriya was busy writing the results of the battle in his notebook, making notes about Kaminari's use of electricity and his opponent's attacks when cackling could be heard to his left, with a blonde with a deranged expression started sneering over the divide as he looked on. What's that? Didn't he say he'd settle this in a second? That's strange, wasn't he defeated in a second? Even though Class A is supposed to be better than Class B? The blonde cackled for a bit before locking eyes with Midoriya with his expression visibly brightening up. Hey! You're Midoriya, right? I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to SAHRK. The blonde was suddenly cut off and disappeared from view before being replaced with an orange-haired girl with teal eyes who said apologized for his actions and vanished behind the barrier. What was that just now? The class collectively thought. Midoriya stared at the area where the crazy blonde was for a moment before he shook his head and faced the stadium once again, eager to write how their classmates used their quirks and the kinds of moves they used to. Kaminari's quirk is actually pretty strong, but it seemed like this particular matchup against Shiozaki put him at a disadvantage, with the vines from his opponent acting as a shield and as a means of attack. It also didn't help that Kaminari's drawback of using too much electricity held him back as well. Maybe there's a way for him to use his quirk without shorting himself out. Or perhaps a different method of attack would have been useful? He jolted when he felt someone poke on his side, which happened to be Uraraka looking at him with a cheeky smirk on her face. Still writing in those notebooks, huh? The boy blinked in confusion before he looked around and saw that some of his classmates gave him odd looks, causing him to sheepishly chuckle in the realization that he was mumbling the entire time, though Uraraka was more than used to it by now. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen this many quirks in use before. I just wanted to get as many notes down as I can. Uraraka laughed as she patted his shoulder. You really go plus ultra on this kind of stuff, don't ya?
Midoriya smiled as he continued to write inside his notebook about the different quirks that were on display as they waited for the next contestants to show up in the arena. With him feeling a bit of excitement as he saw the names of the people who were next, Mei Hatsum and Tenya Ida. Even though Hatsum didn't have a combat-based quirk to use, she already made a name for herself through her inventions, which he already got the chance to see from the last event and whenever he visited her in the development studio. Though while he had to get used to things exploding randomly around her, he could tell that she was really driven to make the right gear for whatever hero that she was working for, which made him wonder just what kind of suit he would be wearing when the time came. Though that would have to come later, as the participants were finally called to the stage. Make him move to a whole new page in anticipation between the duel of the support and heroic student, already outlining his page thoroughly to write about the upcoming battle. Yet faltered when Uraraka spoke up.
What is Ida wearing?"
Midoriya finally looked up from his book to see Ida wearing numerous gadgets on him, with a belt-like item on his waist that's something sticking out of his shoulders. He was confused for a second, wondering why his friend was wearing support items to begin with, until he realized what must have happened when he saw the giant grin on Hatsum.
"Oh no!"
Midoriya groaned as he heard the shadow inside of him start to cackle, as it already met the eccentric inventor when she wanted to ask some questions about the quirk's abilities. The others around him were confused by his reaction, but he knew they didn't have to wait long to find out. And found out they did, with Hatsum prancing around and dodging Ida with her support items with ease, all while advertising the items that were listed on her back and on her opponent to the support companies by hijacking the speakers throughout the stadium. When she was done demonstrating her equipment, she stepped out of bounds with a giant smile on her face, giving Ida the win. He had to at least respect her dedication, as she advertised for 10 whole minutes. Even with the odd performance that occurred, he still wanted to write the outcome of the battle, as Ida's information might come in handy whenever he was up against him. Scribbling in his page in diligence, as he shut the world around him, so tuned into writing his notes, that he failed to notice Uraraka get up from her seat and leave for the waiting room. After that interesting display, the audience didn't have to wait too long for the next match to start, with Ishido and Aoyama being the next ones to compete. Midoriya had a pretty good understanding of how Ishido used her acid to attack and move around given that he now had it, so really the match will be based on how the two will react to one another. When the match started, the sparkling blonde wasted no time in shooting beams of light toward his pink-skinned classmate, with Ishido utilizing the acid to glide across the floor and dodge the lasers with gracefulness and ease. Midoriya knew that Ishido was an excellent skater, but he couldn't help but notice just how much more agile she was than him when it came to jumping over obstacles with acid pouring out of her feet. They may have been using the same quirk and method of transportation, but she was definitely leagues above him in terms of moving around, taking loads of hours of practice to get him even close to her level. Yet Aoyama suddenly stopped shooting beams from his stomach, reaching the limit of his quirk as Ishido finally got the upper hand and knocked him out with an uppercut, letting her gain the advancement to the tournament, while his sparkling classmate was dragged off stage by the medical bots. Midoriya was still writing inside his notebook as the matches continued on, happy for the small break in between matches so that he can write some of his thoughts down. Though he stopped when the shadow quirk suddenly popped out of him in excitement, and forcibly turned his head towards the arena with its dark claws to see the next match, which happened to be Yayorozu and his fellow shadow user Tokoyami.
"Izuku! The next one is starting! It's Tokoyami's and Dark Shadow's turn!"
Midoriya rolled his eyes in amusement, but found it interesting that his quirk was so passionate about his supposed shadow siblings performing, and quickly turned his notebook to 2 empty pages, drawing the outline for the contestants in front of him.
"Who do you think will win, Izuku?"
He hummed in thought as he looked between the two opponents and considered their quirks. While the vice president could very much use anything that she knew the structure of, it depended on how quickly it formed and the way she used it. Meanwhile, Dark Shadow was a powerful quirk that was based on stamina based on the usage of his own shadow. With the longer it was out, the more it will tire and lose strength. If anything, this battle would be a test of timing. He was unaware that he was mumbling again as the quirk nodded at his answer in anticipation, while the class looked down into the arena in thought. When the two contestants finally stepped up to the arena, they were met by a loud cheer from the crowd as the two of looking at each with a firm gaze, each of the participants getting their own introduction from President Mike. though Midoriya could have sworn that the recommended student looked a bit uneasy as she was called out by President Mike. The match started off quickly, with Tokoyami's shadow quickly darting out of the user's stomach and heading right towards the Yayorozu as she quickly made a small metal shield to block the attack. Though the shadow seemed to have learned from the cavalry battle, as it didn't give its opponent the chance to make her move before quickly turning and darting back towards her at high speeds, causing his high-class classmate to lose her shield and forcing her to make a new one, not letting her a chance to attack. This pattern continued as the Quirk's constant attacks on her shields forced her back, until she was finally pushed out of bounds. Even though he already had a copy of this quirk, it still amazed him how efficient Tokoyami was to quickly turn the tide of battle in his favor. Midoriya's shadow cheered for its friend/brother in the stands, with Tokoyami's shadow doing a bit of showboating by flexing its non-existent muscles next to a slightly embarrassed Tokoyami. Yet Midoriya's eyes were on a dejected Yayorozu as she slumped her way out of the stadium, no doubt unhappy with her performance in the event. Maybe he should talk to her about it. He turned to talk to his gravity-powered friend to see what she may think, only to finally notice that she was nowhere to be seen. Uraraka wriggled her hands nervously as she waited in the waiting room for her match to be called, with Ida trying to reassure her about her upcoming match. She didn't want to admit it, but she was scared of fighting Bakugo after seeing what he could do during training, trying and failing to calm herself down. She and her engine-powered friend both looked up to the sound of the door opening, and saw the familiar face of Midoriya looking at the two of them before meeting her eyes in concern. "Midoriya! Didn't you want to watch the rest of the matches?" Her friend smiled reassuringly, easing her worries by a tiny bit. "I watched a bit of this one, which happened to be Kirishima and someone from Class B. They seemed to still be going after I left since they had similar quirks to each other." They both nodded at his answer before Ida looked at Midoriya with a stern expression as he shared his own thoughts. "Even so, I think Bakugo would at least tone down his explosions by a little, won't he, Midoriya?" "Oh no, he would definitely use a full-powered explosion." They both faltered at his quick and deadpan answer but kept quiet as he continued sharing his own thoughts on the matter. "Everyone is using their full strength when it comes to these tournaments. So even if it wasn't Kaken, no one is holding back. Thought that doesn't mean you should go unprepared." Uraraka's brow furrowed in confusion for a moment before widening in shock as Midoriya pulled out a familiar notebook, one that she has seen him write various strategizes and quirks about the people around him. "It might not be much, but I got some ideas on how to deal with him," the greenette stated before showing a smile. "It's the most I could do seeing how you were the first person to let me copy their quirk in UA." Her heart was touched by his gesture, even as Ida cheered alongside and commended him on his willingness to help. But even so, she couldn't help but feel like she was using her friend to pass the festival with ease, even when Ida had boldly stated that he was challenging him during the cavalry battle. When she explained her reasoning, her friend's eyes widened in shock, before accepting her answer with awe and determined looks, with even Midoriya's shadow coming out to give some words of encouragement, cheering her on as a hesitant smile grew on her face, thankful for such carrying companions. As the crowd cheered for Uraraka and Bakugo, Midoriya couldn't help but feel a little bit nervous about how the outcome of this match would go. And by the looks of his classmates around him, they felt the same way. Uraraka charged ahead in an instant towards Bakugo the moment the match started, trying to get in a touch to make him weightless, though the volatile blonde was already prepared for it, sending an explosion in front of her that sent her flying back, with Uraraka picking herself up and charging into the fray once more. "And Midoriya, you've known him the longest. He wouldn't actually do some harm to her, right?" The rest of his classmates looked at him expectantly, with even his shadow quirk inside of him feeling a bit curious about his answer. Since to it, Bakugo didn't seem very much like a hero based on what Midoriya told him about the topic and the videos he watched with him. Yet the boy's gaze didn't move from the conflict down below, even as smoke continued to build and the loud sound of explosions continued to ring throughout the stadium. Bakugo was many things. He was prideful, he was tenacious, and as much as he hated to admit it, he could be a major jerk whenever he wanted to be. Yet he knew him nearly his entire life, and knew a lot about his disposition and his quirk ever since he copied it. While it may seem a bit cool shooting off tiny sparks off their hands when they were little kids, explosion was a dangerous power, able to cause serious damage to others if used in the right intensity, and major property damage if they really pushed. It was why he was always there to keep him in check whenever he was on a rampage back in junior high. As a result, Midoriya knew a lot about the conditions of the explosion quirk and the correct amount to use it for heroics. Realistically, Uraraka would have been dead the moment the match started if Bakugo really wanted to do harm to her. So Midoriya knew while Bakugo may be a bit of a jerk when it came to others in the day-to-day stuff, the Greenette knew deep down that he was striving to be a hero in his own unique way. Never backing down from a fight no matter how difficult the task was in front of him. Yet just as he was about to explain, the crowd around them started to boo and hiss at Bakugo for prolonging the battle. Making the Greenette grimace just slightly, since it would look bad for both parties involved if the battle was viewed negatively. Though their teacher quickly was swift to reprimand the people, stating the facts for Bakugo and Uraraka's ace, a giant wave of rocks that she made float high above the stadium after numerous waves of explosions tearing the concrete underneath. His gravity-powered friend sent a massive assortment of rumble hurtling down to her opponent, rushing ahead with all of her might in hopes of getting one touch on his body, no matter the cost. Yet it was all for naught, as Bakugo seemingly casually threw one of his palms up and blew the entire group of concrete away with a massive explosion. The aftershock being felt even from where Midoriya was sitting. The entire stadium was flabbergasted by the performance from Bakugo, unable to comprehend how much power this teen was able to shoot out seemingly. Yet Midoriya knew better, as that shot no doubt would have been felt throughout his entire hand and arm due to the aftershocks. But his gaze shifted to Uraraka when she pushed herself to keep going, standing on shaking legs as she stared down her opponent. Yet stumbled as she tried to make her way forward, desperate to win with the limited amount of strength she had left. Midnight had to call off the match after seeing the state of her, declaring Bakugo as the winner as the crowd slowly got back into the rhythm now that the match was over. Midoriya looked on in concern as she was dragged off the field with the medical robots, knowing that she wanted to continue in this competition. Getting up from his seat, he made his way to the waiting room, seeing that his match was next after Kirishima's rematch, seeing as he tied with his opponent earlier. He only hoped that he would find time to talk to Uraraka before he was called. Midoriya made his way towards the waiting room for his match, his mind still worried about his friend after her match with Bakugo. Unaware of his surrounding as he unknowingly walked up to an irritated Bakugo. "The hell you doing here, Deku?" He nearly jumped at his sudden shout, but just raised an eyebrow as he suddenly pointed to where he was going. "I'm up next. I was just making my way there." The blonde looked away sharply with a grunt, not wanting to be called out for his ignorance before shoving his way past him while Midoriya bit his lip nervously. He thought a lot about the upcoming match with Todoroki, and how he should go about it. While he did have hardening, acid, and float to try to counteract the ice being sent his way, he knew it most likely wouldn't be enough to stop a giant glacier of ice. Even Shadow, who managed to push Todoroki back in the cavalry battle, would still be no match for his ice at the start of the match. But maybe. "Cat can wait." The blonde stopped, but didn't turn around to face him, making the Greenette bite his lip in anticipation as he built up to courage to ask for what he needed. "I need your help. I need to copy your quirk for Todoroki's match." Bakugo finally did turn around, with an incredulous look on his face before forming a deep scowl and stomping up to him while jabbing a finger in his chest. "Help? In case you didn't notice, Deku, this is a competition. Why should I help someone who needs to rely on others to do anything? What the hell do I get out of it with you winning with my power?" Midoriya looked away, knowing that he was right. It was a competition for the students to prove themselves to the world. Even All Might said as much when he met up with him. But he knew that if he was going to have even the slightest chance at winning, he needed to use explosion to try to go against Todoroki's ice. And he couldn't do that unless he made contact with the blonde Pernice's request. "I know." Midoriya met his gaze evenly, already used to encounters like this due to their upbringing. "But if I do manage to win, then we will be able to have a rematch." Bakugo kept his stare with piercing red eyes boring into him, but Midoriya knew that he was at least interested in the idea as he slightly stepped away to hear him out. "I know that I use others people's quirks to advance, but this is still my power. And I will use it to become a hero. Whether you let me use it or not, I will still become one." Midoriya then had a knowing looking in his eyes. "Besides, I know how much you've been wanting a rematch." Bakugo's expression didn't change, still looking at him with that same expression before his eyes narrowed just the slightest bit. "Fine. the blonde growled out as he smacked Midoriya's hand against his own, completing the required contact that Midoriya needed to use his quirk freely. But you better fucking win. That win in the battle trial was a fluke, and I will show the world who will become the next #1 hero. With that, Bakugo started to stomp away from him, leaving Midoriya release a sigh of relief before he turned to go to his room as he planned to, when suddenly Bakugo stopped in the middle of the hallway. Still not turning around as he asked his own question that he was wondering. By the way, did you tell that extra to pull off that move? The one with rocks above the stadium? Midoriya couldn't help the smug tone and smile creep out of him, as he knew the length that Bakugo had to go to release that kind of explosion. No. That was all Uraraka. If you were having trouble, then that was all on her. Bakugo didn't say anything for a moment before moving forward once more, but Midoriya could feel that Bakugo has gained just a smidge of respect for her as he continued on his way back to the stands, leaving Midoriya to continue to walk towards the waiting room, eventually finding it after a few minutes of searching. He blinked when he opened the door to see the usually cheery disposition of Uraraka as she sheepishly scratched the back of her head, looking completely unaffected by her loss in the tournament. Man! I can't believe I lost! He could feel himself blink along with the shadow Quirk inside him, who looked at their friend skeptically as he entered the room. Are you okay? He hesitantly asked as he made his way towards her. Totally. Recovery girl healed me enough so that I could walk, so I still got some scratches on me and stuff. She turned to look at him with a slight grin. You were right about Bakugo being so strong though. I'm going to need to work harder for the next time. Midoriya still didn't buy the attitude she was displaying in front of him, looking at her with a doubtful yet concerned expression that made her falter just the slightest, before announcing the next contestants to make their way to the stage, which happened to be him and Todoroki. Uraraka's eyes widened as she looked at him with a guilty expression for taking up the remainder of his time, but he waved it off as he was about to leave to room to get ready before she let out her own encouragement of his match before finally letting the door close behind him. He started at the door in concern for his friend, knowing that she was no doubt frustrated over her performance. Yet she still managed to cheer him on, giving him a showing of encouragement even amid her own frustration and sorrow. Oddly enough, he noticed the shadow inside of him stayed silent throughout the whole ordeal, though he didn't have to wait for long before it spoke up again. Wow, the Quirk said in admiration, Uraraka is so cool. Yeah, she is. A slight smile formed on his face as he reluctantly turned away from the door and made his way further into the hall towards his waiting room for him to be called, along with newfound determination to win against Todoroki. Everyone had worked so hard to compete in the sports festival, pushing themselves to the limit to be noticed by professional heroes. He couldn't afford to hesitate now that he made it this far, steeling himself to face his classmate as he made his way towards the stadium with a concentrated look of determination. Yet he jumped when a sudden spike in temperature was felt around the corner, and the familiar face of a flame-based hero appeared in his sights. Endeavor! Monoma grumbled as he rubbed the back of his neck from where Kendo knocked him out. He knew that he got a bit carried away with Class A and his gestures. But did she really have to knock him unconscious? Now he was roaming around trying to find that boy from his rival class, Izuku Midoriya. He wouldn't mention it to any of his classmates, but he actually admired the green-haired teen from the other class. Being with a copy Quirk all his life, he knew what it was like to work with other people's Quirk. The way people looked at him in fear and loathing whenever he stole another person's Quirk to use for himself. Or the way they complimented him on how he used others' Quirks, rarely commenting on his own. Thankfully, Yue has been different from his past experiences, with his classmates in Class B being supportive of each other regardless of their quirks or backgrounds. It was a big part of why he is so ready to defend them when the time comes, wanting to give them a chance to shine as well as his own. Even since he first wanted to be a hero, he knew that being in the spotlight was almost unrealistic with his type of quirk. The concept of his quirk always having to rely on others being a hindrance to his image and moves as a hero. Yet somehow, Midoriya was able to make it to the tournaments in the festival and win first place in the entrance exam. He wanted to talk to him about his moves and tips for his quirk since they were both similar to each other, as well as wish him good luck. At least from what he could tell from watching some of his clips from the festival. However, he felt a sudden rise in temperature around one of the corners and moved so that he could peek around, and saw that it was Endeavor speaking to the person he was looking for. Endeavor, Midoriya said in slight hesitation. The flame hero looked down like he barely noticed his presence. Oh, you're that Quirk copier, aren't you? Izuku Midoriya? I'm surprised you even made it this far. Monoma clenched his fist in anger at the quick dismissal of strength, already used to seeing it in himself whenever his quirk was brought up before UA. Yet he was a bit surprised to see that the same occurred to Midoriya before he made his way past the number 2 hero and towards Monoma. A similar look of frustration on the greenette's face that he was used to seeing on his own. The hero apparently wasn't done, as he continued speaking as Midoriya passed him. You made it this far with your classmate's strength, but Shoto's duty is to surpass all might. Try to not make it too easy for him and give him a challenge, the flame hero said before walking away with a huff. All while Monoma clenched his teeth and fists tightly to prevent himself from speaking out. It seemed that even pros couldn't help but look down on quirks that were reliant on others. Yet before he knew it, Midoriya managed to speak up, startling them both. I might be using my friend's quirks, but I'm not my classmates. The green-haired boy suddenly spoke with resolve and conviction in his voice as he narrowed his eyes to the hero from the side. And Todoroki is not you. Midoriya finally turned around the corner, almost running face first into Monoma, but the blonde quickly put a finger towards his own lips as a signal to be quiet as they waited for Endeavor to leave. Only able to breathe a sigh of relief when they heard the heavy footsteps start to walk away and the temperature of the room started to level back to normal. While Monoma had no idea what the statement involving Todoroki was about, he could agree with the first part. He noticed the odd and frightened look that Midoriya gave him, no doubt wondering what a student like him was doing wandering around the waiting area at this time, and about what he heard. Don't worry, I won't say anything about what just happened right now, the blonde said with a shrug. Mostly because I didn't really understand what was that about anyways. After a hesitant nod, Midoriya relaxed his stance while still keeping wary eyes on the sudden appearance of another student before his match. At first, he thought it was another person like Shinso who might want to take advantage of him before his match, but changed his expression after realizing who the person was. You're the person who got knocked out beside us, aren't you? The one from Class B? A grimace made its way onto the blonde's face over his first impression, but quickly nodded in affirmation before saying his own statement. Yeah, I am. But I didn't come here to take much of your time. I want to say something to you before your match. He saw the greenette give an intrigued yet hesitant look, and took that as his cue to continue on as he faced the wall ahead of them. I just wanted to say that you inspired me, seeing you handle so many foes with your type of quirk. Seeing you take first place in both events even with the limitations set on you. Copying another person's quirk might not have been easy, but you managed to pull through with all the setbacks on you. Monoma was too into his fascination to see the small wince that came from Midoriya, knowing that he was lying about the nature of his quirk to some degree. But Monoma continued on as he finally turned to him with a sense of pride. So, I guess what I really want to say, show the world what us copy quirks can do. The green-haired teen's face relaxed a bit hearing that statement, feeling a sense of pride as a smile slowly grew before shaking hands with the smiling blonde. The sudden arrival wished him luck before the two departed, with Midoriya staring at his figure for a moment before turning his head back to move into the waiting area. Both of them heading their separate ways. Yet as they moved a bit past each other, Midoriya finally registered the full impact of the sudden arrival's quirk, looking back behind him in the empty hall wall with wide eyes. Just as Monoma felt a shudder run through his entire body before looking down at his hand in shock. Eventually shaking his head and continued making his way back to his classmates. It was probably nothing to be worried about, they both thought as they continued on their way. I'm only going to win with my mother's ice. Todoroki kept his eyes locked on his green-haired classmate as he stepped onto the platform and remembered the promise he made to his opponent, uncaring of present mixed announcements of the two contenders as he readied himself to shoot a massive wave of ice the moment the announcer called the match to start. He noticed that Midoriya was stretching his arms a bit before flexing his fingers for some odd reason, as he prepared himself for the match to start. While the Fire Ice user had no idea what he could be planning, he didn't feel too worried about the outcome of this match a whole lot. And begin! The moment the match started, Todoroki sent a massive wave of ice toward Midoriya, who thrusted his hands forwards and tried to sweat as much ice away from him as he could with explosions before eventually being covered by ice completely. making the entire crowd grow silent at the giant glacier.
And it looks as it over already?
Present Mike screamed in shock. Before Midnight could call the match off in worry of Midoriya being completely frozen, deep rumbles started to rumble from within the glacier, making the audience lean forward in their seats in anticipation, and Todoroki brace himself for whatever comes next. The rumbles from the glacier seemed to be getting louder and louder with every second until a hole was blown in the middle of the glacier to reveal a panting Midoriya while Todoroki gritted his teeth as he prepared himself for combat. The crowd cheering once more at the reignited contest. Looks like this wasn't going to be as easy as he thought. Midoriya was taking in deep breaths as he shuddered from the cold. He thought that explosion would be enough to fight off against Todoroki's ice, but he underestimated the level of skill and power that his classmate had. Explosion was very much a sweat-based quirk, and the ice around him wasn't going to be doing him any favors when it came to using Bakugo's quirk to its full potential. As much as he hated to admit it, he would have to think outside the box in this match if he was going to have any chance at winning.
Don't let him attack me with that move again,
the green-haired teen mumbled as he saw Todoroki prepare himself to touch the ground again with his right hand. While the command may seem unusual to the outside viewer, the dark being held inside of him didn't hesitate to burst out of Midoriya with a cackle as he made his way towards Todoroki at an alarming rate, fully recharged from its rest in between events.
"Hello, Todoroki,"
the shadow quirk called out as he rushed the dual-haired colored teen.
"I hope you are ready for round 2.
Todoroki cursed under his breath as he was forced to cancel his plan for another glacier and slide to the side with ice to avoid a swipe from the shadow quirk. With Midoriya watching Todoroki being forced to defend, sliding to the sides as Shadow swung an arm downwards and across the sides trying to get a hit on Todoroki. With his opponent distracted, he had time to think to himself about his next plan of action. While Dark Shadow was admittedly pretty strong, Midoriya knew that it was a matter of time before the quirk's stamina ran out, especially with it forcing to break out of any ice that Todoroki managed to encase it in. He noticed numerous shards of ice on the ground in front of him from the blasts that he made, and soon got an idea. He placed the palms of his hands on the ground and activated zero gravity, feeling the familiar pads on the tips of his fingers start to form before sliding his hand across the ground in a sweeping motion, causing numerous shards of ice started to float around him. He warmed up the palms of his hands by rubbing them together quickly for a few seconds that he could before he faced his palms outwards, ready to send the blast shards of ice towards his opponent. "Shadow! Return!" Midoriya called out to his quirk through their special connection towards each other. The quirk halted in its pursuit against the dual quirk user and hurried back to its partner as fast as it could, leaving behind a confused Todoroki as he watched the shadow return to his classmate. The Fire Ice user's eyes widening as he saw the green-haired teen's arms in an outstretched position, similar to when he watched him on the day of the battle trial. Midoriya let loose an explosion that was just large enough to send the shards forwards with the aftershocks rather than the initial blast, causing numerous shards of ice to propel toward Todoroki at an alarming rate. Todoroki slammed his foot down to form a small ice wall in front to protect himself from the numerous frozen projectiles heading toward him. Hearing numerous pieces of ice hit the structure as the crowd cheered at the ongoing spectacle between the two. The boy barely managed to peek his head around his shield when he saw the green-haired boy charging his way towards him, palms blazing. Sending more ice towards Midoriya, he cursed when he saw that the ice was blown away with every swipe of the boy's hands, explosions clearing the way for him. Feeling his own body shudder as he continued to fire off a wave of ice. The shadow must have taken a lot out of him when it was chasing him, as the wave he sent wasn't as large as he expected. Midoriya was now only a couple of feet in front of his opponent, now with striking distance for close combat. While he got a few sparring sessions with Kirishima before the festival, he still didn't want to use hardening against someone who didn't any sort of defense. Thankfully, he got a method already in mind.
"Shadow! Cover! You got it!"
The quirk draped itself over Midoriya like it did in the obstacle course, with the shadow wrapping itself onto Midoriya's arms, back, and head. Its glowing yellow eyes resting just above the forehead and covering him in a dark suit of armor. The greenette's messy curls and arms were now covered with the black substance that Dark Shadow was made of. Todoroki wasn't intimidated by the act and quickly got into a stance to defend himself. Midoriya sent a shadowed punch towards Todoroki's shoulder, which he expertly swiped away and returned a swipe of his right hand onto Midoriya's left. encasing it in a bit of ice. While Midoriya didn't feel anything, he felt the Quirk flinch a bit at the cold. Knowing he needed to end this as soon as possible, he kept up the blows against his opponent, with Todoroki occasionally dodging and throwing blows of his own. Before Midoriya finally managed to land a hit on his opponent's chest, sending him flying back towards his part of the arena. Whoa! After being on the defensive, Midoriya finally managed to land a hit on Todoroki. Even as he panted, Midoriya couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated at Todoroki. Here they were, his classmates and him giving their all to compete in the sports festival, while Todoroki deliberately only used half of his power. Looking at his opponent, his eyes narrowed. Noticed one key fact about him that he only noticed until now. "You're trembling, Todoroki." The fire ice user stilled when he heard that, looking at Midoriya with wide eyes. "There's a limit to how much you can take, isn't there? Yet you still only use half of your power? Even with everyone giving it all they got?" Midoriya could feel his blood boiling as he continued to rant, frustrated at the fact that everyone was fighting tooth and nail to achieve their dreams to be a hero, with some like Shinso not even having that chance to do so. Yet Todoroki was deliberately only used half of his strength to anger his father. "Izuku, you got to calm down." But Midoriya didn't calm down as he continued to yell at his opponent even when his shadow-covered limbs had a layer of ice on them. "You want to win with only half of your strength? Come at me with everything you got." Todoroki narrowed his eyes in annoyance, wondering why he was trying to get him to use his father's flames. Did his father somehow pay him to say it? Why would he go so far as to make him use it? But most importantly, "Why do you care?" Todoroki said in an icy tone. "You don't even have your own quirk anyway. You just use someone else's power to move on ahead." Midoriya froze for a second before he clenched his shadow-covered fist in anger and frustration. Was that all he was to other people? Just a guy that uses someone else's power to get ahead in life? Someone who had it easy since he only had to look at someone before knowing how their quirk worked. He thought of the Endeavor's words before his match started, about him trying to make it worthwhile for Todoroki to pass, dismissing him even after seeing what he could do. "Izuku, I feel weird," the quirk inside of him answered. But Midoriya was too deep in his anger to answer back through their connection. No. He wasn't a stepping stone for others. His friends trusted him to copy their quirks, even after learning that he had to go through the drawbacks before using them. All Might believed in him too, giving him encouragement whenever the Midoriya needed help before an event. That guy from Class B seemed to believe in him too, as he recalled what he said to him before his match started. "Show what us copy quirks can do." "I do have my own quirk!" Midoriya screamed out before a drastic change happened. While Midoriya felt the familiar rock-like stiffness in his muscles, the dark substance that was covering him at the moment suddenly hardened like a rock. The claws and hair having sharp edges at the ends and the rock-hard casing that covered his body now acted like a suit of armor for Midoriya, breaking any ice that had gathered on his arms. Whoa! Midoriya's shadow suddenly turned stiff. What a surprising turnout! The crowd cheered at the sudden turnout, anxious to see what happens next. Midoriya panted as he looked down at his new form in shock, momentarily stunned by the sudden new transformation, never imagining that he would be allowed to mix the two quirks together. Before panic started to form as he desperately searched through his connection for the shadow inside of him. "I'm here, Izuku." Midoriya heard the shadow call back to him with a slightly strained voice. "Are you okay?" "Yeah. I just feel a bit weird. Stronger. But I don't know how long it will last." The green-haired hero in training let out a sigh of relief knowing that he didn't harm the quirk inside of him due to his outburst before shifting his gaze back to his opponent, who could only look on in slight shock, before shifting his stance so that his right foot was in front of him and sending out another wave of ice. The attack was not as large as the others, with the highest point only reaching up to Midoriya's shoulder. Tensing his arm and swinging the right arm forward, the combination of hardening and dark shadow cut through the barrage of ice easily, making quick work of Todoroki's eyes as he slowly made his way forward. "Why are you going so far?" Todoroki grunted out as he continued to shoot off more ice, though he was frustrated to see that Midoriya was able to mow it down with that new upgraded form easily. "Because people are counting on me to succeed," Midoriya called out as he slowly pressed on towards his opponent with gritted teeth. "People gave me their quirks for me to use, and I won't let them down. By now, Midoriya was now just right in front of the Fire Ice user. Although the shadow was still covering the teen's body, it was no longer in the hardened state as Midoriya went for a punch at Todoroki. That's why I think you should stop messing around. Todoroki's gaze went unfocused as he felt ice slowly start to build on his left and watched the green-haired boy aim a punch at him, recalling the times he spent in pain from his father's training sessions when he was younger. The pain that his mother went through trying to keep him away from Endeavor. The day her mother poured boiling water on his face. He was brought back to earth when he felt the impact on his stomach, launching him a couple of feet backward and leaving him gasping for air. With labored breaths, he glared at Midoriya as he shakily got back on his feet. I will never use his fire to fight. Damn it, Todoroki! It's your power! Your quirk, not his! The Fire Ice user halted once he heard the Midoriya's shout, as he recalled something from back in his childhood. It was one of the few good memories that he had as a child, when he watched an All Might interview with his mother, and her encouraging him to be the hero he wanted to be. How could he have forgotten? He gasped as he felt flames ignite his entire left side, engulfing the entire arena with a bright orange glow while radiating heat that was felt throughout the audience. To help out your enemy in the middle of a fight. Which one of us is messing around now? Midoriya could barely look at Todoroki with the amount of heat and light that was coming off of his body. His shadow had disappeared into him with a yelp the moment the light came on, and the teen was left staring at the face of his classmate in awe. The usual stoic face of Todoroki was now gone, replaced with a giant grin that showed off none of the tension he held on himself earlier. I want to be a hero! Todoroki yelled in confidence. Midoriya could help but give off a grin of his own, happy to see that Todoroki was able to use his quirk to the fullest on his own. The two blocked off the various other noises around them like present mix announcements and Endeavor's shouts of encouragement, focusing only on each other for the time being. Don't blame me for what happens next. That was Midoriya's only warning before a massive wall of ice formed around the entire arena and under his feet, chilling the entire area in an instant. However, the greenette was already on the move using explosions to propel himself towards Todoroki. The fire that ignited from his opponent warming him up enough to get some explosions ringing out of his palms. A giant source of heat then erupted from his opponent, melting all of the ice around instantly as Todoroki slowly brought his blazing left hand up towards him. Midoriya, Todoroki said in gratitude as he set his palm ablaze. Thank you? Midoriya barely heard Todoroki as he threw both palms in front of him and put in everything he had into releasing explosions from his hands. The result was a giant blast that sent Midoriya flying backward in a panic even as his arms stung with the impact, knowing he was going to be sent out of bounds if he didn't do anything. His shadow knew what he was feeling at the moment, and quickly shot two arms out from Midoriya's torso and grabbed onto the floor below to prevent Midoriya from being blown away. With Midoriya also hardening his hands to allow a better grip, wincing as his hands were dragged along the ground harshly. When he finally came to a stop, he couldn't see anything as a cloud of steam covered the entire. Groaning, he pushed himself to his feet and grimaced at the sight of the peeled skin at the palm and fingertips. The friction on the ground against his hardened hands causing some damage. For a while, he didn't know whether or not he was out of bounds as he tried to see through the thick wall of steam. Yet when the air finally cleared, his eyes widened at the sight of Todoroki leaning against the wall and out of the arena. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya is the winner! Midoriya didn't pay attention to the announcement, or the crowds cheering for him, still looking at the sight of Todoroki in a state of shock. Though it wasn't due to his condition or the fact that he managed to knock him out at all. It was the odd feature on his face that only he had the opportunity to see due to the position they were in. Ever since getting into UA, Midoriya couldn't recall Todoroki ever having a different expression other than the cold, aloof one he made whenever he saw him talking to others. Or that cold and harsh glare that he gave him when he confronted him in the hall. But there, on his Todoroki's face, was a smile. And there you have it, Quirk Squad. Another mind-bending adventure into the realm of what if. I hope you enjoyed this journey as much as I did crafting it. Before you go, don't forget to spread the love, share this video with your fellow hero enthusiasts, and let's build this community even stronger. As always, your continuous support keeps the flames of curiosity burning bright. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Here's to an incredible 2024 filled with more theories, more laughter, and of course, more heroes rising. Happy New Year, Quirk Squad! Stay legendary, and I'll catch you in the next one. Plus Ultra!